the Trans Am to try to retake this high ground. It's going to work essentially pretty well, taking down two people at least up top. We're going to see the no Dom as well to add to the armor, prevent this damage. And this is one of those spots where we're going to see Expo's extreme aggression work out very well. People trying to fly over the sides, Glitch moving into Hades, and this is a huge pathway down to a lot of the enemy team members. This could end up with a lot of kills. They're all going to back up, but it doesn't matter. We're going to see a pretty aggressive chase from the entire team here on, basically. That's how aggressive that was, just saying go all the way back. You cannot be here, but Glitch taking down so many suits. 3.
wanna cry. wanna cry.
Hello everybody and welcome to Celestial Assault, the first event of the Gundam Evolution New Type League of the Breakout series of 2023, and of course now very happy to be part of the official Gundam Evolution Esports Pilot Academy. But I am Wonder Chef, joined by James Jamerson Lee once again. I'm super happy that we're back together again for this. These have all been so fun. How you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing fantastic. It just feels like it's been such a long time since we've been able to cast some Gundam, so I'm super excited.
Yeah, this is the first event of Season 2 of Gundam Evolution. There is a literal new Gundam in the game. There is a new map, which we'll talk about later. There's just tons of balance changes. There's just so many things different about this time compared to our previous tournament, which was Gundam's Grace. But again, like I mentioned, we're part of the official Gundam Evolution's Pilot Academy now, which means that all of these events now will be leading up to the Pilot Showdown number 3. You're going to get points based on your placements, and of course that is going to be a tournament worth at least $20,000, which is going to be huge. But as far as today goes, do we have any sort of like updates, any rules updates, any format changes, Jamerson?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, just to catch everyone up, there were some changes that happened. Of course, we do have our map pool, which has been adjusted just a little bit with the new map that has been added on for this season. That's Colony Trading Post getting swapped in for Ministry of Defense, which, you know what, I'm okay with, because we didn't get to see too much Ministry of Defense, but when we did get to see it, it was kind of, you know, it stopped at the first half. But Colony Trading Post, I absolutely love this new map. I'm so glad that we might have an opportunity to see it today. We also have the quarantine right now, the competitive quarantine once again coming in, so Zaku 2 Melee is gonna be relegated to that. But take a look at these stats that we had from our last season.
Yeah, now this was the 2022 season. Of course, there were a lot of maps that we got to see a whole lot of. I'd say probably the top three were pretty consistent: Mount R&D Lab, Flak Fort, and Quarry. I don't know if we're going to see any sort of changes now. Of course, like we said, there's been a bunch of balance changes. There's been a new map added. There is a new Gundam, which is new Gundam. But you can see the teams that were on top: Team Seki Vacuums and Narizaki and Bork Gundam. A lot of the teams that we have today are represented here: BOZOS, some of Powerpuff Girls, Tekka, and IQ, some of Gundam Unicorn. A lot of pretty much, there's somebody from every single one of these teams in our tournament today. But as happens with a new season and a whole bunch of changes, there have been a lot of roster changes as well. So most of the teams that we have in our tournament today are, I want to say, like 50% or less of the previous teams, but they are including, of course, a bunch of players that you will definitely be familiar with. So today's really a new slate. There's honestly so many roster changes that it's going to be hard to talk about every single one. It's kind of exciting to see what's going to happen with all of these new teams, how they're going to coordinate. We did see a team that was very new to, I guess, playing together as a team, not as necessarily to like competitive FPSs, but playing together as a team do extremely well. The previous tournament in Gundam's Grace, we've seen that actually happen in pretty much every one here. But you know what? Let's get into it. We're actually going to be going to our first match of the day, and that is going to be between actually one of our teams that had some of the most players remaining from their previous version, Skill Issue, which was in our previous tournament, and of course they did very well in the previous Pilot Showdown that happened, which we didn't even get a chance to talk about. There's so much going on, and they're going to be taking on Tekka Dynasty, which is 2 out of the previous 6, so a very different team.
Yeah, and you can see this is the map ban, and this is the map pool for our event this weekend. We got Flak Fort, Underground Command Center, Thermal Plant, Mountain R&D, Quarry, Colony Trading Post. That's the new addition taking place of that Ministry of Defense map, and Harbor City. But we are not seeing Colony Trading Post, unfortunately. I love that map. Something about it, it just, the buildings just really do kind of put in the scale of the Gundams and the mobile suits so well. Mountain R&D, one of our more popular maps when it came to last season, is actually going to get banned out as well.
Yeah, I mean, it is a pretty chaotic map. We are going to go back to Flak Fort. We saw that a whole lot in Halloween Havoc, which was 2 events ago. We saw Flak Fort kind of as the classic starter map to test out your opponents. But of course, we see a ton of Flak Fort. We see a ton of Mountain R&D Lab. And we see a good amount of Quarry, so I expect to see those again. We saw those in the stats. I am really sad that we have the Colony Trading Post banned. I think it's visually my favorite map of the entire game by kind of a long shot. Hopefully we see it at least at some point today. I mean, just, having the entire skybox filled, of course, with, the entire thing is so cool. And like you said, the buildings giving you that scale, which is something that I love about Harbor City. So hopefully we get to see it. I'm also really curious how these professional teams are going to be playing on that level, because there are some pretty unique sites and pretty unique angles that I personally am really bad at.
No. The first half of Colony Trading Post is so unique. And it's difficult to see how teams are going to play that one defensively, because there are basically 2 lanes, right? If you want to try and fight over that waypoint, or if you want to try and get them immediately coming out from the spawn, or do you want to play a little bit more cautiously and maybe try and play on that low side of site A? Or it's interesting. Again, when it comes to new maps being added on, I'm always for the exploration. But for right now, we're just waiting on our first pick. Like we said, it is going to be Flak Forts, and I believe it's going to be Tekka Dynasty starting on the offensive side. This is a map that, like you said, Wonder, that we are well versed in. A lot of teams setting us there for our first map as a good litmus test. A lot of teams playing it very conservatively. No way in shape and form does it seem like teams will play it like it is on basically just casual matches. Harbor City, though, when it goes to map number 2, that will be our second map. That one's going to be nice because, again, I love seeing Gym Sniper, and Harbor City is one of those maps for it.
Oh yeah, it is the map for it, and Quarry will be our decider. Again, 2 of our most popular maps here, Flak Fort and Quarry, but Harbor City, we've seen it a lot less often. However, I feel like we've had a lot of really exciting matches on it. It's always one that I love to see. It was my previous visual favorite before Colony Trading Post. It's still very much up there for me, so I'm always a big fan of it. And like you said, I think we expect to see a little bit more Gym Sniper just in general, but then it tends to be mostly on that map, but the shots are always just delicious.
Yeah, importantly, there was kind of like a passive buff to Gem Sniper with Dom Trooper actually getting nerfed down to 1100 HP, actually putting it within critical headshot range, and so he can no longer survive that. So that's kind of important, especially with the strength of our Dom Trooper players that we've seen across all of our events.
Yeah, there have actually been so many changes that, I mean, we can't even list them here, right? Since our previous event, we have had, of course, Season 2, where there were just infinite numbers of changes, and then we've even had like a patch since then that has toned some other things, up or down. So realistically, this is going to be potentially a really, really different meta. Of course, previously in most of these events, especially because we have had Zakutu Melee banned, it's been a somewhat similar-ish meta. Over the previous one, over Gundam's Grace that happened in late November, we saw some changes with like maybe some less Sazabis, maybe some more like flex rolls, but overall we've seen a lot of the same suits. We saw a lot of Pale Rider, we saw Ashamar, we saw Methis, we saw Doms, of course. We saw, I mean, it was pretty much a relatively similar makeup. I think things could definitely have changed by now. I've been seeing some good teams changing some things around. I mean, one of the biggest ones is that Mihiru, of course, for a while was really wild with that extremely large explosion radius. But then, of course, Mihiru got toned down as well. Still, it's a lot better than it was in Season 1. So I'm just excited to see everything today. You know, new teams, new suits. We haven't even talked about new Gundam, if that's going to be meta, everything. I'm just pumped.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a new Gundam. I feel like I haven't seen him used to great effect when it came to just playing my casual matches so far. So I don't know exactly where I land on that. I think just having the kind of standard, having, of course, your Pale Rider player along with an Exia, even though Exia did receive some nerfs. In this map in particular, for Flak Fort, its mobility is just unmatched, being able to go for that flank and draw teams back. And so I fully expect to see a lot more of that. Turn A Gundam was actually one of the Gundams and mobile suits that we got to see a lot more of in our last event, and I think that caught me off guard more than anything else.
Yeah, it is quite the suit, but it looks like they're already in this, and it looks like we are going. So we are going to see, again, pretty similar to exactly what you said, very, very close to what we've been seeing, except for we do see a Barbados, of course, which we saw a little bit, and there is some battling going on. It's a little bit hard to see exactly where everybody is, but they've already pushed into the main site on A. It does look like a lot of this push is being shut down, but they're trading 1 for 1, and the deaths on defense here are just huge, so hard to recover from.
Yeah, that's a Suzabi going down. That's a front tank front line, but take a look at that. Barbados going in does not get the instant finish, so they might be able to get a Dark Infestor back on up, and they'll have the respawns coming in as well. They just need to get topped off and then try and charge on in. Tilter is a little bit low, but he does have the health pack to work off. You can see that Churn A trying to really utilize that charged up shot right now. Not really getting great damage right now. It's all about the neutral play.
Yeah, this is that little gate, that little front gate is just such a hard spot to break through. But wow, a great dash attack all the way up onto that defensive platform, and that is going to be a huge start to a push. We do see Davester up there, of course, being on the Barbados, getting taken down very, very quickly. Every single person up on the side of Tekka, and that is going to be, actually, a 1 down, a trade 1 for 1. Again, like I said, the defense run back is so much longer here. Davester going down once again. Looks like he got picked up, but they are driven off the high ground, and that is going to be much harder to defend. Luckily, they managed to clear out almost all of Tekka Dynasty, and they will have a little bit of time to reset here.
Yeah, I mean, importantly, going in with that Exia, being able to get that knockoff on that Pale Rider, you saw how well, though, the defense was able to back off from that position. They lost that high ground, and then they decided to try and play for picks at the end there. So it's going to be a full regroup right now coming out from the offense. You can see they're going to try and charge in from the front. We will have a couple units try to go over to the left-hand side and try and challenge for that high ground, but the Exia goes in once more and knocks off that Pale Rider.
Ooh, yeah, and just barely getting out of there against that sweet Exia movement. But we do see the high ground Dom, which even with the nerf is still such a strong suit, especially with that high ground, getting that extra damage. Nice, we are going to see the overhead grab connect, and that is going to be another person down. But 3 G maneuvers available on the defensive side here for skill issue. This could be very, very hard to break through, especially 2 more people going down on the offensive side for Tekka Dynasty. The brawls are happening, but they're just not able to make anything from it so far.
Yeah, the Hades will ultimately net them a few kills, but you can see now the offense is coming back on and losing out on your Pale Rider. You lose so much space. You can see now the offense pushing forward. Nox is there once again, holding around the angle. And he can charge up if he wants to, but Gasman is doing a great job so far in that turn A of forcing them back. And so they won't be able to crack open point A, and with a minute left, send us on over to point B.
Yeah, and we do see, of course, Nox now on this team. Well, one of the top players that we've seen on quite a few successful teams so far. This is going to be, I think, the third team in maybe 3 tournaments. That could be right, could be wrong, but there's not a whole lot of time left here for this push. Again, this is going to be another tough choke. We do see the G maneuver activated for the Exia, but gets taken down, and it looks like it may have just been the wide range of this turn A G maneuver that just shuts down that offensive push and wastes at least 1 G maneuver.
Yeah, J-Slay can come back, and that's going to be the only G maneuver up for the defense. But with 2 minutes and 24 seconds left to go, it's huge. That Screaming Nimbus, again, when you get into these corridors, can do so much work. Not really able to get that turret over the other side, but Davester is still holding the corner for now, and here comes the offense charging forward. Davester is low, and he will fall. J-Slay has that Screaming Nimbus popped, I believe, but he hasn't found much quite yet. Nox still getting into the back line right now. Killer Umbrellas is low, and he will get caught out. The offense now starting to charge forward. Have to deal with the Victus here, but you can see Nox doesn't want anything to do with that turn A Gundam. He'll regroup with his squad now. They've got 5 members on the point.
Oh, this is so hard to break back from. All right, we're going to see the jump over from the Barbados, but it just immediately gets murked. 3 players on the high ground on the side of skill issue, 2 on the low ground, but they really need to take advantage of this. Oh, they were going to see the push down. The G maneuvers are just not available. The only one we have is Davester, but he went down so immediately he didn't have a chance to use it. We're at 3 ticks already. They need to find one big moment here. They need to at least contest so Davester can come back, maybe try to clean up with this G maneuver. They are going to at least push back most of the squad of Tekka, but this is so close to a victory. However, we only have 1 minute and 12 seconds left.
Yeah, 3 ticks were taken up by the offense now. J-Slay does not have his G maneuver available currently, but they might be able to buy some time for that. Killer Umbrellas has a Hades in 7% more. Tilter has that Ashmar punch, and he actually utilizes it before he goes down. And it looks like it's going to be a trade back and forth. Davester needs to back away, but he will get taken out. That high ground is gone. Killer Umbrellas has not been able to get up there, unfortunately, for his squad, and so he now has to play on the point. 40 seconds left to go, though, for the offense to try and regroup for one last push.
Oh, that is super unfortunate. We see Hawklight on the Dom go down. That means that he will almost guaranteed not be back for this final push. They do not have time to wait for that. This is going to have to be a 5v6. Only 1 G maneuver, and then it's going to be on the side of the Methis, pretty much through the entire team, both teams here. Now, who is it going to be used on? It's got to be used really effectively. Like I said, 5v6. The Dom's running back, not going to be here in time. We're going to see 2 pushing the high ground. The turn A jumps down, but the tank being on the high ground might not be the most effective thing here.
Yeah, they've already lost out on 2. That's Gasman and Hawklight going down. The energy cable as well for a robot, not even utilized for this. With a few seconds remaining of defenses here now, they've got that high ground. Victus is up there, and if he wants to, in just another second, he can pop that butterfly. But the defense will hold here on a point B. But for the offense, they were able to at least secure themselves 3 ticks.
Yeah, that was a really great first push, but they just weren't able. I mean, this was a really interesting match in general, first round, of the tournament, because we saw a whole lot of really well held pushes from the side of skill issue. They were defending really well, but then as soon as Tekka Dynasty found their one moment that they really wanted, it just it stuck. Like they got one good push finally on point A, and it was just all they needed. Then they got one good push on point B, and it got almost the entire way, just barely, not quite all 4 ticks. But then past that, they were just held off really well. And one big thing is, Hawkeye getting picked before that final push was huge. You really want that Dom, despite the slight nerfs to Dom over the last two patches, I suppose. It's still, of course, a very key member of every single team.
Yeah, still one of the best duelists. I mean, taking this aside, just the amount of AoE damage you can dish out, along with having that hit scan laser to finish things off. I mean, you could put so many people within critical range with just one good direct connect. But now we're going to go ahead and head on over to point A once again. We got to see how much importance was placed on this high ground for our Pale Rider players. We'll see, though, if they want to try and mimic that on the defensive hold here. And it looks like they might be going forward. Now, the huge difference, we didn't get to really talk about it in terms of the compositional difference, the fact that one squad is playing Sazabi and the other is not. And we haven't really been able to see this Sazabi really get that much value.
Yeah, ooh, a timeout. Interesting. This is so, you know what? We barely got a chance to talk about this, but obviously we're all very excited because it's the first time that we get spectator mode. No more having to look through Discord calls for video streams. So thank you for adding this to the game. But also there is a timeout. It looks like they needed a moment for something, which is really cool that we actually get a chance to see the timeout feature actually happening. But we got a chance to see, like, for example, some of the stats earlier, which is really cool. That's something that we didn't get the chance to see. In fact, that's something you don't even get a chance to see in casual or ranked games even, is mid-game stats or just the stats of your teammates in general. So it is really, really cool to be able to see that from these teams. We got to see just how much damage the defensive team did. It looked like it was maybe like at least 150% of the damage of Tekka Dynasty. But we get to see these cool wide shots. We get to go from player to player, everything. I'm just really happy. Shout outs again, of course, to production for dealing with not having the spectator mode previously, but now huge shout outs to the actual devs for implementing it for us.
Yeah, I mean, I was super glad when the game initially launched, back in September, October, that at least we had custom matches at the very least.
Yeah.
But these iterative changes, these additions that have been going on over the last 6 months have been fantastic for the scene overall. And especially, yeah, you always need a timeout mode or some sort of timeout feature. So that's fantastic. It looks like we are ready to get back into things. And so now with 4 minutes on the clock, we still do not have a Sazabi on the other side. We don't have a Pale Rider, actually. And so they could try to run quad flank if they want to get Tilter, Bonekel, Davester, and Killer Umbrellas into the backline to try and fight for it, or just instantly just try and get that Pale Rider off that high ground ledge.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing I think here that they're gonna have to play around, of course, is just having Davester on offense. Having the Barbados can be a huge boon or a huge, I guess, issue, depending on whether or not you can find those right angles. Now, it is kind of easier, I would say, to attack this point A with a Barbados than some of the other points that we're gonna see, because there's so many tight corners, but we'll see if it pays off. We're actually gonna be on this perspective right now, and we can see there's quite a few options here. Doesn't quite get the slam, but it's not gonna be paying for it that much. It's gonna be able to retreat out the door.
Yeah, they ended up losing out on Bonekel initially, and so they just needed to go for the reset. But you can see that the threat of the Barbados is always going to be there, and so you kind of have to keep that in mind. Davester is actually in on the point right now, and might be on top of that Sazabi. That's not a battle that you really want to take. He's getting flanked now by Hawklight, and he has to get out of there.
Yeah, this is going to be unfortunate. Again, this looks like this could just be a stagger almost. This was not a coordinated push. We can see Davester come in, going to be taking out at least one suit. Didn't get the destruction. Okay, it ended up happening anyway, but still a 1-for-1 trade, and that's something you really don't want as Barbados. Still, this brawl is happening. Not a lot of damage really on either side, considering the fact that they're kind of just shooting back and forth. We are going to see Hawklight go down as well on the defense, but everybody else just kind of healing up. We are going to see at least one of the players on offense be able to run back after being destroyed, and this push looks like it might take.
Yeah, Gasman has gone down though. Now they need to get Dark Infestor back into position, but they're not going to allow that as J-Slay is on point. 2 ticks now coming in as the contest comes out from the defense. Davester has been putting in work so far with this Barbados, just constantly being that threat. There's a third, and now they're going to be able to move on to point B with about a minute advantage for what our last offensive side looked like. And so you can see Evictus instantly charging forward, trying to get a stagger if someone had a forward spawn, but it looks like the defense was able to back away. Davester with that armor now, trying to get into the back line, try to create some chaos there as they have the full dive coming in.
Yeah, we're going to see at least one connection, but once again, it's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade with Barbados. And I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world, of course, for that to happen, but if you have the longer run back, that's when that starts to get really tough, and that is what's going to happen on this point now. And we're going to see quite a few others now go down on the side of skill issue. It looks like they might have to regroup. This push is not going to hold for sure. Dark Infestor, of course, one of the remaining members of Tekka Dynasty that remained from all of the previous iterations of it, is going to be still on that Pale Rider, holding this little choke point here as the side of skill issue starts to regroup.
all the G maneuvers basically coming up. J-Slay is going to be the last one, actually, but here it is starting, and things open with that butterfly now. 2 kills already coming on in. Unfortunately, though, Invictus isn't able to get much. You can see them backing away. Robot is on the point by himself, but he's caught out by the Barbados. XCL going Trans Am, but he gets caught by that overhead throw of Invictus. That's going to be the second tick coming in now for Skill Issue. We can see that Hawklight is getting so close now towards that Screaming Nimbus, but he is losing out on bodies. He's going to charge on in, but he doesn't have the backup quite yet of the rest of his squad.
Oh, actually gets dash attacked by the Exia out of that Screaming Nimbus, or maybe right at the very end, but gets destroyed regardless. And we're going to see a ton of players on the side of Tekka Dynasty go down again. The Hades is going to end. We do see Esor up on this. I mean, this really is the last line of defense. It's not going to be enough, and that is going to be a win for Skill Issue with the beautiful push. That was that moment where both teams popped that turn A G maneuver at the exact same time, and it was just who could kill more on both sides, and everybody's just running away and scrambling. That was hilarious, but that's really what led to that final offensive push. And I mean, really, really great offense from Skill Issue. They didn't waste any sort of time. Even if they had, failed quite a few more times, they had a lot more leeway than it looked like Tekka Dynasty did in their offensive push, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, they moved over to the second point with a minute advantage overall in time. But again, it just came down to that G maneuver coordination at the end. They just had more. They were able to open up with it. You can see how strong that Turn A Gundam is on this point. But overall, as a unit, I just love it almost on every single map.
Yeah, you were mentioning earlier that we saw so much more of it in our previous event in Gundam's Grace, and it looks like we're going to continue with that. It has been, aside from the fact that, we've had all these changes, and there's been, I don't believe, any single negative thing done to that suit. As far as I can remember, there's been so many changes, but definitely nothing major. And we started seeing it more and more as time was going on. Now with all these changes, we're seeing even more and more, and you can see just that is one of the most impactful G maneuvers in the entire game, hands down. There are even points where it's stronger, where you're actually flying above roofs and you can't pick off the Turn A Gundam, and that is just disgusting. Like, there's nothing you can do about it. You have to preemptively be ready for it. So I assume we're going to see a lot more of that suit today, and it was very effective, I think, on both sides, realistically, from this matchup.
Yeah, I think one of the other things that we really did note during our last event was just the strength of being able to collab, being able to shoot through units, that charged damage. When teams are clumping up so much, moving through choke points, you can get so much value off of it. I mean, when we move on to maps like Mountain R&D or even Thermal Plant, where teams are liable to group up a little bit more, you can see how much value you can get off of that charge rifle shot of the Turn A Gundam.
Yeah, we saw that amazing moment from our last tournament where we had 2 people lined up in a row trying to defuse that bomb on one of I guess, yeah, no, we're not going there. We're going to Corey next. Oh, no, wait, it was on Corey.
It was on Corey, yeah.
Corey. That's right. Sorry, my memory is so bad. It was like 2 months ago. That's way too long for me to remember correctly. But yeah, it was actually here. So we might get a chance to see it again, where 2 people were lined up trying to defuse the bomb, and there was just a single Turn A that just carried that entire moment, like planning the bomb, taking out 2 people, managing to defend it all the way till it exploded. So that was just an amazing moment. And it kind of started the entire, I guess, boom of seeing a lot more Turn A's. Not that it was necessarily because of that, but I think that was my defining moment.
I mean, Turn A is great because, again, you have the self-reliability, right? Like having the nano skin, you don't have to rely upon your team. You have a lot more staying power. You don't have to play around the packs as much. And of course, your own self-peel with that overhead throw. We got to see it a few times just in that first map alone, how good it is. But overall, I mean, it was not just the Turn A's. We got to see why Dom is still widely used right now. That Screaming Nimbus, even though it hasn't been used to the greatest effect in that last map, you can see the value that it does actually bring. Getting that extra movement speed for your team, really making yourself extra tanky and just causing so much havoc. It's great to see that Dom is still in play because Dom was my first main when I started playing this game.
Yeah, I mean, it is still extremely scary. So we're going to continue to see that. But I mean, another thing, you know, I feel like we're talking about turning a lot, but it kind of is a huge point here. So we, of course, next we're going to be moving on, I believe, to Harbor City, where we are most likely going to be seeing some gym snipers, but also we've seen a lot of teams go to the turn A, even in previous tournaments here, because for anybody out there who isn't familiar with turn A, because it's such a weird suit, it does have no drop off. It's essentially like a sniper. It doesn't have a scope like a sniper, but if your aim is ridiculous, like a lot of these great players are, then it is just as strong as you could want in a secondary sniper position. Plus, of course, my favorite map for yeeting people off the map. If you do happen to get a nice overhead grab, you can sometimes throw people into the ocean, and that is the best feeling in the world.
Yeah, this is also a great map for the Methas. We've been seeing a lot of Methas today. I'm surprised, you know, not so much Unicorn here. That might be a bit more maybe map specific. If we go over to Quarry, we get to see a lot more Unicorn where teams are bunching up a little bit more there. And so if we continue to see the Methas and Ashmar play on Harbor City, they are fantastic. Being able to have flank lines, or at least for the Ashmar to be able to float around and maybe not play so much around the choke points that you actually have to kind of funnel yourself into, especially in that transition from point A to point B.
Yeah, even just having the threat of the Flyers. I mean, you know, of course, we see a lot of the really strong teams, like in low ranked. You see people obviously like sneak around, but on the high level, you know, just be able to pop over and throw like a flame grenade and just help break that choke point, or to just be able to, you know, pop over, maybe get like a shot off on somebody who's low and is running around to that health pack, or just even having the threat of the fact that you can do that is so huge, because now suddenly people can't just sit there and just tunnel vision on that choke point. They have to back up a little bit. At least somebody needs to be looking slightly to the side just in case somebody manages to sneak over. So yeah, this Ashmar, of course, great on every single level, but we are undoubtedly going to see it on Harbor City as well. But let's see. Oh, wow, we can actually see live both of the picks. This is beautiful.
Yeah. One thing to note again, looks like we are going to have that Sazabi pickup coming out for Tekka. And I don't think we got that much value off of it, really. It's nice to have that tanky body, but again, you have to respond to so much. Hold on one second here. It looked like we have a little bit of a technical issue, but yeah. So we're seeing two different compositions basically coming out from either side, and they were hovering over actually the RX-78 for Tekka.
Yeah, that is another suit that we saw a little bit more of, and one that I am a huge fan of just because it is so flexible, right? You can use the shield, of course, to stop yourself from getting picked off in situations where maybe you're getting pushed and you just need a little bit more time to get back. You can kind of use it to shield allies if they're being, you know, revived, or if potentially they are, you know, trying to like disarm a bomb or plant a bomb or something like that. Or you can use, of course, the hyper hammer to get rid of shields or stop flankers. And on top of that, it's just a high damage suit with a really cool G maneuver that can be huge impact.
It doesn't seem like they're actually going to go ahead and roll out with that RX-78 but for the defense right now, the Methis is there, the Barbados, Turn A, Jim, Sniper, Dom, and Ashamar. So not really changing anything up. It's going to come down to the offense here. Now, teams, of course, on the defensive end, play this one a little bit differently than you would on your casual matches. You can see them actually holding back from that first corner. They have a lot more health packs to play off of instead of just that mega health pack, but the first knock comes in, and that is the difference maker here. Now, with that Dom nerf, 1100 HP, one headshot, that's all you need.
Yep. You mentioned it before, and it is exactly that. Okay, we're gonna see another spot landed, but it's not gonna be enough to. Okay, there we go. It does get the pick this time, and so far, both of the picks have been on the. Well, I guess you should say the players that have been picked have been on the defensive side, or sorry, on the offensive side. I'm mixing myself up here, but this defensive sniper has just been landing absolutely everything. I do believe that might be Nox. We're gonna see a little bit more of a push here, and finally, we're gonna see that Barbados go down on the defensive side, which is at least going to be something. Again, really strange to, you know, just hard lock Barbados. It takes a lot of skill to use it effectively on every single map. This is going to be one of those maps. The Method, though, goes down in exchange.
Yeah, particularly on this map, right? Like you might have options to be able to get into the back line, but for here, I feel like he's going to play a little bit more peel than anything else. And when it comes down to point B, that might be actually where he's able to really open up with the entire skill set of the Barbados. But you can see now Sazabi charging up. They are onto point A. They haven't secured a tick quite yet, but you can see the Sazabi trying to find a little bit more. Nice stun with the axe. And they're going to go ahead and charge forward. The defense has such a long run back here that this should just be an easy point A for the offense to take.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit more expected when we see teams that are evenly matched or close to evenly matched, that A is going to eventually be taken. But this is the point that is the most important, of course, B, and this choke point in particular, being able to break through this is going to be by far the most difficult thing. And like you said, this might be the moment where the Barbados is huge on defense, because one leap over that wall that now the offensive team has to be ready for, which I think we actually maybe did just see. Could mean multiple suits going down. Yeah, not quite going to get that chance. Tried exactly what I was saying, but we are going to see the butterfly come out. We're going to see the G maneuver. We're going to see the entire full push through from Tekka Dynasty here on offense.
Wow, and they utilize so many defensive ultimates on the end there. G maneuvers now are just completely gone off the board here. All members of our offense now, all 6 mobile suits are there. They already secured second tick, and now you can see them scrambling just to try to get back onto the points. I don't even know if they're going to be able to touch it. There they go. They get in. The Barbados in the back line now, but he gets kited once more and is instantly taken out. It looks like it's a good peel back coming out from the offense here, but the turn A defensive butterfly being used just to clean things up. 3 ticks have been picking up though.
Yeah, I actually thought that was a done deal. I mean, a full team wipe into entire push onto the point here, and this can actually be a pretty tough point to get back from. You get choke pointed on offense if you have to get through this point again. Once they've already kind of taken, the position, the high ground there, we are going to see the Barbados go down. But there's a great hold. It was a great retake. However, there's still 1 suit down now, and the entire team got to get through that choke point again for free. We're going to see a lot of shots coming off here from the turn A. They need to find one big pick and then make the push in. The push is going to happen, and they've kind of taken this high ground again. We are going to see at least 1 G maneuver pop off, maybe 2.
Yeah, Screaming Nimbus was utilized just to get in there. Sazabi super low. They don't have any heals for this because the Methus is down. So that's going to be another reset coming out from the offense. Now, Energy Cable was utilized on the other side for the defense here, but with that opening now, they're able to push back on to this choke point. 2 minutes remaining now. All they need, though, is 1 tick on the other side. You can see Ashmar being able to utilize that transform to try and get an angle above, but without having too many medkits or to be able to play off of. You can see how long it takes to reset now. They do have the Hades, I believe, available here, but you can see turn A just really able to utilize that corner. The Ashmar trying to go up for that high ground, not be able to find anything off of this, but turn A, once again, just showing the value that you can get off of this unit.
Yeah, and that's honestly a spot that can be really hard to hold because there's no healing close to you. You have to jump all the way back, all the way off to either direction. But the fact that turn A has its own self-healing means that it's a great option for being able to hold that defensive position. Here we go, though. We're going to see the entire push. We are going to see the Barbados just sitting there on defense, holding that corner, which, of course, is one of its greatest strengths, is that can hold these tight corners. We saw the Pale Rider go down on the side of Tekka Dynasty, although we actually see I believe the Dom fell off the map right there into the soup. That's super unfortunate, and that's going to be maybe enough for them to start this push. Another suit down, but we're getting trades for trades, and there's the RX-78 G maneuver.
Yeah, the Napalm, Super Napalm, not actually finding anything there, but they're able to at least force them back once more. Now the offense resetting for themselves. They do have the turn A Butterfly Gundam available to utilize here. That G maneuver is great for trying to open up this point, but you can see how well the turn A on the other side has really been able to zone them out with his immense pressure. They do have to fall back just a little bit, and then now with just a few seconds remaining, you have to imagine they want to open up, but he's already at half HP.
Yeah, and there we go. We're gonna see the butterfly, the G maneuver activated. Let's see, 1 pick, 2 picks. We're actually seeing them fly away with the Methus, saying, "Get away from me! I don't want to deal with this." And the Methus might actually take out. Yeah, that is gonna be a turn A going down, but that is more than enough picks to start things off. However, we're gonna see the reverse butterfly from the other side. The G maneuver taking down again, 2, 3. This might be the end for this offense. We might see it go exactly to the same score that we saw last time with 3 ticks. And we even saw the Screaming Nimbus just for good effect here, saying you're not going to even get a chance. I don't even know if that hit anybody, but I don't think they're going to be able to make it back in time. We see 1 kind of close, but with 1 second, yeah, not quite going to make it even for that overtime.
Yeah, that was just a great composure coming out from the defense there. Once they were able to actually weather the storm, right? It looked like everything was going bad. 3 ticks were picked up. All 6 members of the offense were on the points. They were able to open up and get back on, and then of course force their way back to that choke point. And so now we're going to go ahead and swap sides. We did get to see, of course, a double sniper composition coming out from either side, turn A along with that gym sniper, but it felt like once we did go on over to point B, teams don't value it as much. You could just really rely upon that turn A presence in and of itself.
Yeah, I really love that about Gundam Evolution is that you can really like choose different team comps based on the situation. I mean, obviously you don't want to lose your G maneuver, but there are a lot of maps where I feel like certain suits do really well on like half the map, on 1/3 of the map, on particular choke points. And I think this is just the greatest example, right? We for sure almost always see double gym sniper on that first point there. And then once we go to B, it's like, okay, it's a little closer. We're going to try some different things, and it does tend to work out. But again, I feel like between this game and the previous game, we got a chance to see just how big the turn A G maneuver can be. And it was like G maneuver into counter G maneuver in both games, or sorry, at least in the previous 2 rounds, to kind of show like, okay, whoever gets more kills with this, that's what matters. And look at that. You can see, wow, 22,000 damage leading the pack on the side of Gasman for Tekka. That is a lot of damage on that turn A.
Yeah, again, that butterfly, it's just so much value. I mean, there are a few units that can go for a full team wipe with their G maneuver. Turn A is definitely one of them. And of course, that brings to mind Zakutu Melee, which is in our competitive quarantine right now. But taking a look at the defensive hold, it does look like not much is going to change. We are going to see the Gym Sniper along with the turn A just to peek that corner for now. We'll see if Killer Umbrellas will go ahead and swap off like we saw on the other side. But Nox is the one that's picking up once again for the defense. There's that first pick, Tilter going down.
Yeah, that is, I mean, the picks are everything here, right? I mean, it's really hard for either team to make like full progress until one pick happens. We are going to see the push kind of down the middle road. We see sometimes the pushes down the middle road, them going left. Sometimes they just try to sneak all the way around the right side using the cover of the buildings. But jumping away, we see the Barbados getting taken down. Luckily, it at least jumped to safety. It looks like it's going to get picked back up by the Methis. And it did manage to get its job done. So we're going to see a huge push. Oh no, Gasman is being thrown. We're going to have the turn A versus turn A. And it looks like he just went into a tumble there, and Invictus now is going to have a chance to try to fight back against this offense, just chunking every single person on that point. This looks like it might be an actual hold for point A.
Yeah, it was just a really nice CC chain onto Gasman there. But you can see now they are losing out on some bodies. Nox getting the revenge kill onto Killer Umbrellas on that run back. The second tick actually being delayed for now. But as that Dom stops off the point, he's getting chased down by that turn A. Hoglite is trying his best to survive, but he will ultimately get chased down. Jay Slay, picking that one up. The third tick is about to come in now for skill issue here, but they still have to deal with these tanky bodies. Azor is here, and he's got the heal of a robot to actually keep him topped off for the most part. And of course, again, around this point, there are so many health packs to really be able to utilize here as Nox finds one more pick onto Victus. Killer Umbrellas does answer back, though.
Oh, gets a little bit of a CC here on Tilter, but not going to be enough to actually pull anything off. And it looks like with all of these picks, defense is probably going to just back up and, yeah, give up this site for now and just try to at least get back to this choke point. And this is actually a big issue for them. They lost a few suits on this defense right as it was taken, right as point A was taken. So this might be an immediate push through this choke point. We are going to see the immediate sneak over, but I don't know if this is the best offensive position for the Gym Sniper. We're probably going to see a switch at this point.
Yeah, mistakes were made there, but at least he went for it at this point. That does allow Tekka, though, to try and reestablish themselves until a pick comes out. And there it is, the turn A butterfly opening things up. Invictus about to find one more. It looks like the rest of the squad is here to follow up on it. Hawklight going down now. And it's very similar story to what we had in our first half here, but they weren't able to cleanly clean up quite yet. Tekka ends up losing out on Dark Infestor. And now they're back onto the point. Nice grab from behind as they chase him down. They've got 4 members on the point. They'll be able to back away. Astor has gone down, though. Fortunately for Tekka here, as now skill issue continuing to push onto the point.
Oh, yeah, and we're seeing the Screaming Nimbus. That's going to put Davester into a down state. And this is going to at least be, I think, one more pushback on the side of the defense. Great take back. And yeah, just before the second tick was pulled off. Remember, again, just basically, you can see right there, just on the score, it wasn't quite taken on the offensive side for Tekka Dynasty. So we don't need to see skill issue get all the way. Just, I don't know, like 3/4 plus another half of that little quarter.
Yeah. Killer Umbrellas hasn't swapped off that Gem Sniper yet, though, and so that's kind of surprising. Never mind, there it is. As soon as I mentioned it, he is going to go ahead and pick up that Exia. So a little bit more backline presence, and of course, verticality as well. And so if you really do need a challenge for that backside B high ground, you can definitely do that for now. The Ashmore on the right-hand side, Nox being chased down. It looks like Screaming the Mist will be utilized, but the rest of the team have not charged up. Even though the space is created there, you can see that the defense were able to actually just fall back on that and not really have to worry about it.
Yeah, and that's going to be kind of an unfortunate maybe waste. I mean, it looks like a lot of suits on both sides really are going down right here. We actually have to see, the turn A run away and get the heal, but yeah, you're going to have to run away regardless. So that's a really unfortunate waste of what can be one of the most impactful G maneuvers in the game with that Screaming Nimbus, especially on this site where you can potentially knock some people into the water. You can get them caught in these corners, like where this health pack is, but we're not going to have that for at least another 40 seconds, probably 30 seconds.
Yeah, and there's a minute 40 seconds remaining here for skill issue. And remember, they were not able to secure that second tick. And so now they still have to secure basically 50 more percentage points on point B to get that win here. Throughout all of this, though, you can see now the jump over coming on out, and there's only one player there to try and deny it, and that's the Sazabi, but he can't really do much about it. Davester now in the back line has a lot of room to work with, but it's the turn A that he has to run away from. That overhead throw was missed as Evictus does find a knock onto Asor, and now Dark Infestor going down. Here comes the butterfly out from Evictus to open things up, and that's going to be skill issue now. Charging forward to try and find a few more picks as teams are scrambling in. Second tick coming on in. Here's the third, but they need a few more percentage points coming on in. Jace Lane now charging forward. They've got that Screaming Nimbus opening things up. He's trying to knock them off, but he's not getting the value quite yet. A robot getting the res onto one, trying to keep his team still alive here as that butterfly comes out from Gasman this time around. And it looks like the defense will be able to hold as Gasman picks up 3.
Yeah, now only 30 seconds left. They don't need, I mean, they got to the third tick, it looks like, but they're actually still holding the site. It looks like potentially the defense pushed up a little bit far forward, but now with only 25 seconds left, it looks like the offense has maybe staggered themselves a little bit too much. This might not be enough. This could potentially go to overtime since it's this close an actual score. 15 seconds. We can see they're making one final push. There is maybe enough time for this Ashmar to try and fly over to try and at least enable overtime. 8 seconds left. You got to move now.
Looks like Killer Umbrellas is going to be the first one to go down. Tilter does have his G maneuver, but he only finds one, and someone needs to get on the point. No! That's going to be Tekka Dynasty sending us to map number 3.
Oh no, I can't believe that actually, I know this is the weirdest thing ever to say, but that could have absolutely been a punch, an Ashmore punch G maneuver to maneuver onto the point, and that would have for sure gotten there in time to start the overtime. And I know that obviously that's a little bit of a waste, but hey, you do whatever you can do to get that overtime, because that is all that matters at that point. And that is, I mean, I understand it was a juicy punch to get, just seeing that single target there, but somebody had to be on point. Somebody had to get on point right there. Maybe there was some miscommunication. It looked like there was enough time, even maybe just like the Ashmore flying over or somebody just managing to do something. But it's unfortunate. You hate to see it, but what I do love to see is a 3-map set.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember exactly what our third map was. It's going to be actually Quarry for the Decider here, and that's so surprising because it's typically for our events where we get 2 zeros all day long for day number 1, and then in the grand finals that's where we get that third map. But no, this time around it's going to be our first match of the event where we actually go to map number 3.
Yeah, and especially with such a close game too. I mean, you love to see it. I mean, that was really, really, really close within the final 1/4 of the score that you needed for that map. So we tend to see sometimes some more dominant games on Harbor City, but just with the way that they've played on both of the previous maps, even though it was I would say a little bit less close on Flak Fort, I feel like we're going to have a really good match. And they, of course, none of these teams decided to go any of the like domination missions. They decided to go entirely the kind of like push objective missions. We started off with the point capture and then going to another point capture, and then third we're going to go to a destruction. So we are going to get kind of a similar pace, and I think Corey is kind of a similar level to these. You know, not too close quarters. It's going to be, I'd say, more close quarters than some of these other levels, but overall, it's going to be, I think, pretty similar. I think we're in for a good match.
Yeah, especially for a squad that is sticking with this Barbados pick. I think Corey is going to be fantastic for them. It's a much easier, I would say, to play Barbados on this map than particularly their Harbor City, where you have a lot of open sight lines. A lot of the snipers can see you coming from a mile away. You did see that he did have some difficulty in the end. They're trying to get into the back line with that Barbados. But here in particular, especially on what I believe point B, that Barbados on that initial plant is so strong.
Yeah. I actually can't believe almost that they decided to stick with that Barbados on, for Davester on the push for point A. I mean, on defense, at least you can kind of hide in the buildings, and if anybody gets close to you, you just smack them. But to actually take that on offense and run with it, that is some real true dedication. And, these, of course, are all great players. A lot of these players have placed extremely high in a lot of the previous events. It's not like this is just like some sort of meme pick. We do know, of course, that as a player who's been playing the Barbados for quite a while, and I mean, you love to see it, but I do agree with you that that was, I would say, a disadvantageous point to be playing that suit, and we're going to go now into maybe the best of all of the situations to be playing that suit. Especially, the start of Quarry has so many of those walls to jump over. I always like to liken the start of Quarry to almost like a paintball, like speedball type map, where there's a bunch of just these like kind of these straight like pieces of cover, these straight walls that you have to manually get around. And so anybody who can get over them, or realistically just over them, is going to have such a huge advantage as far as like the surprise factor. Plus, then there's less places to get away here than even like that B choke point on Harbor City. So, we see a lot of people holding back that box. If there's one Barbados jump over into a slam, that could be like 3 suits, and then that could be the point, and then that could be the game. So I'm excited to see it. But what do you think about the fact that we're still seeing the Sazabi on the side of Tekka Dynasty? Because we've kind of been going back and forth about this over the past 3 events, kind of, really.
Yeah, even though like he's received some buffs, ultimately I just don't feel like he's kind of in the state that you need him to be. The passive buff, especially with the nerf that came into RX-78, right? He doesn't have, the RX-78 now has what, 3-second longer cooldown on the Hyper Hammer, means that you're a little bit safer to play this as Zabi, but with Barbados still in line, with Exia still being utilized here, he fell a lot out of favor over our last 2 events. Saw a little bit of uptick in the last one though, during Gundam's Grace, but overall I feel like there are a lot more better options right now. Being able to play a bit more mobility focused instead of clumping up and playing death ball that we kind of expected the meta to be 2 months ago, but it did not pan out that way. So I feel like Sazabi might be one of the weaker points so far for the team, but it's not a huge sticking point.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, the teams are 1-1, so it's not like any of these picks for any of these teams are like, oh, this is a throw or anything. It's just interesting to think about all the interactions per se, and actually between those 2 picks, kind of the unique picks of the teams, the Sazabi and the Barbados, because the Barbados is, of course, in its own way, like you said, a counter to the Sazabi. So I'm surprised we haven't actually seen like either a change or like kind of like a solo targeting because of that. But here we go. We're actually going to see the comps off the bat, and we are going to see pretty much exactly what we saw previously. I don't think I see anything too different. Oh, actually, we're going to see a Barbados on both sides here. Gasman switching from the turn A to the Barbados.
I'm surprised because, again, we were mentioning how strong Turn A ended up being on this map in particular during our last event. But, hey, he wants to play Brawler versus Brawler. This is a bit more of a death ball. Try to create openings for Dark Infestor, and particularly on that Pale Rider. Now, we do see that a lot of teams don't really even try to contest that high ground, so that will leave it available for Tekka Dynasty if they want to try and get him up there. But Davester is actually camped up there with that Barbados for now. But here comes the first dive into the back line. Astor stays alive, but not for long. Oh, it looks like 3 members will go down for Tekka Dynasty here. They're just going to have to reset here on the push.
Yeah, that was a really cool push. I mean, that was basically exactly what I was talking about. You know, this box that we're seeing right here is exactly what I was talking about. We see a ton of groups, you know, choose Unicorn Gundam, and they group up back there. Of course, we're not going to see the Unicorn Gundam here, but, you know, one jump over into a slam could really put a lot of damage on that team. And we almost saw it, but it was an amazing reaction from the side of Tekka Dynasty to not get... I'm sorry, from skill issue to not get hit by Tekka Dynasty's push. But here we go, going for the second push.
Yeah, Infestor was able to actually rip apart that that Barbados, who's trying to hold the high ground there. And it looked like it was a two-pronged attack this time around. A little bit more coordinated for Tekka Dynasty here as he finds one more. They've got the waypoint as well. Now they're barreling forward for that A site. And this is going to be fantastic because, again, they do have a lot of mobility. They have a lot of different units that can actually contest for that high ground. So Invictus shouldn't have this for free, but they have to deal with Dave's turn to the back line. You can see them trying to peel for the back, and somehow that grab actually misses at the end.
Oh no, the fighting game player and me seeing a command grab just barely whiff is immediately painful, but this does look like it's going to still be a hold, I think. I don't think enough of the players on the side of skill issue went down, but we're going to see the immediate transition over for Tekka Dynasty to be pushing B, which is a much more common push that we've seen on broadcast. Oh, we're going to see the duel, and we're going to see the escape from Davester, the 1v1, the slam, but Davester doesn't get off anything. However, we're going to see the reverse grab, and that is going to be a one-for-one trade, the Barbados Classic.
Yeah, it's still looking great for skill issue now here on the defense here, as the butterfly was actually used by Invictus, and this is one of the hard points to really utilize that if you're not on the second floor with that turn A Gundam. J-Slay, though, winning out on his 1v1, actually gets the help of his Pale Rider player now. And you can see now the offense, they've got some G maneuvers online, but they are just staggering here, and they can't do this. They are starting to run out of time. They've got 1 minute and 45 seconds to work with, and they're still losing out on players. The make charge is going down on point A, though.
Yeah, it looks like it was planted, but like I mentioned earlier, it looks like point A is, it can be a very tough one to defend. It's just a strange point, right? We tend to see the B because the brawl, I think, just is a little bit more consistent for both sides. It's whoever wins the brawl, but there's so many angles on A. This is going to be really, really tough for both sides, right? This is just not going to be easy for anybody. We are going to see immediately 2 players go down on the side of skill issue. Nox is sitting up on top, actually, holding the high ground, kind of defending with the defender spots. And oh, look at this, holding the tight corners is Gasman with Barbados. Very, very smart, getting ready for potentially maybe the counter plant if A did manage to get, I guess, disarmed.
Yeah, they're running out of time, though. 15 seconds left, and there are so many G maneuvers online. Nox has that punch just to come in that last second to try and stop the defuse. Astor has actually popped out those funnels as well, and now you can see how tanky the Suzabe can be, especially playing around a health pack. Only a few seconds remaining, but no one is able to touch that point. Gasman is there to interrupt, and now we're going to the second half of the map. Now, Killer Umbrella does end up finding one, but you can see he's getting chased down along with Tilter as well, and this is a bad stagger.
Yeah, this is one of the worst things that can happen is you commit a little bit too much to a defense that maybe just isn't even going to happen. It is not even going to work. Sometimes you just have to accept that you need to move back and hold a different choke point. But right now, it looks like we're going to get a little bit of a regroup on both sides. Davester, once again, not quite getting the shot that he needs. He is going to get that health pack right as it spawns. Amazing timing. So he's going to be distracting some players in here. Gasman on the other Barbados, just jumping around. Might get taken down, but again, just barely escaping. Very nice mobility on the sides of both Barbadoses.
That's going to be 2 going down for the offense, though, and now they haven't been able to even get onto the point quite yet, despite the defense actually falling back and almost getting staggered there. They have been able to reestablish themselves. They've got 3 G maneuvers online. Killer Umbrella is also close to that Hades as well, with 2 minutes left to go. Honestly, they have so many G maneuvers available just to win out fights with utilizing one. Davester trying to take the 1v1 against A-Stor in the back line. He was trying to go for that waypoint, but it looks like they won't be able to keep that up for themselves.
You know, we were talking about the potential, like, the interactions between these 2 suits, and there we go. If you don't get your shot, then, of course, the great aim on the side of SR is going to melt you pretty quickly if you are that close to them. So, good stuff. But here we go. Offense has 1 minute 30 seconds left. They are going to be pushing through this choke point, which can be a very scary spot. But again, Davester not quite getting the shot that he needs. We are going to see, it looks like that was the G maneuver, and we're going to see, oh, so much of the offense going down. I would have have to assume there's probably enough of the offense going down that this is going to be retaken. Yeah, this is going to be retaken waypoint, and now we are going to have to start fresh anew. We are going to see some G maneuvers going down, but that was still not that many on the side of the defense. You know, that was mainly Davester's G maneuver. Invictus is about to be up. We're actually about to be 5 up on the side of defense for G maneuvers.
Yeah, this is looking really bad for Tekka Dynasty. They have a minute and they haven't even been able to touch a point yet. Like I said, for skill issue, they have all the tools available for them. Screaming Nimbus is probably what's going to be popped here more than anything else. You can see Jay Slay now starting to set up for it, waiting for them to try and funnel on in. It might be a last-minute dash. They really only have one fight left. They were able to at least secure the waypoint for themselves, but I don't even know if it's going to matter here now. 5 G maneuvers online, and for Tekka Dynasty, they don't have one even close. Gasman, maybe, but the Screaming Nimbus has been used just to stop it. The Mega Charge going down. There's the Butterfly as well. Everything is getting thrown against the wall. Looks like the only thing not used, never mind, the Hades is going to get popped at the last second as well. Now, with only 15 seconds remaining, that's a full team wipe onto Tekka Dynasty. Skill issue have not taken over the waypoint quite yet, but this is still might just be enough for them.
Yeah, there is a chance to at least walk over, but this isn't going to be where, you know, just like point capture where you just have to touch the point. Like, you have to actually start planting the bomb. So, wow, okay, hold on a minute. It looks like we actually might get an arm on a Mega Charge. I was talking about how difficult it was, but somehow pulls it off on the B side. We're still going to see a majority of the offensive side going down, but a ton of players on defense as well going down. And it does look like we've got at least one suit still up there just guarding that B side, maybe 2, 3, 4 actually. It looks like offense is going to start getting a pretty good angle on defending B, and this is suddenly not quite as easy of a win on defense.
Yeah, Astor has his funnels up. Gasman is close to his ultimate as well, and he's able to get into the backline. Find one. Tilter going down, and somehow they have turned the tide. Victus tries to charge forward, but Astor is able to dodge that for just a second, still delaying things on out as Victus is going to try and hit that defuse, but he still needs to clear out the rest of the site. Getting chased down now. Gasman still holding on to that G maneuver. He can pop that at any moment. He's trying to wait for as long as possible and finally uses it there. Gasman now going on in. Victus will fall, and somehow Tekka Dynasty is keeping this map alive. 5 seconds, no one even close to that point, and they will get the Mega Charge off in the end. And it looked like it was just an overcommittal. It's like, you know, the victory, you know, you saw the finish line there, and skill issue ended up popping 5 G maneuvers, thinking this map was over. But the simple fact that they didn't get the waypoint allowed TK to come back in, Tekka Dynasty to come back in that last moment and actually get that Mega Charge down.
Yeah, that's actually unbelievable. Oh, look at those stats. Look at that damage from Chase Slay. But that is, I really think that maybe they'd already thought that they'd won, you know? I mean, we don't know for sure. Of course, we'd have to ask the team afterwards, but I think there might have been a chance that they just didn't even realize that there was somebody within that range to plant. And of course, I believe it was the Exia kind of dashing over, you know, from the side of Nox, being able to like just kind of like do the whole air maneuver, the like triple dash thing over the mountain, and barely getting that in time. And it even seemed like there was players on defense there. So I'm not sure exactly what happened, but that was a beautiful, beautiful play. 1 second left within that overtime, just managed to touch it one single time, then come back and then fully planted. It must have been just one of the greatest jukes of all time. So great stuff. But now we're going to have to see if skill issue can turn things around, because it did feel like they were winning a lot of the situations until they weren't, if that makes sense.
Again, it was just overcommittal there when what they thought was going to be the last fight. 5 G maneuvers being utilized there. Killer Umbrellas, I believe, was the last one to pop with that Hades, but they definitely didn't need to pop all 5 of their G maneuvers. I believe, yeah, it was Gasman who was able to make it over that wall, but Tilter had a napalm down there and ready, actually pulls him off. So Gasman had to run away. He had maybe 400 HP remaining, and then came back once again for that second plant while everyone else was focused on the waypoint coming on in. But here we go. It's going to be the offense now for skill issue. I don't think they really changed much up here. They do have Killer Umbrellas on that Exia ready to dive in with the Davester. Barbados here, we saw that first push coming out from Tekka Dynasty. They tried to jump over that wall. You can see Gasman is playing that same similar position with Barbados, just controlling that high ground.
Yeah, this is this is a great spot to hold, honestly, on defense for the Barbados, because you can jump to like one of 3 different areas wherever you need to be, right? You just use that mobility, but oh, it looks like we're gonna have the Barbados versus Barbados again, and Gasman once again gonna come out on top of that. Of course, this wasn't exactly 1v1. This is more of like a holy crap, there's Barbados above me. But again, this is like the exact same thing that happened. It's the exact mirror of the previous round, where we're gonna see the 1v1 Barbados, and the Barbados loses to the turn A. So weird mirroring. We're just watching a replay, I think, just in different areas of the map.
Overextension, though, coming out from Tekka Dynasty there, ended up losing out on Hawklight. And you kind of want that extra armor for that Dom, with the presence of being able to spam around the corners as well. And that's going to allow Skill Issue now to charge forward and get that waypoint. Killer Umbrellas in a 2v1 in the back line does have Nox there, but never mind. All of a sudden, it's a 5v2 as all of Skill Issue charges forward now for point A.
Yeah, again, interesting to prioritize point A. We've seen 99.9%. We've literally seen only one time where A was prioritized in these previous tournaments, and it did work out, but now we've seen both teams prioritize A here, and we are going to see a trade again, 1-for-1 Davester going down, Hawklight on the other side, and we're going to see this high ground being held by Tilter, which is just such a great spot for this Ashmore, but Dark Investor actually managing to get up there and try to challenge it himself.
Yeah, you got to be careful, though. Gasman has fallen here for Tekka Dynasty, and so unfortunately, despite getting that 2-kill opening and that advantage, they will not be able to get much more, and so they have to reapproach this one. Still 4 members here for Skill Issue, and they are kind of funneling into this one a little bit too much. You can see Hawklight has given up that high ground, and now he's getting chased down by Davester. He should have the rest of his team here to back him up. Jay Slade and Tilter now getting flanked as Gasman comes in from behind, and that will be Tekka Dynasty finding a few more along with that res on the Hawklight.
Yeah, and this can for sure be one of the reasons why I think you don't want to prioritize A, is if you don't get that initial push off, you start just funneling through, and it is a very easy choke point or set of choke points for the defensive team to just look at, hit you with long range stuff. They can be sitting at a number of different angles. It's not like you can just shoot back at them in one particular spot. And I think that's why we tend to see B, right? You force them into a brawl, into a closer range brawl. Oh, I didn't even notice that it looks like we had the retake here on the waypoint. So very, very smart stuff from the defensive side. Looks like we're getting it back again, but it looks like the push may go to B this time, and it definitely has already.
But Nox is turning things around despite being able to get the Mega Charge down onto point B. Nox with that Trans Down finds maybe the 4th kill in just a moment, narrowly missing that out, but they will be able to pick that one up onto Invictus. And now they don't even have the waypoint because of Gasman playing that flanker, playing that backliner, winning his duel up against the Barbados. And that's going to allow them to go for that defuse. Gasman is back here once again. Jay Slay caught out by himself, will fall. Gasman picking that one up. Tekka Dynasty turning things around here as that Screaming Nimbus is utilized to chase down the rest of the members of Skill Issue. The Hades being utilized here as well. So a lot of G maneuvers actually used on this push. But on the side of Skill Issue, they've only got Davester's G maneuver coming up now with only 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that was such a great coordinated defensive push, just with all those G maneuvers at the same time. But I mean, now they don't have any. Regardless, the other side is only going to have Davesters potentially. We are going to see, though, actually the... Oh, I'm sorry. There was 2 just activated as I spoke, because I was looking at the wrong thing. And they're going to use that to get this final push on B. They are going to get that waypoint potentially, or actually they don't even control it right now. Nobody controls it, but this needs to be the push that makes it happen. We're going to see Davester go down. Memphis on the other side, a robot going down as well. This high ground for the Dom is huge, but it looks like we're actually going to see a push on both sides. Kind of a split push, and will this flank go off?
No, Tilter is not able to finish that one off. And so that means Tekka Dynasty, despite losing out of the first map, they are going to be able to bring this one back and get the dub here on Corey, sending themselves on to the next round in the upper bracket.
Yeah, wow. That was an extremely strong hold. I have to say, I was very impressed by the switch to the Barbados from Gasman. That was a really, really effective switch, and it's tough too. You know, you have a Barbados specialist on the other side. Do you really want to try to kind of match Barbados for Barbados? But I think it worked beautifully, especially on that map. And I wonder if this is a suit that we're going to be seeing more as the day goes on.
I mean, the Brawler Bash Brothers combo coming out from Gasman and Nox with that Exia, with that Barbados. Played this one expertly. Nox actually holding on to his Trans Amps for some huge value throughout this map, especially on Corey. It was fantastic to see, but yeah, like you said, getting that pickup from Gasman, making that swap off onto the Barbados, it looked like he was definitely practiced on it.
Oh, for sure, 100%. I mean, just landing so many shots. I gotta say, you know, I've personally tried Barbados so many times. I want to make that suit work. I am just so bad at that suit. I cannot explain how bad I am. It feels like all of my hitboxes are like 1 inch in front of me, and everybody else that I play, they're like a mile in front of me. So the point is that that suit is very actually hard to play at a high competitive level, right? Like, sure, you can go literally stomp scrubs with the character, but like when you see these players play with Barbados, it is so impressive because the mobility on the other side when you're trying to, you know, the people you're trying to hit is going to be strong. You know, at this level of competition, it's going to be strong. So great stuff to all the Barbados players so far.
Yeah, and again, I was not really expecting Barbados to have the kind of presence that it has so far. I mean, this is still the first match of the day. We still have plenty to see, but I'm glad that we are seeing a shakeup in terms of the compositions, right? For the last few events, it's been fairly Pale Rider centric, I guess is the best way to put it. We had a smattering of that turn A, but it looks like maybe for this one or for this go around, it might actually be the Barbados.
Yeah, I mean, also the turn A's though, right? I mean, we've seen the turn A's do really well on this this I guess set this set, all of the maps that we've seen this set. So I'm glad that we're continuing to see differences in team comps overall, basically is what I'm trying to say. And I mean, really well fought. Again, I just want to reiterate that Tekka Dynasty has only 2 of their previous players from the previous tournaments. They have entered every single tournament so far as Team Tekka, but Dark Infestor and one other that I'm totally blanking on right now are the only ones remaining. They have a bunch of new pickups, and it looks like they're gelling really well together as a team. So that is that's really great to see. But I do believe that while we set up for the next match, we are going to be going to a short break. Can I get is that true, production? I just want to make sure. I want to make 100% sure. We've got a lot going on here. Again, we're so glad that we have the spectator client, so we get the chance to see everything. Okay, so that is a confirmation that we are going to be going to a short break as we set up for the next match. So don't go anywhere because we're going to be back with more Celestial Assault right after this.
Ground, but this might actually work out for him. The Zanabi's battling, but it's going to be the Exia coming in to pick up 2. Pale Rider pushing forward off of that, but he will end up going down. D, though, trades away his life as the fight still takes place on the point. Duke still in Trans Am right now. It will end, and that is the defensive hold. Trans Am now going in for Duke. He's extremely low HP, though, and he will fall, but he's done enough to open up the point. I believe 1 player, maybe 2, still remaining there on the defense for Gundam Unicorn, and the Hades will be expelled now. And them is going to get shut down in just a moment, but they're not able to finish off this Exia quite yet. James gets some value, but the defenders are still coming back in.
Oh, yeah, they are just making their way back. Like BOZOS are pretty grouped up here. They need to find a way to retake this. Oh, and look at a lot of low HP. Suits on the bottom, but the melee did not hit the Sazabi shield. The Sazabi shield was able to stay up around everybody's line of sights.
Oh, they're waiting for that engage, and there it is, the dash on in to take out Focus. You're seeing the kind of attention that right now Gundam Unicorn are putting on to getting to that health pack to the point in time to contest, and he finds Enders there.
Point, so BOZOS isn't going to be getting anything out of this. Things are pretty much all tied up, and we're going to be for the very first time, I believe, in this round.
That is a Hades being committed by Gundam Unicorn and Nimbus. The high ground has been established, though, for this Hades now. As Tism goes in on the field, the Hades will be enough to clean up Gundam Unicorn. The defense is holding a little bit stronger there, especially with the Trans Am coming in and Exia flank coming out from Team BOZOS. That's going to be Duke in the back line, pulling them back. They do find a knock onto Spoon. That's the Gundam Unicorn going down. Ashamar now in, along with James on the Exia, and that's
I believe in the low ground. We've seen them hold that position at least to be the one who captures a decent amount, but wow, this is aggressive.
They are pushing all the way up the spawn essentially here. They only lose out on their Dom throughout all of this. It's basically a 6-for-1 exchange.
They decided, oh, let's back up. Let's regroup first. We see some people are coming back up, but here we go. They are trapped in this hallway. This can be such a deadly place to fight, but it looks like the Pale Riders are going to go down. Tism not... And welcome back, everybody, to Celestial Assault, presented by the Gundam Evolution New Type League. And once again, we are part of the Pilot Academy, which is so sick. Of course, these players are going to be playing for those points to potentially qualify at the end of the season. But I am EGP Wonder Chef, joined by James Jamerson Lee once again. We're 1 match down, and we've got quite a few more to go.
Yeah, and I mean, what a way to start off the day. Typically, we don't see a 2-1 scoreline. It's always been 2-0 throughout the upper bracket for the most part when it came to these events. But our first match of the day going to map number 3, that was a nice treat to have.
Yeah, and some really close matches as well. You know, we've started off with, you know, maybe some newer teams before that have gone up against a little bit more experienced teams. But I feel like as we're getting further and further into this game's competitive life, we're starting to see a lot of players that have really gained that experience, that competitive experience. I would say almost the majority of these players in the tournament, although maybe not on the same teams that they're on, have competed in a lot of these Breakout series events. So you love to see it. You love to see them all grow as players. But we are going to be moving on now to our next match, which does contain, again, some familiar teams. I feel like I've said this every single event now, but some familiar teams with some not as familiar players for the team. So our first team is going to be BOZOS, which we actually got a chance to see in that previous video during the break. Of course, we're our champions for the Halloween Havoc event a few months ago, but it is a very different BOZOS, as I believe there might only be 1 or 2 players who are actually remaining from that team.
Players that I remember from that composition, I believe, as well. On the other side, it's going to be IQ that are coming in. Victus, Fusion Blackie, Chaotic Bacon. I mean, Fusion Blackie, I believe, was one of the turn A players that were turning heads throughout our last event.
Yeah, almost the turn A player. I believe that was the player who actually managed to pull off that super sick like double kill to defend the bomb that we were talking about earlier on Quarry before. So we are going to get a chance to see them again. And you know, IQ is one of our two teams. I believe it was IQ and Portland Burnsiders that actually have the majority of their teams being carried over from previous events. So we for sure know that this is a strong team. I believe they got 4th place in our previous event. And you know, with that showing that we saw, of course, from that particular play, but just their entire team together was extremely solid, and they're going to continue on. So this is going to be a familiar team with not many of the same players, and a familiar team with mostly the same players. So you'll have to see the consistency. I'm sure there's some good synergy just amongst them as, you know, human beings. I'm sure there's a lot of friendliness within that. They're probably friends in real life or from other games or something like that. But with all the roster changes, you expect to see a little bit more. I like to see the consistency.
Yeah, and speaking of consistency, I mean, if our first match of the day was any kind of indicator, being able to see more turn A, especially like we said, off of Fusion Blackie, is going to be fantastic. But let's get into our map picks and bans. Like we mentioned, we do have a swap in our map pool. Colony Trading Post, our newest map, is going to get banned again.
Stop
and
it.
I mean, I can understand, right? Like maybe teams just don't have as much experience. They kind of just want to get that out of the map pool. So I understand going for that ban. Harbor City is our second ban of this set.
They heard that those are my two favorite maps visually, and they were like, no, you can't have either of those. But we are, of course, down with our more consistent maps. Thermoplant. Okay. So I was gonna say we've got 3 of our most popular maps here remaining. Thermoplant is not one of those. It's one of the rarest that we've actually seen, I believe, on just any of these Breakout series events. So that is a really interesting first pick. Of course, that's going to be a very chaotic close-up domination mission. So maybe we're going to see some different team comps for that one.
And that still leaves Mountain R&D, so we might get double domination. We'll find out in just a moment. Of course, teams do like to fall back on Flag Fort, but now it is going to be Mountain R&D. So 2 maps in a row of domination. I mean, I feel like Thermoplant itself might actually just set the pace, and whichever team ends up winning that first map might end up walking away with map number 2 as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a chaotic set. Regardless. Okay, we're gonna see Flak Fort banned. I would say overall Flak Fort is the most like the slowest pace map of all of these remaining. I get a feeling that these, I was actually gonna say I get a feeling that we're gonna see Quarry probably, because there can be those close inside brawls for I guess it's probably got the most close inside brawls of any of the either destruction or point capture missions. So this is going to be a lot of close-up fighting, almost guaranteed. If you choose to go to B, especially on Quarry, you're basically playing the same range as like a domination mission until you have to get at least to that second set of bomb sites. But I don't even know if we're going to get there, because like you said, if one team is better at these close-up domination style brawls, then they might just sweep the entire set in 2 games.
Yeah, and we got to see a lot of Barbados, and if we're going to talk about brawlers, we have to talk about Barbados coming in off of our first set. Gasman picking that one up, really showing off what you can do with that. But when it's compounded with a second brawler, the Exia being utilized here, it is extremely potent. And on both of those maps, on both Thermoplant and Mountain R&D, that combo is just so deadly.
Yeah, and that was actually one of my big questions over this event, is how many Exias are we actually going to see? Of course, we know that Exia is still strong if used correctly, but Exia was, I would say, one of the suits that was hit the hardest over the previous 2 patches since our previous event. So it could be one of those things where it's like, okay, yeah, it's still good, but maybe we just shift to a different strategy. And of course, we have already seen it. In fact, I want to say like be the solo reason why we saw a win on one of the points. We did manage to use that mobility to get over the mountain on the second set of Quarry, the second set of bombs on Quarry, and then get that like sneak plant with the juke. So already, you know, it's worked really well. It's done a lot of damage. Like you were just mentioning, the double brawler has been working out really well. But I still, amongst the other teams, I'm curious how much Exia we're going to see. Are we still going to see a near 100% Exia rate? Because without a doubt, it was like the most picked suit. That was the one of the only ones that was almost never subbed out on any of the winning teams before. But especially now on domination, I'd have to expect that we're going to probably see a good chance of Exias.
Yeah, I mean, Exia, even though it did suffer some pretty large nerfs, right? The damage for its dagger has been reduced along with its headshot multiplier. I believe it's down to 1.7 instead of 2.0, like all the other headshot multipliers are. And that does, of course, also mean that the Trans Am comes up less often. And so it was actually a pretty big nerf to it, but just the simple fact that it has so much mobility, it still has a lot of deadliness in its kit. We're still seeing it being utilized right now. Just the simple fact that it basically has 6 dashes, it's kind of unheard of, and they haven't touched that aspect of its kit. So it's still going to be extremely potent. And when it comes down to these two maps in particular, Mountain RMD and Thermal Plant, it's able to utilize that mobility, especially its verticality, extremely well.
Oh yeah, being able to get those flanks, and also just the fact that it is melee, which means that it is going to automatically counter any sort of shield options, which, you know, we might see, we might not see, but it's not like you have to sacrifice anything for it. So I think there is, of course, a good chance we're going to see that. The big question also, now that we've seen the first set of the day, is are we going to see a bunch of Barbados over time? I think personally that Thermal Plant is one of the best Barbados maps in the game, especially when you get to that point C. It can be just so good at sneaking through all the different little side angles, that using that mobility of the jump to be able to threaten both sides, or sorry, I should say both levels of that point at the same time. And all of the little, I guess, hallways are exactly the size of its hitboxes. So I'm a personal fan of it on Thermal Plant. I've always been a fan of it on Thermal Plant, which is not always the most common thing to see, right? It's one of the least picked maps, I think, in the entire Breakout series so far. But if we're going here first, I would personally like to see it at least.
Yeah, again, it's just when you talk about that verticality, it's so important on Thermal Plant, like you said, Site A and Site C, even for Mountain R&D as well. You can utilize that center drop point to get over to a health pack if the ones on the outsides are taken. There are a lot of different ways that you can approach it with both Exia and Barbados. So I definitely see maybe both teams picking this one up. Of course, it does come down to who the teams were able to pick up. We talked about it. Huge roster changes, and trying to find yourself a Barbados specialist or an Exia specialist can be incredibly hard.
Yeah, so as far as BOZOS goes, the only player that we know for sure has at least been like a committed player to a suit is Be Their Shield, which was, of course, amply, you know, named Shield with as using the Sazabi, so, you know, an actual tank player. So that is going to be, I mean, it's going to be a good suit on here, but you're going to know that there's going to be a shield, right? So you got to think about that when going into the matchup. And maybe it'll affect your decisions. Maybe it won't. Maybe you just go with what you have. But wait, is this Thermal Plant?
We're starting on Quarry? I think something might have gone wrong with this, or maybe I don't know. Never mind. Let's just go with it. Teams are playing it like they are actually going for this one. So the Ashmar Nitro Genocide trying to find that first little peak. We'll see though if there is a Barbados up here. No, it's the Gundam Unicorn coming out for the defensive side. They do have Chaotic actually on that Barbados, the first one to fall.
Yeah, tried to hold that angle up there, but they were so ready. That is a huge coordinated push, and it looks like they're all going to also coordinate to push back around aside that little defensive box, and they're going to be doing a lot of damage. However, they're kind of putting themselves into a choke point here, and it looks like they're taking a lot of damage. Fusion Black is going to go down, but aside from that, I mean, just so many suits on the offensive side are going to be the ones that are falling, and this looks like it's going to have to be a reset.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to get much with a Sazabi and the Pale Rider. The Pale Rider has fallen here. You can see now for the defense, they're going to go ahead and set up once more. Merle is on the back line on that left side, deathballing it up with his squad. We'll see in just a moment if they want to try and approach for a two-pronged attack, or if they just want to try and all barrel down on the left side. They are regrouping once again, but you can see Chaotic is up there with that Barbados once more. Doesn't look like he's going to give up that high ground quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, it is a nice spot to hold. It was just you got super focused, but okay, here we go. Let's see if being up there is going to give any sort of advantage here. No, we're not actually going to see the Barbados does take down Be Their Shield. Like I said, that is going to be one of the biggest counters to, of course, any sort of shield unit. And it's actually Chaotic is just running havoc in this little spot, and that is going to be once again an offensive reset. They're going to have to regroup, reheal. However, a lot of players actually down on the defensive side, so they might just go for a quick push here.
Yeah, Chaotic is set up on that high ground once again, but that peel, when you're that defense, you try to back away, buy some time for your Barbados come on in, and it looks like they're taking their time on the offense to try and go in. Fusion Blackie gets sent back because of that Gundam Unicorn. Chaotic finds one. That's a 1-for-1 exchange, but Nitro Genocide is caught out 2v1, and he will fall.
Ooh, yeah, we might see the pickup. Wow, the pickup does actually happen. It looks like actually it wasn't there quite in time. We're going to see Exponent on sorry, just going down immediately. Exponent, I mispronounced that. But just barely staying up at 1 HP behind that shield for so long. Very impressive. But again, offense just getting picked off. They're getting so close to that relay, but they're just never quite able to take it. We do see the punch available on Nitro Genocide on this Ashamar, and that can be one of the best G maneuvers to use when they're all hiding behind that box, because you can get like a 4 hit with that.
Yeah, Merle has the Screaming Nimbus, though, and that could just be enough to shut this one down as for the BOZOS side, really, they might have to go this one dry. We'll see if Nitro Genocide wants to open things up with that punch. If they end up grouping up on the left side, that would be huge value for him. You can see, though, Chaotic finds a pick onto Wiki on that high ground, and he does back away. Does he get behind the corner? No. Wiki ends up getting res now. There's a huge advantage here for the offense. I mean, they might not even have an opportunity to try and utilize these G maneuvers. Never mind, the Screaming Nimbus comes on in, and Victus will go ahead and pop that Hades as well, just to try and deal with this. You have to remember, he is so tanky, but D will ultimately go down. The defense holds for now and sends them packing once more.
Yes, Screaming Nimbus is the great equalizer. There is not much that really just completely shuts it down. You know, it makes it so that you always have a chance to push. You always have a chance to hold off a push. And that was a great usage of it on the defense. They still have 4G maneuvers up. Nitro Genocide still holding on to that punch. Maybe has to use it pretty soon, though. We're down to less than a minute left.
Yeah, Fusion Blackie has his G maneuver, Mr. Big Large as well with that punch, and the funnel. So a lot to utilize here. And really, again, it's all about timing. It's all about trying to layer these well. The Blue Jay going into the back line finds one before he falls. That's Chaotic on the Barbados finding that kill as they pop all of their G maneuvers, basically, except for Exponent, who ends up going down before he can use it. And now with 30 seconds left to go, they just need to get Exponent back here for that final defense.
Yeah, and I mean, we did see a fight where all the G moves were used on the last defensive hold, and then it actually came back to bite them in the previous set, but we've got at least one left. As long as Exponent can actually get back in time for this, there's only 13 seconds left. It does seem like there's a good chance that he will be back, and we are going to see this final push. Be Their Shield pushing again back behind the box, but there we go. The double punch, actually from Nitro Genocide, finally paying off. However, so many on offense went down. It didn't matter, and that's the thing. Again, their push was good, but you also have to remember, you're pushing for the relay. You're not actually pushing for the point right there. So they had to get so far in not much time that they maybe even just didn't have a chance to wait for that entire regroup. But a great hold on the first point here.
Yeah, they never made it past the waypoint. We typically don't get to see these kind of full holds, and this was a complete full hold. No progress made, no mega charge going down whatsoever for BOZOS. So IQ now sitting in a perfect position now to take that early lead in this best of 3.
Yeah, this is, I mean, again, you know, I was so curious as to what was going to happen when BOZOS decided to, you know, play with a very, very different team, very different lineup this time, as opposed to IQ, who was just so solid. And you know, we're starting to see some things, but you know, we'll see as this map goes, as this set goes on. We do have, of course, the 2 domination missions. After this, it looks like we're going to actually, they switched the first and the third. It looks like maybe we were looking at it in the wrong order. So there is going to be Thermal Plant as the decider if we do get a game 3, which means that we're definitely at least going to go still to the Mountain R&D. However, they still, of course, now have to deal with this particular push. And look at this. This was, yeah, they just need to do basically anything here on offense as BOZOS.
Yeah, this is going to be so difficult for BOZOS, especially they're trying to play the Pale Rider right now into basically the double dive. But it looks like, no, they're not actually picking up Nexia on the side of IQ. So it's all going to come down to the Chaotic to go in for that first opening and try and disrupt the defense. Again, teams typically holding here on the left-hand side. Maybe you have 2 players there on the right as well, but here comes a charge on in. Exponent is able to use that axe to get over that wall just to get a nice little scan on the rest of the squad, and no presence on that high ground is going to make it free for Merle to be up there with that Dom Trooper getting free damage off onto this entire death ball. You have Blue Jay going in with that dive, but again, it's a zombie versus a zombie this time around. Exponent will be the first one to fall, and this looks like a good hold now coming out from BOZOS, only losing out on their Dom.
Yeah, this is a great first situation. In fact, yeah, we get to see the full team kill. This should be plenty of time for Dai to run back on that Dom. They've got a great positioning here. They didn't really lose too much life even within that hold. It just looked like whatever happened there, despite the fact that they did manage to get that high ground with the Dom on the offensive side. I'm surprised they didn't manage to get more damage out of that situation. But this is the first time in a while that we're actually seeing just kind of double Sazumi teams against each other. So this really could come down to who can, kind of break that front line better, and then definitely was a defensive team in that situation.
Right now, Merle actually takes some decent damage off so far, but Blue Jay ends up finding out Mr. Big Large as they charge forward. That's 2 knocks coming out, but Blue Jay is finding so much value with his Exia now. They still have to deal with this waypoint as they try and charge forward. Dai finds one more onto Exponent. Now BOZOS sending them back once more. Merle is the last player remaining. Never mind, Chaotic finds one here, but they need to go for the reset regardless.
Yeah, this is just, I mean, nothing's holding at this point in time on offense. Although, hold on a minute. There we go. That is going to be a pretty big. I don't really understand why we saw that Dom just kind of like fade by. Actually, for a second, I thought it was on the other team. I was a little bit confused, but here we go. We're going to see the big push again, but we are going to see a kind of alone Mr. Big Large right there. Eventually, they're going to be going down to a mono. Once again, might have to go to a reset. There's a few people still alive, but a lot of players on defense are finally starting to fall, so there might be a chance to kind of take this relay and start the offensive pressure.
Ooh, Merle finds one onto a mono, and so now with that opening, there's actually a chance for them to charge forward. He's already on a site, trying to get the plant, but Dai is there. So Dom versus Dom, but Merle has to be careful as he is outnumbered right now. That does actually pull apart the defense, though, and they might have an opportunity to actually just swerve on by to go over to the B site. Jay in the back line will go down. That's the Trans Am being utilized as well. Dai does have that Screaming Nimbus to utilize as Amano goes for that Hades for now. He needs to start finding value, but they are kiting back up against it. Dai with the Screaming Nimbus finds one more. This is the mega charge has gone down, and now there's only a few seconds remaining. Someone needs to try and defuse it. They do have someone on it at the time being. Will someone be able to come in for the disrupt? And they do, and so that will be IQ taking this.
Wow, yeah, that was actually really close to that and not actually happening. So really great stuff there. This was a really interesting match of Quarry. I feel like we very rarely see an entire Quarry match that's almost the majority of it is played just on that first point, on that first relay, unless it's really dominant. But this wasn't particularly dominant. There was a lot of back and forth team fighting. It's just that neither team was really able to get those first full pushes into the relay really quickly, as we tend to see a lot of other teams doing. So this might be a set of teams that are just maybe both a little bit more defensively minded. I mean, they do, of course, both have the Sazabis. They're both got a little bit more tanks stuff going on. We didn't see like the double melee comps like we were seeing before. So this might just be a little bit more of a slower pace set, which is interesting because now we're going to go to the 2 or 1 domination missions.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like definitely for the defensive sides there, when it came down to the difference between Exia and Barbados. Both of them were definitely trying to play for that counter dive, with the Barbados being a little bit more aggressive, controlling that high ground overall. On the opposite end, when we saw that second defense, there was no presence whatsoever. Merle was able to get there on that Dom, getting free damage off and being a nuisance and honestly a huge damage threat, especially when you're playing such a huge kind of like death ball-y style that are on the left-hand side, leaving things open. And I feel like that was the biggest difference maker. Having that Barbados up on that high ground really did kind of change the dynamic for the defense there on the waypoint.
Yeah, it really is looking like the Barbados is the turn A of this event as opposed to turn A from the previous Gundam's Grace event, where it's just kind of a lot of the deciding factor of a lot of these matches, which is really cool to see. Of course, a lot of people love Barbados. I know there's a lot of Iron-Blooded Orphan fans out there. I've run into a bunch of really funny names on Gundam Evolution. Shout outs to everybody who runs a funny name. But we might now see some different comps, I think, because now is the point where we're going to go from the little bit less of the controlled map over to one of the more chaotic types of maps, and then we're going to go even more chaotic. I would say Thermal Plant is maybe a little bit more chaotic than Mountain R&D. As Mountain R&D, we've seen a lot of like you hold the high ground, you play solid mid range, and then you can kind of just go from point to point to point. But even still, it's going to be a pretty big switch, and both of these teams have shown that they do have some pretty strong like melee, like flanker type proficiency. So I'm curious if we're going to see any more or if they're just going to stick with their core teams, which both honestly would be pretty good teams for a domination match.
Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised, of course, seeing both Sazabis being utilized here on either end. And if it does come down to the tank play, I mean, that is going to be super important, especially here where you do need some of the tankier bodies, where you do, if you're going to play around a unicorn from either side, having that Sazabi, having that extra tankiness will be huge with that armor. So I don't see anything actually really changing there. I mean, it seems like Deathball might be coming back more into fashion. We didn't get to see Unicorn in the first map, but it is really prevalent here.
Yes. I mean, we sometimes we see it on Quarry. Of course, we didn't this time around, but we did see it. Oh wait, no, did we see it on?
Not in the first set. Not in the first set.
Right. Yeah. So sometimes we do tend to see some unicorns on any of these, of course, these tighter levels where you get a lot closer to each other as a team. And Mountain R&D, I think that's that a lot of the time. The only issue is that, of course, sometimes you can kind of be split up between the high grounds and the low grounds on point A or C. But especially when you're on B or if you're all pushing the same area and you have that level of coordination, yeah, I think Unicorn's super great here. Methods, of course, is great too. I mean, that's one of the favorite things about this game too, as far as the meta goes, is that we do get a chance to see both of the quote unquote healers of the game. I did not knock my mic over when I was doing that. We see them both a lot, right? Both Methus and Unicorn have so many really good uses in different situations that you never feel like you're like, okay, well, we just got to pick this one. Like they're both just really unique in not only the way that they support their team, but in the way that they provide an offense as well. And in this particular map, if we are going to Mountain R&D, you can think of it more as like, okay, Unicorn can sit here and we can, death ball and we can hold this high ground, or Methus can use its mobility to be able to challenge the high ground from like a lower ground, or be able to escape from situations when you're fighting for B a little bit better, or just get like a higher shot with its, its F with its charged blast. I can't remember exactly what it's called, but it's big AoE blast on like a big group of enemies that are all death balling. So it's really just all how you want to play as a team. And the flexibility is one of my favorite things about Gun Evo.
Yeah, and when it comes to the supports, I love playing support in this game, particularly just because it feels like you're not a hard support, right? You're not like position 5 or whatever, where all you're doing is like healing and stuff. You can actually be involved in the battles. You can make a huge, you can make so many plays as a support player. Dom Trooper in particular is one of my favorites so far. Even though really all he offers is going to be that armory gun, but the Screaming Nimbus is so huge. It feels like every position is so important when it comes to Gundam Evolution right now. But swapping on over, I don't think we're going to see the Methus right now, especially because it's so hard to try and follow up with your backliners if you are playing that Methus, right? You can't provide heals for them. With the Dom, though, you can still utilize that armor gun, and then you can charge forward, of course, with the Screaming Nimbus, follow it up with that AoE armor coming out from the Gundam Unicorn. I do love the Deathball style.
Oh yeah, Dom is so good at Mountain R&D. I mean, I was just talking about potentially the two quote-unquote healer supports, but there's so many, and we are going to see the double Unicorn and the double Dom, of course. I mean, we're going to see double Dom on pretty much everything. The big differences here are, again, it's going to be the Exia for the Barbados. And whoa, they're actually already here. They're already fighting. Looks like we're going over to point C immediately, and we are going to see a lot of BOZOS going down.
Yeah, and we tend to see this, especially when we start off on the outside points, C or A here on Mountain R&D. It's going to be a huge fight over this high ground, especially when you have Sazabis in play for either side. You really do want to try and maintain that position. You want to try and get your Pale Rider up there, and Victus is playing it for IQ right now. And you can see the huge fight over. Once again, the point has initially opened up and been taken by IQ, and they get in first pick onto Die.
Yeah, that is, I mean, as we expect, you know, if you win that first high ground, you just have such a huge advantage. And look at how many IQ we can just see just standing on that high ground, continuing to hold that spot. And we usually see some pretty aggressive holds here. You know, you're looking almost at their spawn, but there's just really nowhere that they can go. And you can just so easily back up and use that high advantage cover. But wow, just gets slammed. 20 HP, just barely escaping, not quite escaping fully. But the IQ is for sure going to hold the majority of C, and it looks like next we're going to A, so we can almost look forward to that immediately, right? I don't expect that we're going to see a bunch of commitment to pushing A or to pushing C with only 10 seconds left. So now we can just see the jump over, and we might see it immediately. We are going to with less than 10 seconds left, with a little bit over 5 seconds, and now they've just got the same position.
Yeah, BOZOS needed to try and preempt that rotation as quickly as possible, but you can see how it's almost impossible to do. IQ just jumps over that hole, and there they are onto point A, and now it's very similar to the first half so far of this map right now. Be Their Shield has to be careful. He's burning down to Mr. Big Large, and the Ashmar players are actually really not talked about enough when it comes to this map because they command so much presence and just dominate the zones. But you can see now Be Their Shield wants to try and charge forward with that axe, but the Screaming Nimbus to counter engage onto them. Merle ends up finding Wiki with that, and that's going to be Exponent taking out his counterpart as well. Nice counter engage coming up from IQ.
Wow, IQ so far, I mean, it's only the first round, but they are looking dominant on this map. I mean, not just the fact that they've held the high ground from the first point, but that entire engagement was so clean. And it looks like we're going to be going back to C after A. It might be one of those matches where we never even get to B. Here we go. We got the full regroup, and let's see how the push goes. Chaotic holding a side angle, might be jumping over this wall pretty soon. I would love to see at least some slam here. Mr. Big Large getting almost picked off over on the side, but it's going to be hard to lock down that Ashmar.
It was a 1v1 versus Nitro Genocide who's trying to find that flank. He has that Ashmar punch, and we've seen it utilized before, coming in for the flank to try and get that. You can see now preempting for this rotation, and it actually works out. They went earlier on. You talked about it. You don't want to try and fight for something that's only 5 seconds remaining on a point, but somehow IQ have still turned around. Nitro Genocide finding one more, but they have finally broken open the point, and they might actually be able to get point, or at least some progress here on point C.
Yeah, this is going to be their best chance. But again, you know, they kind of pushed onto the actual point, and once again, IQ just reclaims this high ground, and you can see so many players again on BOZOS going down. This looks like this might be a 100-0. This is almost definitely going to at least initially go to the side of IQ. This is going to be one really final push. I don't think there's going to be an opportunity for a second push here. Maybe if they can get some extra time, but they've got to make this count. They're all pushing through the main entrance as well. No challenge for the high ground.
Screaming Nimbus being utilized here. Be Their Shield goes down before he even gets his funnels. It's going to be the Hades coming in for Invictus here to clean things up. Exponent has his funnels as well. Mr. Big Large has his Ashmar punch, but it doesn't even matter. They finally touched a point at the end there, but we'll see. Fusion Blackie ends up going down. That's going to be Blue Jay coming in with a Trans Am. He doesn't have a health pack here, but he's still chasing one more down. Picks up 3 before he trades away, and that is actually enough for BOZOS to keep this round alive.
Oh, they've got to hold it for 100%. They've got to hold a position now. They've got to get in position, a defensive position. They can't just be wandering around the actual point. I think the high ground is going to be just all too important here. This is not going to be a switch. It looks like we're going to see IQ try to push over from the other side. That flame grenade is going to do a huge amount of damage, but here we go. The Screaming Nimbus is going to catch 2, 3, maybe even 4 people. This is a great start to this push.
It just displaces the entire team. Merle just sending them packing here. Now they do trade 2 for 1 as Be Their Shield does have his funnels up. Mr. Big Large has to be careful, takes a lot of damage from his own napalm, but he does the work. He puts in the damage, and now it's going to be a 3 mobile suit advantage here on the point for IQ. Extra time ticking away, and IQ with a dominant win here in round number 1.
It's exactly like you said. You're talking about how the Ashmar players never really like get credit for how much they do on this map, but I swear we've seen the best punches, like 90% of the best punch, you know, G maneuvers that we've seen from Ashmars have all been on this map. It is just the perfect ranges and angles, and they just knock people into the perfect spots to just be able to finish them off. I mean, just like that, you know, that was like a double punch that knocked people into the corner where they can't escape the flame grenade in any sort of way. And yeah, you do a bunch of damage to yourself with the flame grenade, but it doesn't even matter at that point. And look at the damage. You can see Mr. Big Large with over 20k. Same thing with Merle. Dom and Ashmar, both of them, I think, are just the key suits on this map.
Yeah, right now, Mr. Big Large is just doing an amazing job. Not only is has his flame grenades been on point, but he's been controlling the side angles. There's a reason why BOZOS on the other side haven't been able to make that approach, right? If it's on C, like we saw coming out from IQ, you go to the opposite and try to take the high ground from there and then fight for heights. But it's been, of course, Mr. Big Large just controlling the other lane, making sure that they can't make that approach. And so BOZOS really have to kind of try and figure out how they want to deal with Mr. Big Large. Maybe put a little bit more focus onto him. Have a mono, keep an eye on the sky as that Pale Rider, try and deal with him. But here it is, our first opening. It's going to be on C once more.
Yep, and it looks like we're going to see IQ really push for this high ground a lot quicker. And they've been just so decisive on where they want to be and when they want to be there. And I think that's a big reason why they've been doing so well here. Even when we've seen BOZOS get an opportunity to take the high ground, they haven't captured that moment. So you can see that, again, they're playing from the back foot immediately. They didn't really take a lot of deaths or anything in this initial push, but they didn't get anything from it, and that's a huge issue.
Yeah, once again, it's Mr. Big Large just controlling this lane, and no one is coming over here to try and even contest him whatsoever. Be their shield getting chased down. The Barbados will make it out. Never mind. Dai is able to chase out Chaotic, but they might end up losing out on this zombie for it. He doesn't have a health pack, and there it is. Mr. Big Large coming in from the skies to get some damage off. Finally, Amano does deal with him, and this time around, C is not going to go completely the way of IQ. It is flipped, and this is the opportunity now for BOZOS to actually take a lead in this map.
Yeah, this is the best that they've done so far, pretty much. This is their big opportunity to kind of get into a good position. There's 19 seconds left, so they probably don't want to leave quite yet, but pretty soon they're going to have to go back to A. Once again, we've just not gone to B. I don't know why we said so many times on this map, on this broadcast, but we are now, of course, seeing the attempt from IQ to kind of get this high ground before it even changes, and it looks like they're pretty successful in that.
Yeah, Invictus is up here with that Pale Rider now. It's that high ground domination for him. Amano has to be careful. He does not want to get staggered here with 20 seconds to go before the point unlocks. Blue Jay, though, on that Exia has been struggling just a little bit on the Exia here. He did have a few moments in the first round, but you can see now that high ground is completely dominated by IQ. Once again, Exponent who's going to be forced back, though, but he's got the rest of the death ball here. Now, Be Their Shield charging on in. Mr. Big Large is going to go in with that punch, and that is enough. So much disruption. They pick up 3. IQ, once again, will take the point as it unlocks.
Yeah, their decisive positioning is everything, for sure. Like, they just know exactly, they feel like so practiced in this map. Like, they know exactly the moments that they need to be pushing up to this high ground, where they want to be on the high ground, what they want to do with the high ground. And Nitro now is going to be getting, oh, that is a juicy flame grenade right there. Gets shot out of the air in the 1v1 air duel, though, not able to get that punch off. Looks like we're going to see Mr. Big Large go try to get some health, but that looks like that's going to hold off most of that push. And that is almost an entire team wipe. IQ just holding on, regaining that lead, and we are now finally going to go to point B.
Yeah, it's coming down. Once again, the differences between our Ashmar players right now. Nitro Genocide has been struggling up against Mr. Big Large in those aerial duels, but this time around, the air isn't going to matter as much. It's going to come down to our Sazabis at this point, but you can see now IQ, they're preparing for it. They know that possibly a drop down is going to come in for BOZOS, and that's exactly what they do. Trans Am utilized. Blue Jay finds one. That's Invictus falling. The Unicorn will go down next, and Merle is the only one on the IQ side to find a pick. Blue Jay will ultimately go down at the end here as Mr. Big Large keeps this alive for his squad. There's still 10 seconds remaining. Now IQ can come back with the numbers.
Yeah, I do have to say, though, those like Trans Ams that we've been seeing from Blue Jay have been incredible. They've been absolutely game-changing, and they don't always necessarily get the win, but okay, here we go. We're going to see the G maneuver now from the Barbados. Looks like maybe not quite getting as much damage as it wanted to, and that can be tough if you whiff and then you get focused down, but we're going to see a lot now of IQ go down regardless, and this is looking to be a much closer round than it was previous.
Yeah, it's 50 to 60% right now, still in favor of IQ, but it should go the way of BOZOS in just a moment. Almost all of our G maneuvers have been utilized here, but the big difference maker is going to be Big Large. You have to be careful on that Bozo defense not to clump up, and you can see they're doing a good job of actually staying apart from each other right now. Big Large is looking for it. They do have that armor in the back line now. Big Large goes in with that punch, and he does force back this zombie, and they're trying to hunt him down, but throughout all of this, Blue Jay finds that first knock. Their shield has fallen. Now they don't have their front line here for IQ. Big Large is just not able to find the same kind of windows that he did when the points were out here. And they are praying, of course, that this one does go over to A, and it will. So Big Large now will be able to open up once more.
Yeah, that is, of course, one of the downsides. But, I mean, you know, you don't really have to worry about the fact that you're not quite as good on B. You still got the flame grenades for the chokes. You've still got just solid damage. You've got great escapes when you're on Ashmar. But, yeah, this is definitely going to be, again, back to a more solid spot for IQ. However, currently, we're seeing finally, like, a really strong high ground hold on the side of BOZOS, as they're just not letting IQ push up as easily. Chaotic, though, pushing in, trying to get some mace hits, getting knocked down, be their shield. Eventually, maybe getting picked off. No, actually managed to escape. Very impressive as Big Large picks up someone else as well.
Oh boy, Chaotic down to 26 HP. He does get chased down by Amano, who did have the Hades popping that entire time. But as the point unlocks, that is going to be IQ to take it. And this is going to be the finisher, I believe. It's going to end here on point A. And IQ wants to start things off, or actually end things the way everything started here on Mountain R&D.
Yeah, and we see the little regroup here, but IQ once again holding that high ground that they've been doing so well, and we're already seeing some damage. Just, I mean, all of this AOE damage that you get from the Ashmar maybe, or from the Dom can just add so much. Great punch again as well, and it's going to be 2 suits down on the side of BOZOS. That already is a huge disadvantage with only a few seconds left. 2 more suits going down, only Exponent going down on the side of IQ, and that should be it. I don't even know if they're going to be able to get back to challenge it. And that is IQ doing what they've been doing best.
That is impressive to see. You can see how Big Large was actually able to change up his play style when it came to that final fight. He was consistently controlling the outer lanes and making sure that Genocider on the other side could not find an opening with that Ashmar. But as soon as he had that punch, he knew the win condition was right here. This Ashmar punch is all I need to connect with. I just need to create that disruption when they try to come in. He's able to play with his team. He no longer focuses on that left-hand side, and he just focuses on the win ahead of them. Congratulations. They take a much well-deserved victory there, and especially with the huge play coming out from Big Large.
Yeah. So I believe, unless chat's trolling me, that Mr. Big Large is actually Sunglasses, who was, of course, you know, a previous player that we've seen before winning a previous champion here from BOZOS. So I was like wondering, I was like, who is this? Because they're like clearly good. They've played before. I was like, is this a troll name? And it kind of is a troll name. Although honestly, Mr. Big Large is a much better name. I'm throwing that out there. I'm a big fan of the name. But yeah, I was just trying to figure out, like, you know, this player is really competitive. Like, we got to know who they are, and apparently we do, unless chat's trolling me.
I don't, yeah, it really doesn't matter at the end of the day, because he is definitely making a name for himself regardless of what it is.
Yeah, it's true. Hold on, let me see if actually we have any of these bracket updates. I'm actually pretty curious. This is, I think, for the first time, one of the strongest overall brackets that we've ever had. And we didn't actually get a chance to go over the bracket before. So I wanted to look at this. Of course, IQ will be moving on into the winners finals, which will be tomorrow. So congratulations to them with an extremely strong showing, especially on the domination map. But we've got some other teams that, you know, I just felt like we should point out before we, you know, throw it a break for our next set. But for example, we have some players, huge shout outs to Iron-Blooded Orangutans, who played today and had some really unfortunate like teammate issues as far as, like, you know, not having their full roster here, but I really appreciate them coming and playing, so I just wanted to give them a huge shout out. And, you know, they played even a 5v6, which is extremely, like, I don't know, it shows like real dedication, so I just really want to give them a huge shout outs. We got Portland Burnsiders, who've been in a lot of these. They're also unfortunately out as well. They went down to Akuma Kalimbar, which is a newer team to this event, so it's really cool to see. They're currently taking on Satoris Esports in the losers bracket, as Space Noid Supremacists, okay, is now another new team in this bracket, and they're taking on Skill Issue. So I just wanted to give a shout out to some of those teams that we might not get a chance to see on the broadcast before they leave, and especially to, like I said, Iron-Blooded Orangutans. Really unfortunate. We really hope you get a chance to play at your full power next time. But any last comments about this set before we throw to the break?
No, just fantastic. I mean, we thought, you know, it was gonna, typically there's like one unit that stands out throughout most of our events, but it's been a good representation of multiple units so far. And I know it's only been 2 sets, but I'm loving what I'm seeing coming out from all of our players.
I agree. It's one of the most up in the air tournaments that we've had so far by a huge amount, I think. But of course, we've still got so much of it to go, and that's what makes it so up in the air. So we're going to be taking a short break as we set up our next winners semifinals match. But don't go anywhere during that time. You know, get a little break, get a little bit of a rest. But we will be back with more Gundam Evolution right after this. And welcome back to Celestial Assault. We are getting close to the end of day 1 here as our first team in the form of IQ has already qualified for day 2. Now it's time to see which other teams do as well. Once again, I am EGP Wonder Chef, joined by James Jamerson Lee. And what do we got coming up for this next match?
Yeah, we've got Mafty versus Tekka Dynasty to see who will be facing off against IQ tomorrow in our winners finals.
Yeah, now this is another set of, I would say, familiar players on maybe an unfamiliar team. So Mafty, for anybody who isn't aware, and maybe has only watched these, it is a group of, I think, mainly 2 teams, I would say overall, which is the Powerpuff Girls team, which has done extremely well in previous tournaments, and Gundam Unicorn, who's also done very well. But a lot of these players, like for example, Casino, should be very familiar to a lot of you if you have watched these previous events. But if you did only get a chance to watch the Pilot Showdown that we just saw from the actual official Gundam Evo tournament, we saw them get, I believe, 2nd place in the entire event. Of course, shout outs to our champions, Toto 1010 fans, which I'm also a Toto 1010 fan. So I always, of course, got to give the big shout outs to her. But so this team it's a combination of really great players that has done really well together. And I think that they might potentially be, I would say, like, maybe our favorite to win. However, it's so hard to say. I think we've got by far like the least predictable bracket that we've gotten so far.
Yeah, I mean, importantly though, for our Mafty Did Nothing Wrong squad, it's that the Powerpuff Girls team, when they were playing in our last 2 events, that this was, players that you can see improving throughout the tournaments and of course throughout the events. And so coming into basically for a lot of these players, their 3rd event together, this is going to be a huge power up, I expect, especially like this roster is absolutely insane. Profi, Arrow, David, Focus, Casino, and especially Casino in one of our most dominant Dom players when it came to our last few events.
Yeah, and we just saw a really strong Ashmar on the side of IQ, which is of course Mr. Big Large, which was sunglasses. We learned very late in the set. But Focus is another one of those extremely strong Ashmar players that we've seen in now multiple tournaments. And I mean, honestly, I feel like we can kind of go through that entire roster and just explain why they're just all so strong. But we can't. I feel like we just don't even have time for that. Hopefully, we can get into map picks and bans pretty soon. But on the other side, we do have, of course, a team that we are much more familiar with from today because we've already seen them on broadcast, which is going to be Tekka Dynasty. And they have, just for anybody who didn't get a chance to see their first set, that is a mostly changed Team Tekka that we've seen from previous events. They are 2 of the same players and 4 different players, but they are looking stronger potentially than they ever have been. We're going to see Quarry banned off first. That is a pretty rarely banned off map, but that doesn't mean we don't have we don't have 0 chance of getting Colony Trading Post.
Yeah, there's still an opportunity. We'll see if that one gets picked up, but knowing that Mountain R&D, Thermal Plant, and Flag Forest still open, you have to expect that one of those 3 maps definitely. But for our next ban, I imagine maybe it's going to be like Harbor City if we're staying away from Quarry at this point. If we get to see Colony Trading Post, I would be absolutely ecstatic because like you and I both said, we love that map. It's spectacular to be able to actually, play a Gundam map on a side, like on a colony. And like you said yourself, I love the horizon. I love being able to look up. It's one of the most dynamic, one of the most enthralling maps so far, just for that skybox itself.
Yeah, you really feel like you're in a Gundam series. It's super sick, and I mentioned this earlier, but I just really want to see how people play on it. I know it's immediately going to get banned because that's what, now that we've talked about wanting it so much, they, the team just sense it and they immediately crush our dreams. But there are so many unique spots that I would really love to see how those teams play because I lose in ranked on there all the time. And I really want to see the actual strategies that my teams won't do anyway. But I mean, I have to assume that if you're going for the Quarry ban, either you're just not a fan of the destruction missions or you're trying to avoid levels maybe where like the jumping units are really strong. Of course, we've seen that from the Barbados and the XTIAs and such so far on the multiple games we've seen of Quarry. And Mountain R&D Lab, that's another one where the verticality really matters a whole lot. So 2 strange kind of maps to see banned compared to what we usually see. 2 of the most common maps that we see immediately banned off the gate. But again, that means a chance for Colony Trading Post. Chance.
Yeah, we have a 1 in 5 chance now to see Colony Trading Post. It might actually slip through. We'll find out in just a moment here. But For a domination map to go down, maybe, you know, whoever banned out Quarry might actually want to send this one on over to Thermal Plant if they so choose, if they get first map pick. And honestly, I'd be glad to see Thermal Plant as well. I mean, we've got a good representation of the different maps that played out. We've seen Flak Fort so far today, Mountain R&D, and Quarry. So we just need to see Underground Command Center, Thermal Plant, and Colony Trading Post. Those are the 3 maps we have not seen on stream quite yet.
Yeah, and we almost saw Thermal Plant. If that wasn't a 2-0 in the previous set, we would have seen it. So at least we can at least hopefully see everything picked at some point. Underground Command Center, it's not a super uncommon map to end up seeing over the course of a broadcast. I don't think it's a super like polarizing map in any particular ways. So it tends to go like when people aren't really sure, I think, which area they want to go to, sometimes it just kind of falls through the cracks and ends up being the one. Harbor City, of course, we did get a chance to see a great match earlier on Harbor City. I'm always a fan of the Harbor City matches. But again, it's kind of hard to tell exactly what the strategies are. I totally agree with you that, you know, whoever banned out Mountain R&D Lab probably also doesn't want to play Thermal Plant. So maybe you consider that if that feels like that might be one of their weaknesses. But whoever banned out Quarry, I really don't know how you would particularly try to counter that. I'm excited to see. And also, of course, there's Flak Fort. You know, never can go wrong with Flak Fort. Those matches are always good.
Yeah, and Underground Command Center, I feel like just doesn't get enough love. We don't get to see it as often. I can understand why a lot of teams, you know, kind of want to shy away, especially for that first waypoint fight, along with that first plants on either A and B. We very rarely got to see the second half of that map because, well, we rarely get to see this map in overall. Right now, it looks like we are still going through the picks and bans, and so we're still waiting on the first pick of this match. Remember, this is going to be a best of 3, and it's Underground Command Center.
All right, you like willed that into happening. Yeah, it's true. We don't get to see this map all that much. In my eyes, it's almost like a mini Harbor City, right? The first point is a super long, potentially like sniper range points. Not necessarily you're going to see snipers, but it's definitely that far of a range. And then there's a big choke point to get a little bit further into it, and then from there we tend to see exactly what happens. But this is definitely an interesting first pick of a map. Not super common to see people go here at all, let alone first pick. So I get a feeling that these teams have some kind of unique strategies up their sleeves. I mean, we've seen Tekka Dynasty, of course, but we haven't seen Mafty. Team Mafty did nothing wrong on at least these broadcasts, and we haven't seen them since the previous, you know, official tournament from Gundam Evolution. So I don't know exactly what they've got. I don't know if they've got anything planned. I actually don't know if they have any roster changes. It looks like it's mostly the same. So I'm assuming there's none, but there might have been something slightly. So we'll see how it all goes. Also, of course, the Zakuto Melee ban still in effect, might change some of their strategies, but I don't know where we're going to go next.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, you know, of course, first ban was Quarry, and our first pick was going to be Underground Command Center. So banning out a destruction map to go to a destruction map, maybe they just don't like Quarry in and of itself. It'd be funny if we ended up seeing Thermal Plant being picked up as second pick after second ban is Mountain R&D.
Oh no, yeah, that would certainly be weird. I mean, I could kind of see Quarry. You know, there's an advantage to having some extra verticality on your team in Quarry, where that doesn't matter as much in, for example, Flak Fort. Like, obviously, having vertical mobility is always strong in every single situation, but okay, we're going to Harbor City. So whoever banned Mountain R&D, I feel like really wants to go to the wide open maps, right? Doesn't want to be close. And whoever voted for to ban Quarry, I actually still don't quite understand their strategy, but we are now on some two pretty big maps, and come on, go Colony Trading Post last one. Just give us the feeling that we might see it.
Yeah, so it all comes down to the bans here. Flak Fort, Thermal Plant, Colony Trading Post. We'll see if Colony Trading Post finally makes it through the pick bans. Actually would be our decider, but with Flak Fort and Thermal Plant, I mean, I feel like teams are just going to go for the comfort regardless. You know, either side can easily ban out Colony Trading Post and just keep either one of those open for ourselves. So I feel like the numbers are definitely in favor of something like Flak Fort instead. But right now, I'm really excited to see how Underground Command Center actually plays out as our first map pick. I mean, we do get to see a lot of, we're going to definitely see Jim Sniper when it comes out to Harbor City, but it doesn't have to be a 100% pick when it comes to Underground Command Center, because you do have to make that transition. Once you get that waypoint going into to try and get the Mega Charge plants, the offense probably not going to want to play that Gem Sniper as much. So that might just be a turn A map on Underground Command Center.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of all turn A maps, but no, I agree with you. And also, even in that first point well, I guess I should say the first like kind of relay push that you get on Underground Command Center, there are for certain angles where you can push without ever even giving yourself that long of a sight line. So if you kind of try to sneak through the like tighter angles, then you could just try to death ball as well and not even worry about having those longer ranged options. I'm excited to see how they decide to go about it. Both those teams decide to go about it because, like I said, we don't get a chance to see that all that often. But clearly, there's a lot of thought being put into this pick ban. I think this is maybe the longest pick ban phase that we've ever had for any teams in any of these events.
So it's going to be with Flak 4, Thermal Plant, and Colony Trade.
Think I may have lost your audio, unfortunately. I don't know if that's everybody. Sorry if I just interrupted you. And
no. It might have been me messing around with my Go XLR, unfortunately. But our next ban, it is going to be Flak Fort. So now it's a 50-50 toss-up between Thermal Plant and Colony Trading Post.
Yeah, so we have a chance. Honestly, regardless of which one of these it is, it's very interesting, right? We've seen neither of these maps before today. We saw Thermal Plant picked. We didn't see it actually gone to, but hey, Colony Trading Post actually as a decider. So now everybody in chat, we got to hope that this goes to a game 3 just so that we can see Colony Trading Post, just so that we can see these teams play it. But I got to say, overall, Underground Command Center, Harbor City, Colony Trading Post, that is a weird set of maps for these two teams to pick. And I'm really curious if any of them are in chat. Just let me know why y'all pick these, or later maybe just send me a message. But I'm excited to see the set, and we are definitely going to have some wide open options on pretty much all of these for a few different points. But we've got the outdoor stages, and this should be pretty good.
Yeah, some of our least played maps so far coming in as our final 3 maps here for this set. So that's kind of, that's definitely 100% surprising overall for ourselves right now. We are just getting the lobby set up right now, and as soon as we do, we will get into our first match of the day. And I mean, what a way to start it. I mean, our first map for this set, and what a way to start it.
Yeah. I really have no idea what's going to go on here. Like I said, we've only seen one of these two teams on broadcast so far today, and this is a deciding match to see who gets into the winner's final spot, who gets into the top 3 spot. And just as a reminder, this is now part of the Pilot Academy program. So all of these players within for this size of a tournament, all of the teams within a top 8 spot are getting some points towards qualifying for that season final. And specifically, the top 3 spots get a lot of points. It's like a 30-point difference between like 4th to 3rd, and then another 30 points between 3rd to 2nd, and then I think it's like 25 from 2nd to 1st. So you really want to be within those top 3 spots. And if you get yourself into the winners finals, of course, that does, by the rule of the bracket, guarantee you into that top 3 at minimum. So getting those points is going to be absolutely huge. Of course, IQ already locked themselves into that spot, and only one of these other 2 can guarantee themselves, at least for now. And we are going to be playing, of course, into that top 3. We're going to see who the top 3 are before we close out the show today. So I believe we've got this match and then 2 more before we close out, and then we'll be, of course, back tomorrow for that. But this is going to be a big one. This is going to be a big one just to start off this season 2. It's a fresh start for a lot of these teams, a lot of these players, with the new series, the new season, and everything. So I feel like starting off strong out at the gate and being in the lead as far as points go early on is going to be huge.
Yeah, and again, like this entire event so far, I mean, we've only casted 3 matches. It's just been so surprising when it comes to map picks or team compositions or what dominant unit it's going to be. It's been just a huge box of surprise, and I absolutely loved it. So tomorrow, that's what I'm really excited for, because we get a taste today of what our teams have for us, and I feel like there's still a lot more to explore.
Oh yeah. You've really seen the level of skill. I mean, obviously there were suits that, even though they've been nerfed, they were a little bit more straightforward. For example, I think Pale Rider is a good example, right? Like you've got your heal, you've got your grenade, but overall you're just doing damage, right? You're just clicking on people, you're just clicking on their heads, and you're going to be that main DPS for your team, which that made a lot of sense, I think, even early on in the game to a lot of people. But I think as time has gone on, even despite the nerfs and the buffs, I think some of these suits that, for example, like Turn A, that were maybe not as obvious. I talk about this a lot, how Turn A is one of the weirdest design kits that I've ever seen. It's a long-range sniper that charges its shots and shoots through people, and the rest of its kit is around fighting close up and then healing yourself. And then its G maneuver is like a big AoE hit that you need to be somewhat close to them but above them. It's just all such a weird kit that I think that people weren't maybe quite as ready to use, for example, Turn A or BOZOS, who, even though it's more straightforward, once people learned to counter it, it was considered pretty low tier for a very long time. I think people are just getting better with these more dedicated suits, and then the meta is just continuing to expand, which is dope. I love it.
Yeah, we're seeing actually the return of Sazabi as well, a little bit more prevalent so far. I mean, in our last event, it was almost like 90% Sazabi-less compositions, with teams really opting for a lot more damage forward compositions overall. And so I'm glad to see that we have representation in the tank line as well. Dom seems to be kind of like the staple. Dom is the one that we really haven't seen kind of fall out of favor whatsoever.
Yeah. Despite anything, right? I mean, okay. So just to step back one little bit, I mean, I do of course see to a little bit more Sazabi because they tightened the shot spread, right? So it can be a little bit more useful offensively, even if it's not just being the tank. So I kind of get that, but yeah, Dom, no matter what, has been like the keystone of like every competitive team, right? It stops people from clumping up. It just does a ton of damage. It's super tanky, so it's able to deal with a lot of stuff. Of course, like you've been mentioned a few times earlier today, the fact that it now gets one tapped by a Gym Sniper for the headshot, that's pretty big change. But the fact that it was able to survive that earlier meant that it was really, really good on certain spots, like, for example, Harbor City, which we will see in another game after this one. But still, it can survive a lot of harassment just by being there. It supports your team with the armor. It can set up the mines, which are a lot of times just extra damage that you need just to catch people or to punish them for running over to some health pack. So it does so much. And then, of course, the G maneuver, that's just so important to defend or attack. It's useful all the time. Like, I feel like if you started off this game and you were like, oh, I love Dom, this is my character, you're in the best spot ever. And I think we actually have one of the most dedicated Dom players coming up in this next match, which is Casino.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna say me, but no, definitely. I mean, Dom was my day one ride or die. Absolutely loving him, and it makes sense. It definitely makes sense. We get to see just the immense pressure that Dom can put on teams and the different ways that you can play. You can play it anti-dive as well. It's just it's one of the best support units so far. Doesn't even feel like a support unit because you're just dishing out so much damage, having that huge AoE up against clumpers, but also being able to take your 1v1 duels up against any backliner. It's just absolutely absurd. Now, it's not always, in the spotlight, but the possibility is there. And it looks like we are finally ready for map number 1 of this set.
All right, I'm excited. And yeah, also on top of that, everything Dom does is really cool. I just got to point that out, It's really good at everything, and it's also really fun to watch be good at everything. When people land, I mean, for example, we saw Casino snipe a flying Ashmar out of the air with rockets when he didn't even need to because he had his right click up, his laser up. That's just like one of the hypest things in the world. Or seeing the great Screaming Nimbuses, you're just like, okay, this is sick. But let's look at these comps. We are actually going to see potentially an RX-78 if that's not switched off on the side of Mafty, or Mafty. And then on the other side, we are, of course, going to see Gasman on that Gym Sniper. That is a pick that actually we've seen some teams just not even go for on this, but I love to see it.
Yeah, Gasman, of course, can swap off on to that BOZOS, which we got to see earlier on, but it's going to be Gasman starting it off with that Gym Sniper, not really connecting with these shots quite yet. He's getting challenged now. A lot of these rockets coming extremely close from that Dom. You can see why. Oh my goodness. Focus comes in to finish him off, and that's going to be the early pickoff for Mafty. Did nothing wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about Focus earlier, and we've got Enders as well. We've got Profi. We've got, oh my gosh, this is such an all-star team. I mean, I mentioned this earlier. We gotta say that this is the favorite to win the tournament, even though it's less or it's more contested than it's ever been. I got to find a better word for that. But I mean, look, we've got other all-stars like Nox on the other side here as well. It's not able to find any sort of defensive positioning, though. That's the big issue. They've been pushed back so far, and already we're seeing that Mega Charge go down.
Yeah, it's down on 8 point here, and Hawklight is gonna try his best to try and stem the bleeding, but no, Casino ends up taking him out, coming out with the flank there, and it looks like it's all she wrote here on point A, and so we should be seeing the second point in just a moment. But Casino, it's of course one of our best Dom players, and he is winning out on those duels. For Tekka Dynasty, though, they're going to try and retake here from that high ground now. They have to first initially deal with all the setup coming out from Mafty. Did something wrong, and Focus finds that first knock. Gasman making that swap on over to Barbados. And now they're down to 24 seconds to try and get this defuse.
Oh, this is such a great defensive spot to hold. All right, Nox tries to get a little bit of pressure, gets a good amount of damage, but not quite able to close anything out. But I love how safe this hold is from the side of Team Mafty. And look at that. Oh, yeah, that is going to be it for sure. Gasman, the only one alive, and they actually have eyes on him as well. So this is going to immediately be going over to the second point. Let's see how quickly they can reposition. But so far, this is looked dominant.
A nice stagger onto Gasman there as well on that Barbados. And so he will be sent to that long spawn back. That's going to give them a 6v5. Never mind, it's a 6v3 as Profi and Casino find 2 more, making their way on over. Do they go straight for the points? No, they will go ahead and divert themselves on over, get that waypoint up, and now start making their way on in. Will they try and go for the high ground or for the low? Looks like they're spreading their forces, and this is something similar to that first point. We have the Screaming Nimbus coming out for Casino, but he only finds 1 here, and that's gonna be Gasman on the Barbados once more. Nox has found 2 picks for himself, but Gasman will go down, and Casino beelines it straight for the point to try and get the Mega Charge down, but he's getting challenged, and Fester is there, but not for long, as Casino is able to make short work of him, and now David goes up to the high ground to make sure that the respawns don't come in to interrupt.
Sheesh, this is so strong on the side of Mafty so far. This has just been unbelievable. We gotta see Team Tekka Dynasty get a regroup here and just kind of say like, okay, hold on. We've got a little bit of time. We've got like 1 really good push in us, maybe 2. We just gotta think about what we're doing here and stop getting overwhelmed. But unfortunately, Gasman going down without getting the pick is going to just add to that potential fuel here for this quick victory. And we're gonna see just another going down, a robot going down, Hawklight going down. Dark and Fester is very, very low, manages to escape at least. Ender's, of course, just sitting on that Hades and just so beautifully defending this. I don't know if they're gonna have a chance to get this back.
It's been such a huge snowball that on the other side for Tekka Dynasty, they haven't been able to work up towards their G maneuvers. Hawklight just got his, but he will go down, and Azor does have his funnels ready along with the energy cable, but no, there's no defense whatsoever coming out from Tekka Dynasty. That's going to be Mafty just snowballing through to the second point and getting it with plenty of time left on the board.
Yeah, that was basically a 1 non-stop push from the very first spawn of the game all the way to the very final point of the game. That was extremely strong from Team Mafty. And honestly, they just have to deal with, or I should say Team Tekka Dynasty has to deal with the fact that that was essentially a death ball, you know? I mean, it wasn't that they were necessarily like planning on being a death ball, but they just ended up being a death ball. It didn't seem like they had like a particular like unicorn strategy or anything like that. It was just so hard to actually shut them down. But I think it all really started off with that pick. I mean, usually when one team has a sniper and the other one doesn't, it's usually a rush that ends up taking them out, but not the sniper getting picked from its sniping position. That's just wild.
I'm wondering if that's actually real. Gasman with only 800 damage. I feel like that can't be. That cannot be. Even though he did get staggered a number of times, making that swap off onto the Barbados, that Jim sniper really didn't get much value on their defensive hold. He was the first one to get picked off. But here on the offense, he might have a little bit more space to work with. But overall, I mean, it was just a huge, huge snowball coming out from Mafty, Team Mafty. You can see that in the damage charts, they basically doubled the damage of TKD overall.
And I have to point this out, David actually didn't die that entire game. Everybody else died 1 time, at least on the team, but David went completely unkilled. That is extremely impressive. This is one hell of a team. That's all I can say. But here we go. We've got a chance on offense to at least bring this back, take us into overtime. And we're still going to start with Gasman on the sniper, which I think makes more sense offensively here than potentially defensively.
Yeah, because you have the option, of course, to just run back to spawn and swap if you want to on that gym sniper. But you can see it's a 4-man hold here on that high ground now. Robot, along with the Sora, is going to challenge, but you can see the early peel back coming out from Team Mafty. And so they're just playing the sidelines now. They're just going to go ahead and back away and allow them to waste time up there. They do have the health pack at the very least, get topped off and go back on in, but you can see a much better defense coming out so far from Mafty here, as now they're finally challenging for the waypoint.
Yeah, this is, I mean, I love that peel back, though. I mean, you know, saying like, okay, you know what? This isn't the safest spot. We're not going to get wiped here. Let's just play safer. And now they're both playing on the side of this corner, really, of the waypoint. It's a very strange little angle, especially with the height differences of the fact that this relay is like on a hill. But here we go. Oh, huge hit on Profi in the back. And already we're going to see some more deaths here. Nox just barely escaping, 78 HP. No close health packs around, though, and no real heals until we see a robot get a little bit closer. But that was a great push. The relay is getting taken. With how that last offense worked, I did not think that Team Tekka Dynasty was going to take that relay quite so easily, but this is a great turnaround from them.
Ooh, Focus gets out of there with 200 HP, does have the health pack, but he's now getting challenged by Sazabi, and he wishes he didn't charge forward there, but he does have the backup of his Methus as well. You can see the turret doing some work. Profi has fallen, but Enders does trade away, getting rid of Gasman. You have to imagine now that we are going into the corridors here. He's going to want to go ahead and swap off, maybe play off that Barbados, go for that double brawler with Nox here. We'll find out in just a moment. They do have the waypoint to play off of at the very least, but they got to make sure they don't lose it. They got to make sure Nox does not go down, and he does make it back to the health pack. And yeah, indeed, Gasman does swap off onto that Barbados.
Yeah, Nox's slipperiness has been so good, but oh, Focus just barely getting clipped, falling down to a little bit of a safer spot, but it's not going to be that safe as long as Dark Infestor is sitting up on that cliff. And I like pushing around this side. This is a really, really strong strategy if your team is ready for it. But now it looks like the defense is actually getting a little bit split up. We're going to see 3 players from the side of Tekka Dynasty pushing the top side, and 3 on the bottom. So it's actually literally just an exact split with Dark Infestor kind of flexing.
The difference here, though, for the defense is that they actually have some G maneuvers up, and so they will have that Ashmar punch, so you got to be careful on the TKD side. Never mind, they don't even need it here, as they just clean this one up dry, and so they'll have it on this retake. Ashmar punch in to get to the back line. Robot is a little bit vulnerable, but he does have the peel. David is here now with the funnels as well, cleaning up 2. Hawklight and Dark Infestor down. Casino now coming in with the rally, and they will be able to get the disarm on that Mega Charge. Nox falling finally, and now TKD are down to a minute 40, and they just have to start off once again by getting that Mega Charge down.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to see Team Mafty get that relay back. That is a really hard one to retake. It's a little bit far away. If you're going to end up getting a team wipe, you have to get like a really full team wipe. But they're holding pretty well. Enders, though, going down. That's going to be a huge chance here for Team TKD. And oh, look at that. They're all in that little hallway. Nox is at full HP. Nox could get a chunk off of every single person on that team. But will this... Oh, yeah, the G maneuver going down immediately. Very nice from Dark Infestor, just barely getting it down before going down himself and then managing to heal up.
He still has that Hades pop in, but he will go down. Devotion getting the res onto Casino. Now the defense are really ready to rally back. They've got the 4v2 advantage. Nox tries to go in with that stun, but you can see how quickly they deal with it here. Focus finding one more, and that is another disarm on the Mega Charge. And now there's only 45 seconds remaining here for TKD, and they have to get the plant once more. Oh, and on top of that, Hawklight going down, getting staggered. Really, really hardcore right there. And, you know, that's not the first time we've seen that. I mean, maybe it's just the fact that it's Dom with that level of survivability, but Hawklight has gone down after the team significantly several times. But we are going to have at least one more group up here. The problem is Hawklight is going to be a little bit late to the party if they want to push quickly. And again, you can't just step in the zone. This is destruction. You have to start that plant with 15 seconds left now. David has his funnels up. That's going to be 3 coming on in for the Mafty squad. Now they should be able to clean up the rest. And as time ticks away, no one's even close to try and get that Mega Charge down. That's going to be Team Mafty taking our first map.
And I would say taking it pretty convincingly. I mean, that was honestly a great offensive I guess like showing from Team Tekka Dynasty, but in the end it just wasn't quite enough. They managed to get some picks, even, you know, they took the relay quickly. They got some picks closer to point A, but then every single time we saw Team Mafty end up getting the chance to fight back, get a near team wipe to reverse it and get that disarm. So, I mean, they are just looking so consistent. We've had really close matches over today, but it feels like this was maybe the most one-sided, and that's not to say that it was bad play at all from Team Tekka Dynasty. It's just that Team Mafty is looking ridiculous.
Yeah, for Mafty, it's a combination of both their team play and also just their individual plays. When it came down to a lot of the duels, it was Mafty winning out their 1v1s wherever that fight was taking place. I would say possibly the one person that was kind of struggling a little bit was Enders on that Pale Rider, because right now it feels like a lot of the focus is being taken off the Pale Rider. You're not putting as many resources into peeling for the Pale Rider. You're allowing the rest of the team to actually kind of play not around the Pale Rider anymore and kind of opening it up for those individual duels. And of course, you're going to be able to do that with the composition, with a team like this. Profi, Focus, everyone, basically just a star-studded roster on this Team Mafty side.
Yeah, of course, Pale Rider is still very strong, but it did get hit with some damage nerfs. It got hit with a healing nerf with its own, healing station. It got some overall toning down. I believe Hades, the charge on it was slower. I don't remember. There were so many changes, but overall some toning down. So it's still a very, very important, type of shot, I suppose. Just have that kind of normal machine gun fire, hit scan, can track airborne opponents, can track, quickly moving opponents. It's really important to have that on your team. Hades is still one of the strongest G maneuvers in the entire game if your player is actually ridiculous with aim, which, for example, like Anders is great at aiming. But if it's not the everybody just play protection around the Pale Rider as it potentially solos an entire team, as we have seen for sure in points before. I mean, okay, that's an exaggeration, but it's it was kind of the core of every single team for a while.
Yeah, no, it really was protect your Pale Rider, right? It was protect the president, protect the VIP, but it's no longer that case. It seems like we said, teams are focusing less on the Pale Rider as their hard carry. It's, hey, we try to enable it, and if it doesn't work, well, we have a lot of other carries that we can really utilize, especially when you have someone like Casino on that Dom. He was putting in work. Focus as well on that Ashmar was doing an amazing job. And so right now, it's about every player basically on this roster kind of just being able to show off how strong they are. Like you said, it was good team play coming out from either side, but overall, I think it was the difference maker when it came down to the individual plays for our Mafty squad. Now going into round number 2, I believe we're going to Mountain R&D, or is it Thermal Plant for a second map?
We're going to Harbor City, I believe.
Harbor City. Whoops, never mind.
All the weird maps, yeah, we're going to Harbor City, and I have to unbiasedly root for Team Tekka Dynasty here because I really want to see us go to the third map and get to calling trading posts. But from what we saw in that last game, that is going to be definitely a very hard ask. We did see them, of course. We saw Team Tekka Dynasty actually play on this map earlier today, so we know that they're at least a little bit warmed up on it. But yeah, they've got to really think about what their entire strategy is here. And of course, we did see Gasman on the Gym Sniper, and 2 times it didn't really exactly work out. But like I mentioned earlier, it can be a kind of questionable pick based on how you're choosing to push and how they're choosing to defend on that first point in that last map. Now, of course, I do really like seeing the Gym Sniper, but in this map in Harbor City, it is a 100% pick. It's going to work. It's going to be an effective pick for realistically both sides. So hopefully Gasman gets some more opportunities to kind of pop off, because it did seem like he had some unfortunate situations in the last game.
Right there, for sure, on Underground Command Center, it's a completely different ask, right? When you go over to Harbor City, point A, you have a lot more fallback options. But when it comes to falling back there on Underground Command Center, really it's just you give up the high ground and then you play way far back, and you don't have as many retreating options that give you sightlines to continue to fight. But he was the first one that ended up going down. You saw that when it came down to the other side for Team Mafty, they decided to not put so much focus onto that high ground. They gave it up. They didn't make the same mistake that Gasman did, staying way too long up there on that high ground, gave it up, and then played around that. When it came to fighting over the waypoint as well, they weren't going into the sight lines of where the GM Sniper would play as well. So it was coming down to the really strong defensive play for Team Mafty there. But here, it is a completely different beast. When it comes to Harbor City, you have so many more angles that you have to be worried about. The retreats, you're still leaving yourself vulnerable, even though there are a lot of buildings around. But this is definitely one of those maps where you can stick on to that Gym Sniper for a little bit longer.
Yeah, sometimes we've seen them, stick on that gym sniper for a really long time. Even through point B, we've seen a few teams, but at the very minimum, through point A, yeah, I agree. We're going to see that for sure. And also, we did see some Barbados working pretty well on this map earlier, which we also know Gasman can do. So we could see the switch from those two based on just being from point A to B, which is a very flexible thing to have. Also, I don't know what kind of player plays Barbados and gym sniper. That's those are zero connecting skill sets, but it's impressive to see when you're playing at a high level like that. But on the other side, of course, I've expected we're not going to see anything super different from the side of Team Mafty. We did before, I think, see... I could be misremembering this. It's been a long time, and I can't remember what happened last week. But I think 2 events ago, we saw Casino switch to a turn A for a while on the first point of Harbor City. I could be totally wrong on that, but I think that might have been a thing that happened. And turn A is another one that we haven't really seen a whole lot of this set, and I think we might see it come out this particular map.
Yeah, again, surprisingly enough, I feel like you definitely... I would play turn A when it comes to Underground Command Center, and I was surprised that we didn't get to see that at all. But I can understand why teams don't want to go double sniper if they are starting things off with Jim. But when it does come down to, I think Harbor City, it's just you can't understate the strength of that butterfly when it comes down to it. Of course, the overall kit is great, the long range option being that second sniper, but being able to crack open that initial that second choke point after you capture point A, it is so strong.
It is funny because it feels like the initial choke point, It feels like that's when the map starts, right? Like, you're like, okay, we're through point A, but now it's time for the actual game to start here. Oh, wait, the ordering is different. This keeps happening to us. This one's a pleasant surprise, though. We're actually going to see a map that I've never seen good players play on this map, and that is exciting. In a way, it's a good thing, right? Obviously, I don't think, most of us, any of us watching are going to have that many super strong opinions on the correct ways to play this map. So I think that a lot of us are going to learn right now, which is what I'm here to do. I'm here to see how these players play. And I got to say, Enders and Nox both starting on Gym Sniper. Oh, no, wait. Oh, that wasn't...
Yeah.
Oh,
it's still Harbor City. It's still Harbor City.
Tricked. I've never even seen that spot. Oh, I got so tricked.
And you can see this is going to be the neutral initial engagement coming out. It is Team Tekka Dynasty starting off on the offensive side, but Nox has not been able to find an opening quite yet. You can see both teams playing around the buildings quite well. David has taken a lot of damage, but Nox himself is down basically to 1 shot, and Enders will go ahead and end his life, taking out 2 there with Casino, taking out Azor. That's going to be a 3-man. So a nice defensive hold so far coming out from Team Mafty.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Anders immediately popping off with 2 shots. I'm still super embarrassed that I was totally tricked into thinking this was in Harbor City. But here we go. Casino just barely escaping again, but Gasman going down, and that has just been 100% picks on the on the defensive side. And once again, Enders really popping off on this sniper.
Yeah, you can see, though, focus now here on the high ground, taking a lot of focus away from the ground there, allowing Profi to find that opening. But the double sniper composition coming out here for Team Mafty is so strong. Enders and Profi. Now Nox ends up winning out on that duel, and that's the instant finish as well, so that he will not be coming back here. You can see now Azor will try and charge forward, but he has to be careful. He gets stunned up by the axe. David cleans him up, and now this brings it down to a 5v5, and there's a huge opportunity here for Team Mafty actually to regroup as a 6-man.
Yeah, this is, it's been a really strong hold, but now they're actually a little bit further back. I wonder if we can see them get all the angles that they really want to get, although this push might actually be kind of a bad thing for the offense. They are currently a little bit staggered. If we don't see every single person get there before this kind of ends up as like a team fight, it could end up being like 6v3, then 6v3, 64, then 6v2, something like that. But we are going to see a great push here. Nox getting a lot of picks. Enders almost getting picked off there. Actually does. We just barely missed that shot, and so that is going to be a great push, and that's going to be a little bit of the stagger to run back. So I assume that now Team Mafty are not even going to challenge back for point A, and they're just going to try to hold this choke point.
Yeah, you can see Nox actually pushes forward to be able to try and maybe get an angle on the players that are coming in for the respawn. Nox actually goes straight back over to spawn, and we'll go ahead and swap on over. He's going straight onto that Ashmar. Quick compositional change coming out from TKD as Hawklight finds a huge pickoff onto David.
Yeah, this is something you really got to take advantage of here, but Nox is so low. We actually see Nox switching over from the Gym Sniper onto the Ashmar, but Hawklight and Robot and Ass are all going down. That punch was huge. A great angled one, doing damage to so many people. Gasman looks like he's going to get picked. Nox just barely escaping with the virtue of having that flight, but that is going to be a huge pushback, and we're going to see a very offensive hold now from the side of Team Mafty, as we even see Focus kind of holding from above the wall.
Yeah, Nox has to be careful. He is low. He needs some heals. He does have the methods to try and top them all off, but you can see that on the defensive side for Team Mafty, they are trying to play this one not immediately in the choke. They're just ready to respond to a push. You can see the funnels already here for David as well. They're just backing away, maybe hoping that someone overextends for themselves, but this is just eating into their time right now. Focus finds that knock onto Nox. We'll see if they can finish him off, but it looks like they'll allow him to get that res. It's all about just delaying here. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Oh.
Screaming Nimbus coming in from Hawklight here, but it doesn't get that much value. He is a little bit disjointed from the rest of his squad. Now they're charging forward. Profi tries to go for that overhead throw, but he will go down. It's going to be David, though, finding one more as Enders gets that nade in to take out Hawklight. And what a beautiful hold coming out from our defense.
Yeah, and so almost getting that health pack just to barely stay up, but same thing with the robot. Both of them just not quite getting what they wanted out of that little cave there, the little sneaky hidey hole, and they both get picked off in kind of a staggered way. Look at this. Now we got to wait for them to get back to this original choke point. Focus still holding that amazing spot. Oh, the grenade! Nice little peek grenade from Enders, who's now switched off, of course, the Gym Sniper as well, to take out the other side's Pale Rider. And now once again, they've got to wait a little bit of time before they go for this full push.
This is a minute 30. This is two fights that Mafty can just win with one G maneuver. They've got the punch along with that butterfly at the ready. Focus taking the 1v1 in the back line, but never mind, it's a 2v1 as Nox is getting challenged now. He will fall, and that is a huge stagger. A minute and 13 seconds remaining. Focus actually gets taken out by a robot, but he gives his life for it, and I don't know if that was actually worth.
That was, we saw all four flyers just playing the flyer plus flyer mirror match right there. That was pretty interesting to see, but in the end, it does look like we're going to see Team Mafty hold. They are backing up a little bit though, so maybe that brawl in the background did manage to at least get them out of that choke point, and we're going to see Casino now get back up, but here we go, the butterfly coming out. How many picks? 3 picks so far from Profi, at least falling down, and that is going to once again reset into that choke point. Only one potential push left, I think, here from the side of Tekka Dynasty.
And that's just beautiful G maneuver management, right? All they extended, I believe, is the energy cable along with that butterfly. And so now they've got the Ashmar punch along with the Hades to close things out. And they still have to make it through this choke point once again. Take it to the skies. There's the Ashmar punch. And oh no, Nox ends up going down to his own nade. Enders hasn't even popped the Hades quite yet. Casino utilizes that Screaming Nimbus. Enders falls back just to try and deal with this back liner here. It's going to be the Barbados coming on in. And now a robot is going to try and desperately touch this point, but Gasman ends up going down, and it's going to be a robot falling next. No progress made whatsoever here on point B for Team Tekka Dynasty. And it's Mafty once again with another dominant hold.
Yeah, I love how we're starting to see the butterfly G maneuver become almost like a screaming Nimbus in strategy, right? Like it's almost like the counter push. Like as soon as they pop G maneuvers, you're like, I'm gonna get above your G maneuvers and I'm gonna kill you for trying that. You know, you need to commit now into my G maneuver, and that's just not gonna work out for you. But oh my gosh, Casino leading the pack with damage with 24k and Focus, the two suits that we don't usually expect to be absolutely top of the damage, but that is as expected, impressive. And you know, look at this, no Pale Rider for a little bit again, as of course with Enders switching back to the Gym Sniper. But this is going to be, wait, we might see no Gym Sniper from the side of Tekka Dynasty, possibly.
It's possible. I mean, we'll see. Enders has his option, of course, if he wants to go ahead and play that. It does look like he will actually pick that one up, and it's going to be Gasman, of course, trying to counter snipe. But overall, I believe, you know, Enders was winning out on most of the duels. Nox actually was, I believe, their initial Gym Sniper for Tekka Dynasty. And so I'm kind of surprised. I understand that, you know, players have depth to their mobile suit pool, but I guess he's just not feeling confident, even though ultimately he did get that first pick. I believe it was that headshot coming out from the Gym Sniper onto Casino. We're seeing the nerf coming into play up against Dom Sniper in that matchup.
Yeah, I'm also surprised that we're not going to see BOZOS at this first corner. That can be a spot that it can be a little bit nasty, but I also do understand for sure wanting to have that like flame grenade that can be just a 5-man, 6-man hit here out this corner if you catch them at the right timing. Right now, though, we're seeing a pretty solid push here from the side of Team Mafty. No picks on either side. If we do manage to see at least one sniper pick, that will be huge. Casino just sliding back and forth, not taking the shots. A little bit scary now with the health nerf.
Yeah, Casino does have to be a little bit careful, but they're doing a great job of just playing around the sight lines. You can see, but they haven't spotted Gasman quite yet, but now they know what is up. They know where that sniper is, and they have called that one out. Enders taking some flame damage here, but again, it's all going to come down to who gets the first pick, and Enders is playing this one very cautiously. Still, though, they're actually buying a lot of space for him, and they backed them up without finding a pick quite yet. There it is. Profi getting the first one. That's the zombie down. That's the tank gone, and that's going to be the go button, but they have the answer on the other side. Gasman finds one. David answers back as they try and push him into the back line, but David will fall. Nox picks him up.
Yeah, that pickup right there is huge, and that's going to give a really good chance on defense. It looked like that could have turned into a weird little brawl, but wait, what was that? Are we not seeing the scope for some reason? Yo, that was a cool bug. That was a cool little bug. I've never seen that before in my life, but it looks like Gasman did end up going down. Enders just proving to be just such a great left clicker. I say that as the biggest compliment ever. It is hard to left click, but Enders great at it, of course.
Oh, Profi's got to be careful. Devotion is here to back him up, and he's got the nano skin as well to top himself off. Nox is getting a lot of damage right now with the Ashmar, and his punch is coming up. They've got to be careful not to group on the other side for Team Mafty as a Soar actually buys a little space for Enders. He gets that knock onto Hawklight. Nox will be the next one to fall. And they do at least get that res, that long-range res that you do have with the Gym Sniper, but it's not going to be enough. As the remaining members of Tekka Dynasty end up falling, Gasman will go down. And that is going to be point A being cracked wide open by Team Mafty.
Yeah, we're already seeing actually the push pretty heavily here. At least Casino's going to try and challenge this. It looked like there was some more following up, but they decided to back up a little bit. Maybe they didn't want to go quite so hard for this initial push. The mines are in place, and it looks like we're going to see probably some G maneuvers here. We've got about half the G maneuvers up in the entire game, and there's going to be a lot more pretty soon.
Yeah, Gasman has swapped off onto that BOZOS once again, but the wall hacks are here for Enders, which is what I was surprised about on the initial offensive side for Tekka Dynasty. But oh no, the butterfly comes in. They somehow back away and survive, but you do have the Hades being utilized here. Profi ends up finding one more onto a robot, but Dark Infestor there with the Hades to finish him off. It's a 2-for-2 exchange as they have not made it to the point quite yet. Dark Infestor actually came out of that animation a little bit late, but he somehow still stays alive. Never mind, he'll fall as Casino picks him up. The Sazabi will try and res him, but no, the rest of the team are here to clean that one up. Gasman tries to back away. Now they are on point. They only need one tick. Someone needs to touch it here as Hawklight tries to go in. He gives his life for it, but it looks like Team Mafty will be able to get the clean 2-0, moving on to fight against IQ tomorrow in our winners finals.
Oof, I am really excited for that. That sounds like that's going to be an amazing match. I wish we could do that today. Let's just run it all today. But no, I mean, great stuff. Honestly, holding A for so long on the side of Team Tekka Dynasty, that was really impressive, considering just how dominant so far we've seen Team Mafty be. But they really held. They held extremely well. There were a lot of situations where it turned into these smaller brawls, and they had managed to pull back together and retake and regroup, and everything was looking really good for them. But it just unfortunately didn't quite work out for them in the end. I think they were holding even point B decently well, but the fact that they just never were able to get their moments on the offense meant that they had zero leeway, right? They couldn't like give up a tick, give up 2 ticks. They just had to like give up nothing. And when you're playing against a team like Team Mafty, giving up nothing for the entire time of the match is just a little bit too hard, I think. So that does mean, of course, that we are set for our 2 teams in winners finals, and it does not mean that that is the end of Team Tekka Dynasty. They are, of course, still going to be moving down, as this is double elimination, and they have a chance, a very good chance, I would say, to make it back into the top 30.
Yeah, again, this is double elimination, so nothing is over quite yet. We have seen some amazing lower bracket runs from teams in the past, so don't count anyone out quite yet. And let's this upper bracket final, IQ versus Team Mafty did nothing wrong. I mean, that's going to be an explosive winners finals that'll take place tomorrow.
Yeah, I have like zero idea how that's going to go. Both teams looking ridiculous. Both teams have shown honestly, some pretty similar strengths in their own way. But we just haven't had a chance to see two teams like that really get a chance to go up against each other, I think. Unless they did in the big official tournament and I just totally missed it. But I did unfortunately have to work that day. But we'll see how it goes this time around. I think that is going to be an absolute banger of a match. And like you said, that's happening tomorrow. But we're going to have two more matches today. We're going to go through the losers quarterfinals. We're going to go through one more of those matches. And then we're going to go into the losers semifinals so that we can see who will be guaranteed into that top 3 spot for all those extra points in the Pilot Academy and who will be guaranteed for tomorrow. So don't go anywhere because we got one of our final 2 matches of the day coming up right after this.
on these outer points.
Yeah, that 12% is just because they left the point pretty early to kind of get in position, which they maybe could have held a little bit longer, but doesn't really matter. And again, the fight here up on the high ground to be, they are going to be pushing for it. It does look like we have the Mihiru on the other side, the big punch, and that's why Ashamar is so good on this map. That is the perfect angle, the perfect range for the punch shot right there. You can see that extra health from, oh, okay, we're going to see the Screaming Nimbus. You can actually knock a lot of people into the wall here, into the water. Regardless, it doesn't even matter.
Unclumping, right? They're not allowing themselves to just get one shot by that Ashmar punch. Nice Trans Am engage there. There's going to be a 2-for-2 exchange, but looks like maybe, quite possibly, a first team fight win going on over. They still have three G maneuvers. Never mind, Carl Sagan, the unseen threat.
Yeah, and here we go. We see actually the Methis boosted Exia here, but not able to get anything as we see 2 picks from Bitey on the turn A. 3 picks now from Bitey on the turn A.
It's going to be traded back and forth, actually. No one finding a pick quite yet, but they are grouped up here on the right-hand side, and Zeros will be able to find one. Batty finds one more for his squad. Off of that mega health pack, but as they charge forward, the axe doesn't quite connect. That's the C-snare coming in, and they're able to charge in with that follow-up. Great utilization of that Marasite ult. G maneuver ready, pop, the push out, 1 shot left, basically remaining there as Fusion Blackie does find one with that overhead throw, but Saris will fall once again. Batty coming up clutch, and he has been a one-man army. I think there are going to be a few trades. The turn A will get onto that A site, get that plant down.
Shots here to stop this. Like you said, you can hit so many people at once. Whoa! So much damage.
Like a bad plant for them. They have been able to turn around. The turn A butterfly ultimate coming down as well. As this is such a fractured fight. It seems like there's 6 individual fights going on with turn A coming in to clean up all of them.
This was entirely, it was one person that set up the bomb. It was one person that defended the bomb as everybody else got back. And then it was that big G maneuver that defended the bomb fully from the entire team fight. That was like MVP moment.
cry.
Only 2 matches remain at day 1 here of Celestial Assault, presented by the Gundam Evolution New Type League. We've got 2 teams already set for our top 3 on day 2, and only 1 more can make it. I am once again EGP Wonder Chef, joined by James Jamerson Lee. Oh my god, I bite my tongue every time I say your name for some reason. It's like a curse. But who do you think we're gonna get in our final spot? If you had to, I'm putting you on the spot here. If you had to choose one of our final teams, we've got BOZOS, we've got Skill Issue, Tekka Dynasty, and Satoris Esports. We actually haven't seen on stream, so that one's a little bit of a tough choice.
Yeah, that one's definitely hard. But I want to say that this is going to be a BOZOS matchup. I mean, to make it to top 3, it should be BOZOS. But again, there have been so many roster swaps, and these teams have completely changed in identity over the last month.
Yeah, I know. I put you in an impossible to answer situation, especially because, yeah, one of our 4 teams that's remaining has not even been on stream yet, which is pretty wild. So we are going to have our other losers quarterfinal match being played off stream currently, but right now we are going to BOZOS versus Skill Issue, and I see a lot of Skill Issue fans in the chat, and they're definitely going to need your help, because every team that's left in this kind of bottom 4 of the losers bracket is an extremely strong team, and these two, this is, I think, the first matchup that we actually have of the day where both teams have been on broadcast before.
Yeah, and these are so important. Again, I love double elimination because it comes down to so many high stakes, right? This is your final chance. You lose, you go home. And so now with 2 matches left to go, you have to basically leave everything out on the field. And so, and you don't really have that much time to really kind of make adjustments. I mean, these matches, some of these maps have been going by so fast.
I know. This is it's been a really intense day, and it actually does feel like it's been really short, all things considered, from what we've seen, especially the fact that we actually have seen some game 3s, or at least one game 3, which we usually don't see until the very end of the tournament. So honestly, I have no idea. I have no idea how any team is going to do against any team in the rest of this tournament, right? We've got a lot of teams that I felt could very easily make top 3, but only one of them can. I have teams that I didn't know were going to be quite as strong as they were going into the top 3. And then Team Mafty's is probably there expectedly. But we also have some players that have chosen funny names, you know, like, for example, Sunglasses changing to Mr. Big Large or whatever it was. So it's just a whole day of confusing stuff. I'm just excited to continue to watch good Gun Evo gameplay. That's what I'm all about here. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, it's been an absolute treat throughout the day, because it hasn't been just one unit kind of dominating the field. It's been so many different standout players, so many different standout positions, whether it's the tank line, whether it's the DPS, or even the support line. A lot of different units have been able to step up and really come up with some huge plays. And so I'm glad that it's not just, hey, look at turn A this entire tournament. It's been, look at the Dom, look at the Ashamar. So many different units are standing out throughout the course of today's events.
Yeah, it's not to like insult any other games. I'm not even talking about any game in particular when I say this, but I think there's a lot of games that no matter what the game is, as people get better at the game, the meta becomes more defined and more clear cut as to what you really need to choose to compete. But so far, I've been really, really happy that it's been kind of the opposite here. Like we've seen lots of different comps. We've seen some cores, but the actual ability to do well with every different suit in this game has been really impressive. We got to see the gun tank next, but we're going here into map picks and bans. Of course, we're still in the 2 out of 3 area. We're going to be a 2 out of 3 match for the rest of today. I believe only grand final is going to be 3 out of 5, so we're going to have the usual number of picks and bans.
Yeah, and for people that are newer to basically this event right now, we did have a swap off in terms of our map pool. So Colony Trading Post, our newest map in Gundam Evolution, has been swapped in favor of Ministry of Defense, which was already a map that we didn't even get to see that often. So I'm glad we made that swap off overall, because yeah, Ministry of Defense just wasn't that compelling. And because I don't know if we ever actually got to see the second half of Ministry of Defense. I feel like it was always a full hole to end things out.
Yeah, I don't think we did ever see the full like breadth of that map. So hopefully we get a chance to see Colony Trading Post. I do understand that there's a lot of people banning it right now. I think ideally, or at least hopefully, that it's a lot because it's just such a new map that you don't want to risk it when we've had so much more time to practice on a lot of these other maps. But we did see it get picked, right? We've seen both Thermal Plant and Colony Trading Post be picked today and just not used. But here we go. First ban of this set is going to be Flak Fort, a strange ban to see. Again, I feel like that is one of the most neutral maps.
Yeah, definitely a neutral map. I mean, we've seen teams be able to full hold on A as well. So it's not like it's just one of these maps where it's just extremely dominant, like, you know, like we would see in Harbor City, where point A is kind of everyone just assumes you're going to take it. Although we did have a full hold earlier on, but Flak Fort is just one of those maps that plays extremely dynamically, but I think it lends itself well to different sorts of play styles. You don't have to hard commit onto a Pale Rider either anymore, it seems. A lot of teams have kind of been pulling away from that Pale Rider, but maybe that's the reason why. Maybe they want to play a bit more to the strength of that unit. But right now, we're just waiting on the next ban. We'll see Thermal Plant, Mountain R&D. Want to see a little bit more of that today. We got to see some Mountain R&D, and I would love to see a little bit more because of the amazing Ashmar play that we got to see a little bit early on today.
Yeah, that can be a really fun map to watch. Sometimes it can be a stomp, I think, if one team is really, really good at knowing how to hold that high ground and just stay on that high ground. But it definitely leads to some very, very fun fights. And so I think that is always a really good map to watch. I really want to see Thermal Plant just because we haven't seen it. And I think that there's a chance that some of these teams will go there, especially if you're banning something like Flak Fort. I feel like you maybe just don't want to go to quite the longer range maps, but then I don't know why you wouldn't just ban Harbor City first. So maybe these players are just tired of Flak Fort, and we'll see what the actual second ban is. But I think Thermal Plant, we've got a higher chance maybe of seeing than Colony Trading Post, which is of course my number one pick still.
Yeah, again, it's just such a great map. When it was first announced, I was just so glad to see that we could actually play on a colony and have one of the most dynamic skyboxes. I know it's a weird thing to say, but like, you know, there really isn't a lot of love when it comes to skyboxes in most maps, and this is one of the most beautiful ones. But in particular, it just really does put into perspective like the kind of scope and the scale that you're fighting in. Like, these buildings actually feel like they are tall 10-story tall buildings, right? 40 or 15 to 20 meters high and stuff like that. And it's weird to have like the mobile suits actually feel a little bit dwarfed by the buildings.
Oh, wow. You know, I was saying maybe there's a chance that we see it. Thermal Plant banned immediately, so I have cursed it. But that means Colony Trading Post still has a chance. So it looks like one team probably just doesn't want that level of chaos, which is understandable. So now I feel like there might be a chance that we end up seeing a Mountain R&D Lab pick. If somebody doesn't want to go to Thermal Plant, you might just go to that to say, hey, you know what? We'll force you to get to these close range fights. But on the other side, who knows? We still have quite a few long-range maps as well. You know, Colony Trading Post is kind of, I would say, a little bit more mid-range, then you get a little bit closer, but Underground Command Center has some really long angles. Harbor City has some really long angles. Quarry, mid-range-ish again. We're getting rid of a lot of these really, really short-range maps at least. So maybe that's the goal. Maybe they do want to try to take at least one of these super long range maps to make some of the other teams uncomfortable. But so far, I don't think we've really seen too many teams, at least too many teams that still exist in their full capacity, that are particularly strong or weak at any of these game types.
Yeah, I mean, again, you do still have some sight lines you can play around on Quarry, especially if you're trying to maybe play for that A site on the first half of the map. But right now, a lot of our longer range maps basically out of there except for Harbor City, and that is our first pick. And so we got to see some great Gem Sniper play along with some great turn A on there. Underground Command Center coming in as our second pick.
Yeah, popular map today somehow. And Quarry banned. One more ban, and we'll see what the decider is. Not that we've gotten too many game threes today, only one, I believe, but there is a chance. There is a chance. Seeing the Harbor City pick, I do feel like maybe one of these teams like is giving off the vibe, at least, that they want to fight in closer quarters. And I think maybe the other team decided to try and bend that out. Yep, I assume maybe the first team banned. I got to look at the banning order. But Colony Trading Post, the decider once again. So if we can just get a game 3, if one of you teams could just, take it easy after you've won a game, we could see Colony Trading Post. Come on, give us the chance.
Yeah, the only set that ended up going to our third map was actually on stream, Skill Issue versus Tekka Dynasty. And so Skill Issue is one of those teams here so far. So maybe we do end up actually getting a second map number 3, courtesy of Skill Issue.
Yeah, honestly though, I wouldn't be surprised. We at first we were like, okay, these teams kind of they really show like their divide in most of these matches. Like some of these teams just look a little bit more experienced with the game or as a team or whatever, and then some of the other teams like they look to be a little bit more new. But as we're getting further into this, I feel like even the most dominant matches that we've had, every single team has shown a really good fight at least. So it's not going to be as split up. I think some of these teams still, of course, are very new to playing with each other, and that might be one of the biggest differences. But I think that any of these 4 teams that are in the losers bracket currently could very easily go to game 3 against any of the other teams in the losers bracket, and that's what I want to see. I want to see more close matches. So I think we're slightly starting to break out of this initial I guess pattern of the game. But I mean, the game is getting a little bit older. It's still not super old. It's like 6 months new still or something like that, but people are starting to really find their ground in it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, it was enough to break the mold, that Skill Issue, our first match of the day, going to map number 3. I mean, really, when it came down to day 1 throughout all of our events, it was just 2-0s across the board. So we might be seeing, basically the competition basically raising to the challenge and everyone kind of equalizing in terms of overall skill, making things a little bit closer, especially when it gets down to the lower bracket. That's where we get to see teams kind of having to dig a little bit deeper when it comes to these matches.
Yeah, and to point this out too, in our previous 2 events, we saw Team Powerpuff Girls go down a little bit early in the winners bracket and then fight their way all the way, back up to a pretty high placement multiple times now. But now the remaining members of Powerpuff Girls are on Team Mafty's, which is not in loser bracket at all, so they don't even have to deal with that. So that also kind of changes up the entire dynamic of just where our teams end up landing. They're not just gonna go to losers bracket, almost make it to top 3, and then lose to Powerpuff Girls, who for some reason get that sort of boost. Also, though, we can see Team Mafty's, if they do end up losing in the winners finals, they might get that boost again, as long as half their team remembers how to, play from that losers bracket like they have been. But right now, it's a bunch of teams that have never really been in that spot to get into that top 3. I think IQ at one point was in the top 4, and they're in now, of course, our top 3. But Tekka Dynasty, I think, is the closest of our remaining teams. BOZOS is such a different team, I almost feel like I can't even consider it the previous BOZOS. So I don't know. There's just so much change. There's so much change that I just really have zero idea what's going to happen in this losers bracket. But like I mentioned, the top match is happening off stream, so everybody pay attention to that one. I'm sure there'll be an update in the chat, probably from our genl GG account. By the way, please follow the stream. We're trying to continue to get out there and get our affiliates so that we can get all those little emotes for everybody and be able to get our VODs all good and stuff. So appreciate everybody who has followed to this point. We've also got a Discord, ! Discord in the chat. There's a whole bunch of commands.
Yeah, and shout out to basically all of our partners, Landfest, Taurus, Bloodline, everyone that's helped us put this on basically for the last few months here, for Celestial Assault, for Gundam's Grace, for everything that we've been able to do. We wouldn't be able to do it without them. So just shout out to everyone supporting us, whether it's partners or just you following the channel, following us on Twitter. Do every little bit. Those little small metrics helps immensely. And so thank you all so much for your support.
Yeah, I've been really happy with all of this, I mean, just going from, the first event to now, being part of the Pilot Academy. It's been super sick. I know I'm just kind of rambling as waiting for this match to start, but, what better time? These matches end up going by so quick that I just want to thank everybody out there. So let's keep growing our community here. It's been a good little community of everybody. And you can see that just from the fact that when all these team shifts happened, the the teams, the players changed teams, but it didn't seem as much as like, I've seen some games where like the team changes end up being a lot more bitter than this time, than we've seen from these players. This mode, it's more like there's this big pool of players and a lot of them know each other, and then they kind of switch and mix and match, and sometimes certain players can't play on certain teams. And I mean, most of the best players here have been on like three different teams at least for 3 different tournaments. It's very, very strange, but it's cool to see. I appreciate the community, basically.
Yeah, it's a musical chairs effect, basically, when it comes to rosters every time around, like I need Craze there to just like fill me in on what's going on, because it's just so hard to keep up with how many roster changes we have. And that's kind of just, par for the course. That's the nature of the demon at this point. Right now, we're just waiting for our first match first map of this set here in the lower bracket semifinals. Again, you lose here, you are done. And so much is on the line now.
Yep, everything. And again, I just got to remind everybody, we're part of the Pilot Academy now. Top 3 gets a lot of points for this towards qualifying towards the end of season. So you really want to be in that top 3. But here we go. We're going to see BOZOS on the blue. We're going to see Amano starting out as their gym sniper. And on the other side, we are going to have Fuerte as the gym sniper. We're also going to see the turn A Gundam coming from Evictus on the side of Skill Issue.
Yeah, so for Skill Issue, opting for the double sniper here. We'll see if Team BOZOS want to go for it, but it looks like they feel like, just having the one sniper, never mind. As soon as I say that, Blue Jay will go ahead and swap off. So that's going to be 2 long-range threats that you have to worry about here as we open up. And now we'll see how this defense wants to hold. How far back do they end up giving up space? Invictus, you needed to give them a little bit more. You cannot go for the peek on that corner. Amano gets a second one.
Oh my gosh, can we go for 3? That already is huge. What a set of picks right there. And just knowing where the sniper is, oh yeah, it doesn't really get a great chance, but already getting 2 on offense, that is probably more than enough. That might be the play already that takes point A. At the very minimum, they're going to get a tick on point A, so they're just got to hold this position. We're still going to see, of course, Fuerte on the sniper, just trying to get that high ground. This is almost an unsafe spot, though. This leaves you super vulnerable unless you back off. But not getting punished for it.
3 ticks already being secured before the contest comes out onto point A. Davester is going to try and get in as Dai ends up finding 2, but Davester will not be able to get a knock there. He will try and chase after Wiki, who is on 1 HP, but he ends up going down, chasing after that one.
Yeah, and that means there's nobody left on the point here. Killer Umbrella is trying to take out Amano, saying, okay, you've sniped enough of us, stop it. And it is going to work, but it looks like that point is going to be taken. So I don't know if it was worth it trying to make that chase down. I mean, nobody on the point to stop it from actually being captured means that now you're just a little bit staggered. We could see a quick push on the side of BOZOS if they really want to. Blue Jay's down, though, so they might just take some time to regroup. Oh, I love this angle. From bridge to bridge, from spawn to their push. It's great to hold it for a little bit, but if they notice the snipers here, they know that they can 6v5 push as long as they get actually regrouped, and it looks like they are being a little bit aggressive with this push.
Yeah, the only real threat is going to be Evictus there on mid, but you can see now Amano has a lot more space to work with. He has swapped off onto that payload to play off of that. They still have the long range option with Blue Jay, and he needs to dish up out a little bit more damage, but it looks like the opening is there. Be there, shield. Ends up fighting J-Slay. Davester goes down on the Barbados, and now it's going to be beeline straight onto point B. Screaming Nimbus utilized here as Wiki ends up finding 1 with his turret, and he is still here causing so much disruption. Gets the knock in the last second before Davester can actually make it back to spawn, and that's another knock. That's 2 ticks being picked up by Team BOZOS.
Wow, that was an aggressive chase. That's going to be 3 ticks, and there's only 3 people up on the side of Skill Issue, and that's slowly going to turn into less. And now there's only about 1 person ready to challenge. It's going to be the Trans Am, though, going to get 1 pick, but only 1. And we are still going to see the Methods, but that's the entire team. That's the point, and that is a quick round 1.
And it's just like you said, Wonder Chef. I mean, if you want to try and play the sniper on that bridge, you have to get that pick. Otherwise, you need to go ahead and make the swap off or go ahead and join back with your squad, leaving that 6v5 open to make it free. You need to contest for that choke point after point A, and they just did not do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big risk, right? But sometimes you can get the picks from bridge to bridge. The problem is you really need to hit a headshot on people walking sideways, which can be very awkward. A lot of these suits have these really big shoulders, especially when you get to certain suits like Dom, for example. You know, just has the big shoulder pads. Really hard to actually get the top of the head as it's walking by. So if you don't get that pick, you do live the 6v5. The reward can be nice, of course. People don't expect to get picked from that particular angle. They're not ready to get shot at yet, but it didn't end up happening, and we did see the axe thrown in the air, as we're going to see probably a pretty similar makeup. I do see on defense maybe no sniper. We're seeing a mono switch back to the Pale Rider for now, at least, and they are having to run back, so I'm assuming this is going to be real.
Yeah, I mean, they might, be considering that, hey, point A is a foregone conclusion. Let's work towards the Hades a little bit earlier on instead. And so that could be the consideration coming out from a mono there. But also, I mean, they might also just feel a little bit more confident in that long range. Fuerte wasn't able to get that much actually done on point A. I believe he ended up with about 50% charge once we ended up going over to point B. And so they might feel a little bit more confident up against the counter sniper and feel like they don't actually have to try and counter the gym sniper.
Yeah, well, let's see if it pays off. I'm just surprised. Oh, well, actually, then in the end, Amano changed back? Maybe it was just bugged, or are they just running all the way back? But it does look like we're going to be looking at Fuerte here, trying to get the picks themselves and be their shield, just getting chunked, getting absolutely chunked. But on the other side, Amano again getting 2 picks. This is our gym sniper of the day for sure in my eyes.
Yeah, it's huge pickups there for the defense. Now Victus tries to go for the challenge. After he gets rezzed. Oh, Davester in the back line, but he doesn't get the finish onto Amano. And that's the nerfs coming onto Barbados that we get to see there. Davester, unfortunately, not able to pick that one up, but he does create space for his squad. Tries to go in for another sword dive there, but he does not get the connect. And now he's down to 105 HP. Needs the health coming out from Bonekel there as they try and regroup.
Yeah, great evasion, though. Davester, I felt like, was pretty much a goner like several times in that fight and then just never went down. Really great way to escape, but just a great way to create space, too. You know, putting that pressure on really allowed this push. But now finally Davester going down, Amano getting the pick, but now finally Amano going down after getting just more than enough picks. But even just one person going down, especially 2 with Be Their Shield now also falling to Killer Umbrella's Exia, means that this is probably going to be a gone point A. We might see already Skill Impact just, we might see BOZOS just kind of regroup and try to hold the choke point at this point.
Yeah, they haven't touched it quite yet. There we go, about to secure their first tick, but 2 minutes have basically already gone by. There's going to be the regroup now coming out from Team BOZOS, and hopefully they are able to regroup as a full 6. Killer Umbrella going for a cheeky peek there, but almost gets taken out himself. You can see now the difference in the defensive hold. Amano has gone back over to that Pale Rider, of course, now to start working on that Hades for his squad. He should be regrouped with his team. The difference here on the defense is that BOZOS are really able to play for this choke, while Skill Issue were not able to.
Yeah, this is already considerably stronger positioning. Davester making the push in, but not quite able to get any damage here. And yeah, this looks like this might be the end of Davester. No, manages to just barely get that health pack on spawn, manages to stay alive. But we are just not seeing them make any leeway in pushing. Ooh. Oh, there we go. That's huge. A great snipe onto Nitrogenocide.
It's a 1-for-1. Davester actually finds one more onto Wiki while we had a back cap taking place this entire time. No! Oh, no. We do have the butterfly going there, but Invictus gets shot out of the sky by Blue Jay. Make things a little bit more equal for the defense. They find one more. Davester going down. Nitrogenocide turns around in time to take out Bonekel. And now it's left basically up to Killer Umbrellas to try and secure a tick for his squad. But the rest of the defense is here. And unfortunately, they're not going to be able to secure that tick for themselves.
Yeah, just getting chased down. And again, that's a big stagger, right? I mean, Davester now in a position to not really 1v5 this team. So I think this is a little bit of a risky spot to even be that far up. Amano now switching back, of course, to the Pale Rider. That happened a little bit earlier, but just mentioning it now because it's a little bit more relevant. Fuerte, though, still staying on the Gym Sniper. I was going to say, is that going to pay off? The answer is yes so far. Although, falling down into that pit was a little bit demoralizing. But, oh, I see the Trans Am popped.
Yeah, Killer Umbrellas, though, has almost no HP, and Wiki will be able to finish him off. That's a 1-for-1 exchange, but they still have a lot of G maneuvers to utilize, and it's going to be Davester finding one onto a mono here, forcing them back. They secure 1 tick, but no one's on the point right now. Someone needs to actually be there. There it is. The Methus player gets in to the point now. Nitro Genocide here on the high ground. He does have that Ashmar punch to utilize. Now they're going to try and chase after them. We do have the funnels going down as well, but Nitro Genocide not utilizing that punch quite yet. We'll go ahead and back away, secure himself some health, and that's going to be the second tick coming in for skill issue.
Yeah, oh, nice avoidance from Amano, not getting jumped on. That can be pretty well reacted to if you're ready for it, but look at this, G maneuver into G maneuver, and that is going to be so many players on the side of BOZOS going down. That's going to be, I'm sorry, on the side of Skill Impact going down, it's going to be entire team kill, and that is going to be a full regroup and a full reposition, more importantly, back to this point, back to this choke point for BOZOS.
I was going to say there's an Ashmar punch online, but Fuerte! Oh no, the screaming Nimbus! That is huge coming out for skill issue now as they charge forward, but there was a pick onto Davester along with the res. Wiki finds one more into Jay Slay, and despite the heroics, the defense are holding on.
Oh, that was the most painful situation of being knocked into water that I've maybe literally ever even seen. But that, yeah, it's really impressive that they actually are holding on. This is really incredible. I mean, just regroup from this defense time and time again. Davester, oh, finally getting that hit, and actually that's huge. Amano not fully going down, but just getting that down might be enough to get them a further push forward. They still only need 2 ticks left, but Davester finally getting picked off.
Fuerte is still sticking on to this Gym Sniper. He's 30% away from the wall hacks, but it's going to be Invictus now with that butterfly. He hasn't found anything quite yet. You can see Nitro Genocide trying his best. Mid-air punch to finish him off. It's a 1-for-1 exchange between these two units now, but ultimately it's the defense now trying to hold on. Now we do have skill issue now making their way onto the point, but they've got 25 seconds left and they are staggering out. That's another exchange here. Bonekill is going to try and get the res, but he cannot. Now he needs to back away. That's too far, going basically into the spawn now. Nitro Genocide finds one more, and Fuerte is basically the only one up. He does have that wall hack going.
You don't get fully just walled off there to give yourself that extra time, and that might have been exactly what we saw with getting multiple picks on the side of Amano. But you know, moving over to the next map, which I suddenly forget what it is. Are we going to Underground Command Center? Is that right?
I want to say yes. I cannot remember right now.
We get too many of these matches.
Yeah.
But I think that's where we're going. So
yeah.
We are going to have a chance there for some similar play. If that is the map, I'm going to commit to it. You know, chat, if I'm wrong, blow me up. That's fine. Oh, I was right. Yeah. All right. The good commitment. But yeah, so we're going to have some similar levels of play, right? Like this, again, Gym Sniper could be an option, but it could also not be an option, especially considering the fact that, for example, like we've seen Amano for sure do lots and lots of work on the Pale Rider. Fuerte, I'm not exactly sure what other suits Fuerte knows, so that'll be interesting to see. Or we might just see the commitment to the Pale Rider because I'm sorry, to the Gym Sniper, because we did see the commitment to the Gym Sniper throughout the entire game on offense in that set. So maybe that just means, you know, you're just going to stick with it even in a map like this.
I mean, it's incredibly strong, right, on the entire offensive side, but typically you see that teams want to play a little bit closer, have a little bit more presence once on point with that Pale Rider. And if you're committing to the Gym Sniper on the second point offense, I feel like it's just a lot of trust being put into your backliners, being able to put a lot of trust into like Killer Umbrellas to see what he can do with that. But I think you kind of do want to swap off on to that Gym Sniper, just the consistent damage, right? Even though consistent body shots can be pretty huge when it comes to Gym Sniper, just the Pale Rider Hades finishing ability to just finish off fights with that Hades is so much more important.
Yeah, not that it's bad per se, but the Gym Sniper G maneuver, it isn't the most impactful. It is, of course, huge to be able to know where your opponents are, but there's a lot of situations and a lot of maps where it almost doesn't even matter if you know exactly where your opponents are, because like it's like, yeah, like if I'm on, let's say, Quarry, for instance, I don't know, I'm just choosing that randomly, and you're on the very first point trying to attack the relay, it's like, yeah, they're probably mostly going to be next to the box, you know, on the right side after the last choke point. It's like, yeah, you're probably mostly going to know that. It's not going to be huge, but you know, you're on you're on Pale Rider, you pop Hades, it's like, okay, you might just team wipe them. We'll see. We'll see how well your aim is and if they can react to well enough. So yeah, I totally get that. But we'll see. Again, I don't know what Fuerte's specialties are overall as far as just being a player. But Underground Command Center, we don't see it that often. We're going to see it now for the second time today.
Yeah, and again, it is one of those maps where you do want to start off on the offensive side as that Gem Sniper. Just the pick-off potential is huge. We get to see the changes now coming into the nerfs coming to Dom really coming into effect. I think on both of our Harbor City maps that there were huge picks with the headshot onto the Dom from the Gem Sniper. And so it is really bearing fruit across our tournament so far. We did get to see some teams actually try to run sniper list composition when it came to the defensive side for Underground Command Center. So it feels like there are a lot of different flavors, and especially on the defensive end when you want to play this map.
Yeah, I can totally see that. You know, like you have to really figure out how they're going to be attacking you on defense. And also the run back is so huge that you don't want to just get overrun and then suddenly they're just already planted by the time your sniper gets back. So I think I do like the idea. And we did see it work quite well of playing like a little bit more of a flexible option on the defense for the first point here. And if it works out, you know, if you think still like it's not working out, you can just back up and play a little bit safer even. But sniper is like kind of a hard commitment. And we've seen that really not pay off. You know, we did see another game on Underground Command Center where the first pick was the sniper. The sniper got picked off itself, and then that just ended up being just kind of like a death ball all the way through the map where they were just never able to kind of regroup and get their kind of, I don't know, their team synergy back. You know, they just weren't able to sit down and just be like, okay, it's time to change what we were doing. But I don't know. Again, until we see these players in these maps, and that's the other thing too. It's like a lot of these teams and all these players we've seen on like Flak Fort or on Mountain R&D, but Underground Command Center, it's always going to be a mystery.
Yeah. Now I believe we do have match 2 set up and ready to go underway. We'll see if there's going to be a quick 2-0, excuse me, for Team BOZOS, or if skill issue can send us to a map number 3. But for right now, the big question is, what are our compositions going to be once we get into Underground Command Center?
Well, it looks like we are going to see, at least on the side of BOZOS, Amano is going to be on the Gem Sniper, and Fuerte is going to be on the Gem Sniper as well. So they are probably both committing, unless we're going to see a last-minute switch on the offensive side. It does look like BOZOS is going to start out on the offensive side, and Fuerte already in position, looking like holding a little bit of a lower position, not on the mountain, which can be a little bit vulnerable.
Yeah, we see a lot of teams just at least initially hold that position to try and buy some time and then play for some fallback spots. Right now, there's only 2 players actually up there, and Victus has to be careful, and they are ready to actually just drop off now as that high ground has been taken by the BOZOS squad.
Yeah, we see this this high ground just exactly working this many times on this map, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you've won, that you've taken that high ground, because you don't get a clear line of sight to right behind this relay, which is exactly what's happening right here. And wow, still no picks in this entire game. This is like the longest we've ever gone without a pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's how this map should play out, right? You shouldn't hard commit onto a point. Davester finds that first knock. D actually goes down as well. We'll see if the long-range res comes through, but it looks like Nitro Genocide is going to go ahead and push forward, try and chase after Killer Umbrellas. It's going to be Blue Jay, actually, with the daggers getting that knock.
Yeah, and with that relay taken, this is actually a scary spot now for the side of skill issue, because we've seen now, if you can get staggered here, there's a chance that, again, they just deathball like we saw Team Mafty's do earlier, and just immediately take this first bomb site, and then you get staggered again, and then it just happens again. It can very much happen, but it does look like they've... Oh, wow, great pick from Fuerte right there to even get the Sazabi, which again is still not a one-shot headshotable suit.
Oh, they got to be careful. They cannot be staggering like this right now. D does end up getting back, and it looks like it's going to be Amano getting a knock onto Davester. We'll see if they can follow through. Here is the wall hacks coming through, and now they're going to try and charge forward. Davester is back in time. Their shield ends up going down, but Amano ends up finding one more here as they try and go for the peak. J-Slice super low, but he's able to make it back to the rest of his squad. That's the mega charge going down actually on point B.
Ooh, yeah, we very rarely see these competitive teams get it down on point B, but that can be actually one of the hardest points to take back. Having these windows here that are just such good cover, and there being essentially one single choke point that you have to fight through to get back into this, and that's like the tiniest choke point too. It's just a door, just one literal door. And we do see, of course, 3 people still down on the defensive side. Blue Jay looks like it's going to barely escape, just getting that health pack. This looks like this might be a successful bomb plant here.
Yeah, they have 2 huge G maneuvers available. Never mind, just the one as Nitro Genocide goes down. Trans Am is up. They've got the Unicorn ulti as well. Look like they might be able to just finish this one off without it. 15 seconds remaining, and that was huge coming up from Blue Jay there, cleaning things up. And now, Skill Issue have to be careful, and they just have to regroup. This point is lost, and they got to make sure they don't get staggered. But what a beautiful push coming out from our BOZOS squad, trying to catch them all off guard. But it looks like it was a full 6-man retreat, and Victus goes down.
Oh, but they still got one great pick here, and okay, immediately the Trans Am popped to try to counter things off here, but this is still going to be so hard as a 5v6 when they are pushing forward so coordinated here, and we are going to see the Screaming Nimbus come out. It's only going to land a few hits, though. It might not be the ultimate one that you want to see to get this point. However, the picks, regardless, have just been working so well. We're going to see the counter butterfly here from Evictus, who's going to go down, and that might have been a waste of that G maneuver, as we're already going to see the plant.
Oh, he's going to try to go for it, but we do have the XE in the back line. Killer Umbrellas is here to at least put a stop to that. No, the bomb actually goes down, and now he's going to stagger himself. Amano finds one more pick, the counter sniper onto Fuerte here, and D showing the power of the Dom, winning out that duel with the help ultimately in the end of Amano, and it staggers on staggers. BOZOS are just playing off of momentum right now, and Skill Issue cannot keep up.
I cannot believe that they had that forward positioning to actually plant. Yeah, this is so hard for them. And we're going to see a sniper fight even indoors here. And a nice one tap on Fuerte. Amano winning the duel. That's one of the coolest duels, of course, in the game, to see the sniper ego challenge duel. But okay, we're going to barely see Nitro. Yeah, Nitro Genocide going down. But there's just not enough people, I think, to disarm here. They need to find some sort of huge G maneuver, but they just don't have anything. Fuerte being the only one that's up, it's just not going to be able to get as much damage as you need. This is one of those spots where maybe switching off could have been the play, and that is going to be it. A really quick round, exactly like we saw actually earlier in the day. The one amazing push into a death ball, into just so much time left. 2:30 left.
Yeah, there are a few things I do want to note as well that we kind of missed in the flurry of action. When we got to see both turn A's try to go for that butterfly G maneuver, I believe it was Nitro Genocide going for the Ashmar punch to actually stop the butterfly on the other side. So there was a lot of counterplay that we kind of missed because there was just so much going on.
I love the idea that the Flyers actually use like their flying G maneuver to like deal with another flying G maneuver. That's so perfect. It's like what's supposed to happen, and it's so sick that these teams are starting to be ready for this. Like that's the second time now in the set that we've seen punch against a butterfly. That like I mean successfully too. Yeah, apparently that's a really incredible. And blah, I love watching these two teams play, honestly. But BOZOS was just so ahead of everything. That coordinated push that managed to get that singular pick on Evictus after that first point was key. That was absolutely key. If they had been like half a second later, Evictus would have lived, would have managed to regroup, get to the 6v6, and then they might not have been able to make that happen. Or if they did make it happen, the stagger wouldn't have been good enough to be able to immediately get that plant. So every single thing there was perfect as far as just how they were coordinated and how they timed it and how they just didn't hesitate.
Yeah, for the BOZOS side, I mean, it feels like they're feeling they're a lot more comfortable playing off neutral when G maneuvers aren't a factor. So when they saw that there was a full committal coming out from Skill Issue, and it was almost a panic G maneuver usage coming out from Skill Issue when they were retreating as that 6-man. BOZOS were able to answer it back. They almost popped all of their G maneuvers as well. Amano with a nice little shot there on Evictus. And then, they thought they were safe on the ground, but no, Amano is here. They do end up getting the res, courtesy of Bonekill, but that's going to be another knock coming out from Blue Jay.
Yeah, Mono still just, oh my gosh. Okay, it just immediately going down over there. Maybe a little bit of overcommitment going against two very strong close range suits right there, but that does mean that they're going to be down Blue Jay for the rest of this fight. However, the entire offensive side is a little bit spread out. They did lose Bone Kill for a while. They lost the Victus for a little bit, of course, just brought them back up, but this might give enough time. Oh my gosh, on the Exia too, that's huge.
Yeah, Amano is doing so much right now. That's going to be another one going down. There's a third. Amano cannot be stopped. He already has his G maneuver.
No way. Yo, the ultimate left clicker. Oh, that is beautiful. That is the commitment to the gym sniper. That's the gym sniper gameplay I want to see. I've been waiting for that since like week 1. Oh man, almost getting the pick on Bone Kill as well with the really far range Ashamar shots. And oh, look at that. They just have to completely reset. They've lost so much time just getting all just one-tapped by Amano.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, for Victus, he forgets that, yeah, you got nerfed. You're down to 1100 HP. You can get headshot. I believe that's twice that Amano was able to finish him off in the last minute. And now we're down to 3 here. They have not made their way over to the waypoint quite yet, but Fuerte is able to finish it off with the Vulcan cannons of all things on to the tank player there, as D does back away. The waypoint has been picked up by skill issue, but for Team BOZOS, it's all about buying time. It's all about burning the clock on the other side. Blue Jay is still here in the back line, being a constant nuisance, a threat. He ends up going down, but again, and they're happy with these trades overall as D finds one onto Fuerte, and Amano finally falls in the end here, and now they need to charge forward.
Yeah, now this could be the kind of reverse stagger situation. This could be an issue. Amano now switching over to the Pale Rider, which is going to, I mean, of course, make me a little bit sad, but that's going to be a really smart choice, I think, for being in this spot. Oh, the Exia getting picked. No, the Exia versus Exia. Blue Jay just barely escaping. Both of these Exias actually just barely escaping as D goes down. Davester finally getting that spot that's going to be really useful to him, actually getting 2 takedowns with Wiki as well.
Yeah, beautiful utilization of that Trans Am. Now Blue Jay trying to find a little bit more. He does not have a health pack to play off of there, but he does at least get some trades. It looks like the res will come through. Jay Slay needs a lot of time to heal up, though. They only have that 1 pack to play off of. I'd be surprised if they try to commit for this charge, and they will not go for that mega charge quite yet, allowing the defense now to regroup. But for skill issue, they have a lot of G maneuvers available, and there's the first one coming in, the Screaming Nimbus. I believe the Trans Am has been popped for Killer Umbrellas as well, but despite utilizing 2 of those G maneuvers, they've only found the 2 picks right now. They need a little bit more, but the trades are not going in their favor.
Yeah, and of course the counter. Oh my gosh, great shot. Oh wow, I don't even know honestly where that shot was. Oh, it was the turret. Where was the turret? The turret got the kill. That was interesting. But yeah, the counter Screaming Nimbus was so key right there. It completely shut down that little bit of offense that they took, and it was trading 1 G maneuver for 2. So here we go on this right side, or I should say the left side for the offense. But they just can't break through. And again, the Fling Grenade is doing so much damage.
Yeah, Blue Jay is doing an amazing job on the Exia so far. Jay Slay will fall. That's going to be 3 members of the offense down, and now the time is ticking away. They've got 35 seconds just to get the plant down.
Oh, this is tough. And even if they do manage to somehow miracle bring this entire game back, there's just so much time to make up for it in overtime. This has got to be one of the hardest situations that you could possibly be in as Team Skill Issue. They're playing well, but again, they just haven't been able to find that key moment to really make anything stick. And there we go, Jay Slay going down to the Amano grenade, and oh, everybody just going on all the same time. The funnels did so much work from B, their shield. Davester managing to get 1 pick, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to actually get a plant, and every single player on Skill Issue going down. That is going to be the game and the set. BOZOS holding at point A.
Yeah, very strong 2-0 coming out from Team BOZOS. They'll be moving on to the losers semifinals. I'm trying to check to see if we did have a winner, and yeah, they'll be facing off against Tekka Dynasty now here in the loser semifinals.
Yeah, Tekka Dynasty been having quite the run today. We've seen them on stream more than any other of these teams for a very good reason, but we're going to get it one more time, and that's going to be another really good match. But I mean, I was very impressed by BOZOS' play there. That was such a great way to take advantage of that offensive situation. And on defense, again, you know, it was really, really close, I felt, but they made sure that nothing stuck. You know, there was no plants that were just not able to be recovered from. Like, there was always somebody around to stop the plants. They just managed to have that positioning just just so perfectly. And I mean, it was not a game 3. I said any of these could go to game 3, but again, that was maybe a little bit more of a dominant matchup. Still great stuff to Skill Issue, who put on another great showing today, but it looks like they are now out of the running for that top 3. They still will be getting a good amount of points, though, towards the Pilot Academy.
Yeah, but for Team BOZOS now securing top 4 for themselves, and now one match away from securing top 3 and keeping their tournament hopes alive.
Yeah, so we do, of course, only... Oh, actually, we just got a little update. Amano went 36-1 in that game. Oh, my gosh. What a disgusting score. Definitely the MVP play, I would say, of today, although we've had a bunch of really amazing moments, but just that overall on that map. However, we have one more match where we do get to see some more Amano, and we do get to see some more Tekka Dynasty, and we do see some more of BOZOS in general. But we're going to see that right after this quick break, when we will be deciding who will make it into top 3 on day 2, get those extra points from Pilot Academy, and who will be going home at 4th place. Right after this.
They have to fall back. The XA uses Trans Am on the offensive side, but unfortunately he will fall to Nico, in which popped his own Trans Am, gets 2, and now the offensive side with 25 seconds left, it's looking pretty scary for them on Harbor.
You have to put yourself into potentially being sniped out when you go for the repairers. You can see them start to just try and move forward. Max 94% to the ultimate. The Dreams comes in with the crash, and he's absolutely wrecking his opponents.
The defense side, but Calvin trades back X-Ray once more. On the other side, Red has got X-Ray again. He's killed them 3 times, but the Resurrect has been there every single time. And now the Barbados is in on his face. Illusion goes down to Dreams, and the offense is thwarted here. Kyler gets the Resurrect onto Glitch as well.
It's the mix, and there's no ultimate on the side of Borg. They're done for.
Yeah. And then meanwhile, they have to run down. Oh my god, this Pale Rider ultimate on the other side. He's just shredding everybody on the defense, or on the offense rather. 1 second left, extra overtime goes down. Alrenet comes through onto X-Ray. The time is ticking down. It's just him on this point. It doesn't look like he's going to do anything here.
Hit those melees.
Yeah, he's going to have to go hard right now, but Kaki got 2. X-Ray with a huge rocket with the 2K, and they can actually get the capture point off of this as well, as they just need to hit a couple more shots. They get a full team wipe. The X is back, gets the stun, but it's just gonna... This has used his boost, what I'd assume to be is the Zaku ranged, and it's just Glitch on this point with that ultimate, but no! Dream with a huge ultimate stops the Sazabi in its tracks, and nobody else aboard Gundam can actually delay this point. They
Hacking team to be able to get on top of them sooner.
Sniper vs Sniper in the main of the objective here. Payan does get Stolly. Carl Sagan gets Kyler, but the headshot comes through into Legacy. Nice shots from Dream. Does take him down, but the 8 point is now under contest, and Dream hits those shots. Once more, he gets slick. So that's 2 down, but is that enough to really hold this point? Has to jump pad over the top side.
Does go down to the methods of Coob. As we can see, Dreams on that Ashmore just trying to go in super deep to be able to buy themselves the space to go for that plan on towards B. They've been able to get it, but it is going to be Nico with the G maneuver. The Hades coming through from the Pale Rider. Brute force through this bundle choke. They're going to have nothing. So when the faster respawns come through from the defense, so it can't be a full ult dump. And it's going to be so much committed.
It's Carl Sagan again. 3K before he goes down. Traded out in the back line, but what a huge ultimate from the Zaku 2 melee of Team Vacuum's team.
Get stunned through, and it is now going to be just absolute.
Carl Sagan! Carl Sagan!
Carl Sagan coming in with the absolute clutch Zaku 2 melee G maneuver.
wanna cry.
Welcome back to Celestial Assault. We've got one more game left to decide who will make it to day number 2. I'm EGP Wonder Chef, joined for this final match once again by James Jameson Lee. Eventually, maybe we'll have some other casters to introduce, but for now, you know, I'm super happy that I've been able to do all of this with you. But we got one more match today to do together.
That's right. Loser semifinal. Tekka Dynasty versus BOZOS to see who will round out the top 3 that'll be playing tomorrow.
Yeah, and these are both of the teams that have lost to the other teams that are in the winners finals. I know that was a little bit weird way to say that, but that means that they have not played each other. This is not a rematch. This is going to be a guaranteed pretty incredible match, I feel. But also, while we're waiting for this to begin, I have some updates. We actually do have some new events that were just confirmed for the Pilot Academy, and it's not going to be just the Breakout series events, so you can do !Pilot Academy, I think, in chat. I'm sure that Craze will actually put the actual thing in chat, but if you want to check out, there's going to be a lot of events, and the competitive gun Evo scene is just going to grow more and more. So I'm super pumped to announce that, and let's make sure that we all sign up. But for now, these two teams, I mean, we just saw one heck of a showing from BOZOS, but Team Tekka Dynasty have been, I mean, they've just been fighting tooth and nail this entire day.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Team BOZOS might be able to run away with it with the momentum that they're playing on right now, especially, you know, sometimes that you can cool down if you end up finishing off a match too fast. But BOZOS, they're coming off a win. There's only been about a 5-minute break, so they should still be hot. And the way that they were playing in the last match was absolutely stellar.
Yeah. I mean, that pacing was 100% perfect. That was such a beautiful shot of them just catching out, you know, the single turn A, turning it into a 6v5. Everything about that was so perfect. But also just all of their shots. I mean, in mono, well, we just saw some disgusting shots throughout that entire set. I expect to see it as well in this set. But it is going to be pretty interesting to see the map picks. Now, we do know, of course, this is, I think, one of the first times we really get to say, okay, I think that they might have an advantage on a certain type of map. And I would say BOZOS, knowing that they have a mono in particular, means that they may have an advantage in this sniper matchup. Now, I don't know exactly who the gym sniper player is on Team Tekka Dynasty. I'm not sure exactly who it's going to end up being, but overall, I don't know that we might have a chance of seeing anybody equal up mono just with that showing that we've seen so far today. So we might see some bans on something like Harbor, or we might see some bans on something like, I mean, actually just the exact two maps that we just saw in that last match. And we might see an attempt to go a little bit closer, force the mono onto the Pale Rider, which obviously is not bad at all either, but you at least want to make it a little bit closer, because we do know that Dark Infestor is a very strong Pale Rider that they're pretty much always going to have on Team Tekka Dynasty.
Yeah, it's a little awkward, right? When we saw Tekka Dynasty earlier on, they had 2 separate, I believe, gem sniper players. Gasman tried his hand at it along with Nox, and so, you know, both of them might just be flexible enough to do it, depending on what they want to flex to after the gem sniper pick. Initially, if you start off on Harbor, of course, we see a lot of teams kind of swap off from that gem sniper on offense onto point B to pick up something a little bit more flexible there. But it's great to see that, both of those players have a pretty deep pool to really be able to pull upon, especially right now when there's so much flux when it comes to the meta in terms of compositions.
Yeah, it is definitely great to see more flexibility in teams. Especially, it's really cool to see when multiple people will play the same suit over the course of a tournament on the same team. I think for a while we were seeing that out of, it might have been Sucky Vacuums. There was some team where they switched off who was playing Dom in particular. But we are going to see the Mountain R&D Lab banned straight out of the gate, so no chaotic matches there. At least we actually haven't seen as much Mountain R&D today as I thought we might, but now on the other side we get a chance to see what's going to get banned. Let's see if it is a longer range map, just trying to counter that sniper.
Yeah, that's the Underground Command Center actually getting banned out here. So one of our gym sniper maps out of the pool now. Harbor City is still available. We'll see if it makes it through that, but with Flak Fort, Thermal Plant Quarry all available, those are 100. Those are prime picks. We'll see if maybe we finally get our colony trading post at the end of the day, but I don't know. I'm starting to lose out hope.
I am starting to lose hope too, but maybe eventually. I mean, hey, it's been the decider in 2 separate games, so it's not like it's just not getting picked ever, right? It just never went to the decider. We just needed to hope for some more 3-0s. But we are going to see the ban on. Oh, I'm sorry, we already saw the Underground Command Center ban, so we're going to see the ban on Mountain R&D Lab and Command Center really say the name of. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's going to be Harbor City. I was going to say it really shows like 2 separate strategies, right? One wants to go for longer range, the other one probably wants to go shorter range, and I'm assuming that whoever banned Mountain R&D is choosing Harbor City, and I kind of have to assume that it's BOZOS, but I could be very wrong on that.
Yeah, but I would like to see, of course, maybe going back to Flak Fort, try to go back to old standard, because I want to see what the neutral looks like in terms of the meta right now. I mean, Flak Fort was always kind of that litmus test of how teams want to really flesh out their composition, but we haven't really been able to see it today. We got to see it at the beginning of the day, I believe, and then we just kind of abandoned it for the rest of the stream. So quite possibly maybe a Flak Fort. Nope, it's going to be a Quarry pickup for map number 2. And I do agree with that. I mean, Gasman was putting in some work on the Barbados on that Quarry pick.
Yeah. The Barbados has been still one of the key units really throughout all of today. You know, when it works or when it doesn't work, it really just changes the course of the entire set. And yeah, Quarry has been a pretty successful spot for it. It's also been a successful spot for the Exias, which it seems like we're seeing a little bit less. But again, last chance for Colony Trading Post. Let's see. We're going to get 2 more bans here. The last remaining map will be the decider, assuming that we do get it to a game 3. Although I got to say it again, I think this is one of our best chances for a game 3 that we might have almost the entire tournament coming on past this. But Thorough Plant is going to be banned. We're not going to see the domination matches. So now it's just all down to Flak Fort or Colony Trading Post.
And it's so weird seeing, you know, Flak Fort not being like the go-to for a lot of our squads when it's, I would say, one of the easier maps to play. It's going to be Colony Trading Post getting banned out. So Flak Fort will be our decider map if this one does go all the way to map number 3.
Yeah, so I'm really still surprised. I know we keep saying it, but I am surprised. I agree with you that we're not seeing more Flak Fort. It just seemed like such a good test. It seemed like such a good like neutral map. You start off here and then you see where you want to go and how you want to change your style. But we are going to have, let's see, so it's going to be point capture, destruction, point capture again. So some pretty standard maps. The biggest thing here is that Harbor City is going to be long. So we're probably going to see the Gym Snipers again. I'd actually have to assume that we're going to see the Gym Snipers again. I know it's obvious that we would, but every time I call it, we're wrong. And Amano especially is going to show us off those shots. Hopefully.
Yeah, Amano, you know, has been a stellar hit scan player so far, even whether it was on the Pale Rider or on the Gym Sniper. I feel like, you know, his ability to really just connect with the shots right now in the state that Gym Sniper is in with the nerfs coming out to Dom Rider, it is such a huge force really to be reckoned with. And I kind of feel like we might be able to see some more Gym Sniper in different maps. I mean, even though it's basically Underground Command Center and Harbor City where we predominantly see it, I feel like there is still a lot more room to actually utilize them in different maps.
Yeah, there for sure could be. I mean, even when you're a little bit closer up, I mean, if you're just ridiculous like Amano was, you know, just getting those like kind of like 3-4 mid-range headshots in a row, it's like, yeah, that's just a complete total like reset. Like there's nothing you can do about that. If somebody's just that good at clicking heads, then I mean, realistically, Gym Sniper is one of the strongest suits in the entire game. Despite the fact it doesn't have consistent damage, if you can just click heads, I gotta say, Gym Sniper is probably like one of the stronger sniper type units that I've ever seen in a game because it doesn't require any sort of setup for its strength. Like it just literally is just like, okay, you just have a normal size clip, especially now that it got more bullets in it. And I don't know, 2 patches ago or 3 patches ago or something like that. And you just click on the head and that's it. You know, you don't have to do any sort of setup. You don't lose any mobility. You don't have the greatest mobility, but you don't lose mobility or anything. So I always want to see more Gym Snipers personally.
Yeah, the only unit now that can survive that headshot is going to be the Sazabi. And speaking of Sazabi, we have been seeing a lot of it today. I'm definitely surprised by that because, I mean, in our initial go of the Breakout series, yeah, there was a lot of Sazabis, but when we came around to our second event, there was almost maybe it was like a 5% pick rate, 10% pick rate throughout the day. It fell out of favor, but now it's coming back and forth. So it's been amazing to see kind of how the flux of the composition has, or of the meta composition has been. Again, the only staple so far, it does seem like it's just the Dom Trooper. It's still 100% pick rate. Exia has fallen out of the 100% pick rate, basically. I mean, even in our last event, it was what, around 95% pick rate, I think, for the Exia. So it's been amazing to see the kind of flux when it comes to the meta compositions.
Yeah, I think even in the last one, the team that didn't pick Exia ended up losing, and it was like a good spot for Exia. But yeah, it's been huge. I wonder if we have 100% Ashmar pick rate. I think we might, but I'm not 100% sure. I feel like I can't remember that, but I feel like we might. I feel like Ashmar and Dom might be the two now that are just currently like nobody is not choosing them because they're just so flexible, right? There's never a bad time for either of those, and they do so much AoE damage and they work together really well too. Like you fire a few shots at the same time that there's a fire grenade going off and a big choke point, and like you might just win the fight. It might just happen, and if it doesn't, then you're fine. You're not committing over that, all that too much for it. So those suits for sure, which are very interesting suits. Normally, you wouldn't think that like any sort of suit or character in a game like this that does something similar, like the mobile flying suit and like the sort of support suit, like that they would be so core. But I think they're both really fun as well, and they have really strong G maneuvers that are really fun to watch too. So I'm a big fan.
Yeah, those were my two mains initially when the game came out. I, of course, love Dom, but saw a lot of players initially just pick up Ashmar, and Ashmar was kind of like your go-to if you were playing ranked. It was so strong, and then kind of fell out of favor for whatever reason. Teams not picking up as much, but now it's come back full force again. Zoning control, it is able to just control so much space for your team. That Ashmar punch is absolutely insane as well in many different situations. Just the flexibility of how you can use those G maneuvers has been so strong for both Dom and for Ashmar.
Yeah, in similar ways, right? In its own weird way, Punch is almost like a mini, but quicker Screaming Nimbus in its own way, kind of. I almost feel like I regret saying that. Somebody's gonna blow me up for that, but hey, they both do damage and they knock back and they can initiate a push or stop a push. So I really like them both, especially together. But let's see what we get as far as team comps here. We are going to see Nox back on the Gym Sniper this time, and Amano on the Gym Sniper on the other side, as expected. Blue Jay is not going to be on the Exia, it's going to be on the Turn A Gundam, and Gasman as well is going to be on the Turn A Gundam.
Yeah, so both sides going for double sniper here, but the difference might be that you have a little bit more damage on the side of the offense. And you know what? I completely agree with that, especially here on the first point of Harbor City. So having 3 damage dealers, especially longer range, now they're going to go ahead and get out the gates, and this is going to be the first engagement. Of course, that typical defensive hold a little bit further back, and they're actually really spread out. You can see that a lot of times teams would clump up on that left corner. Instead, they're playing far back on those triple stack buildings. But here they go, the initial engagement as Amano is going to try and go for that peek, and he gets taken out by Nox.
Finally losing the mirror, but the finally getting revived as well. That's such a good spot. I need to remember that spot. I don't know, I've never seen people take that little spot where you can just peek out your head and snipe from above that building, but oh yeah, not quite getting it.
Amano super low there, has to back away, and you can see Nox actually playing front line here, but he gets triple peeked and gets taken out. But that's a 2-for-1 exchange now for the defense. Amano ends up getting res, or actually gets 1 res off as Gasman tries to take this duel up against the Dom Trooper, but you can see why you don't try to go for the 1v1 against the Dom.
Yeah, that was, they I don't know, they pushed that weird. Again, I don't really know why Nox was so on the front line of that push. It kind of felt like they were at a disadvantage after that, rather than just trying to like sit back and find a new angle to cover the push. But they are reset. They are past the choke point already, so that's going to be a huge deal. It's not as much of a choke point, but there we go. Mono this time winning the 1v1 against Nox, the sniper war, with a little bit of a, well, not a 1v1, 2v1 I should say, but getting that pick is huge.
Yeah, Be Their Shield is living up to his name. He's basically standing on top of a mono so that he cannot lose the sniper duels. The skirts of the Sazabi just does so much coverage that you cannot take any damage there, though. But as he tries to back away, Hawklight ends up getting the knock. And I don't know if they're going to be able to get the rest. Blue Jay will try and back off, but he gives his life for that. Gasman finds one more. Now it looks like the offense might have found an opening here. Overhead throw as well. And the finish onto Be Their Shield.
Very nice. Ends up going down in the end, but I mean, getting more than you need to take this point A. So really great play there from Gasman, getting a little bit of, I would say, revenge maybe from the earlier showing on this particular map. But turn A, I mean, such a strong, such a flexible unit. And I feel like I'm surprised we didn't see it more today, but you can see exactly why it's so strong here. And also, like I said, chance to yeet people off the map. It's my only goal.
Mono makes the swap off on to that Pale Rider for the defensive side now, as BOZOS ends up losing out on one. That's Blue Jay going down, and that's a pretty big pickoff, getting rid of that turn A. So that's one less CC to worry about when they try to make the charge forward. They do need to top off, though. Dark Infestor was low, but now they've got the G maneuvers available as well. Nox, once again, trying to go for the no-scope going forward. Screaming Nimbus coming out from Die here, as he is going to cause disruption enough.
Oh, no!
Actually getting to the back line, but he will end up going down in the res onto Hawklight here.
Almost got the knockoff there. Actually, it was weird. Hawklight went down to nothing, which was really weird. Mono also going down to nothing. That might be a falling death. It looked like Hawklight had a falling death and then somehow got back up. I know that doesn't make any sense, but someone check the tapes.
Yeah, now they have a Screaming Nimbus of their own to try and make it through this choke point. Now have to be worrisome of Nitro, but they do end up dealing with that threat. Screaming Nimbus has been popped, and they're going to charge forward, clearing all the threats in their way, but they still have some people in the back line, as Gasman now with that butterfly is able to find one. Now the offense should be able to make their way on up. Be Their Shield does end up at least picking off one, and that's the finish onto the Sazabi. So they're gonna have one less player on, but Blue Jay is here and he's dealing with Hawklight. A nice overhead throw into a robot to get that finish, and he finds one more onto a mono. And so now the momentum is building in favor of Team BOZOS.
Yeah, this is looking pretty strong. The defenders are running back, but they're getting staggered one at a time. 3-4 people on point still. This is going to be so hard. There's not a lot of time. You got to get on point. We are going to see the butterfly come out from Blue Jay. This has to be the moment, but is there anybody on point to actually stop this? There's not! Flying above the point is not enough. That might have been enough to save if there had been one more person, but super unfortunate that there just wasn't even enough time to get the damage out of that butterfly.
Yeah, Tekka Dynasty, you know, answering the momentum that Team BOZOS were able to bring from map number one. That's a huge time differential that they have at the end of the day. They were staunched a little bit there on point A, but when they came to point B, after that first Screaming Nimbus, they were able to answer back quite well. So really good play coming out from Tekka Dynasty. Now it's going to be BOZOS' opportunity for the offense. We'll see if they want to try and go for that triple DPS once again. If they'll try and go for that double sniper once again up against the triple DPS of Tekka Dynasty.
Yeah, that was a little bit surprising there. I mean, the picks were really good still from a mono, but overall it just didn't feel like it had enough impact for some reason. Maybe it's because it was on defense and eventually they get enough chances, but I think it was just mostly the fact that they couldn't hold at that B choke point, and there was just like a little bit of an unfortunate situation there, and so they just were a little bit overrun. I think it's the only way to put it. But the double sniper, I mean, it certainly makes sense to me, especially on offense. I mean, the biggest thing is that if you have that early turn A on offense, even if it takes you a little bit longer to capture point A, that means that you're going to have the G maneuver up, the butterfly G maneuver, just that much earlier when you get to that choke point. And I think that's going to be huge for this map. And it does seem like both teams are still committing to the turn A's.
Yeah, I mean, turn A, once again, so strong. We know how strong he is when there are major chokes that you need to break through. The Screaming Nimbus really does open things up as well. So being able to utilize both of those G maneuvers to crack that one on open, if you can just kind of layer them as well, it is extremely strong. Blue Jay going for that first shot, doesn't quite connect. It's going to be Nox actually getting the knock onto Die. We're seeing, once again, such a huge change. That 100 HP difference. You just have to play the Dom so much more differently now.
Yeah, Dom has kind of a big head too. Robot and 3 others taking down Be Their Shield, but that's actually kind of a big pick. That means no more shield to hide behind, quite literally. in multiple ways, and now they just have to sit in the open, potentially get sniped, although we're going to see a little bit of like backwards movement here, a little bit of a retreat from the side of Tekka Dynasty. They're not really trying to hold its forward of a spot anymore.
Yeah, just don't overcommit onto these onto that push. Even though you feel like you have the numbers advantage, just play for time. They had a minute 43 at the end of their round, and so you just need to be able to play off of the clock instead. Hawklight finds that knock onto Die, but Nitro Genocide will be able to get that res. That's a huge pick off from Gasman, getting rid of the Sazabi, but Amano finally answers, finally finds a pick there onto a robot. But again, you can see why the defense loves to play in these buildings. They get to fall back, even if you die, as long as you're in the middle of an animation of maybe a charge, you get behind the building, you get rezzed up. Amano finds one more onto Gasman.
That looked like a hit on Nox, but it just must have just been barely not, although, oh, again, just barely. Nox has some good movement. I mean, we've seen Nox be a player that is really sneakily hard to kill on like multiple suits, but that's including the movement as a sniper, and you can see just kind of gliding around using that mobility. You know, you're not stuck in one place, you still have one dash, and it's working out pretty well. But this is a lot of the members of BOZOS pushing up, a lot of them getting picked, but this is going to be like a pretty even match, I think, still on this point, as they're almost done taking it.
A lot of members on BOZOS extremely low, but finally they'll be able to pick off Nox. But I think if you're Tekka Dynasty, you're happy with the time. You've wasted about 2.5 minutes, maybe 3 minutes there. So now BOZOS will have 4 minutes to try and make the push on to point B. We do have Wiki. He's got the energy cable, and that is not the G maneuver you want when you want to try and break open this choke point.
Yeah, that's you really need to have all of your resources. I mean, this basically becomes a resource management game a lot of the time in Harbor City, and a lot of times you see the G maneuvers that fall flat end up costing the entire game. But here we go, they did activate the recon G maneuver, as they say in game, and they're going to see where everybody is. But the counter push, actually, they're like, it doesn't matter if you can see us, if we lit you see us. And Amano going down, that's going to be a full team kill.
Yeah, Dark Infestor is going to have the Hades to play off of as well. If they chain that with the energy cable, that should be enough to buy a little bit more time. Or if they want to just commit only the Screaming Nimbus out from Hawklight, that could just be it. Again, it's all about chaining these G maneuvers to try and get as much value as possible. Try and work the clock of Team BOZOS, who are now down to 3 minutes.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's still plenty of time, you know, this is not looking that bad yet, but so far they just haven't been able to find anything even close. 3 G maneuvers up to 2 G maneuvers, and oh my gosh, just immediately getting picked, and that's actually an unfortunate time. So we are going to see Blue Jay get at least 1 pick here, 3 picks. Okay, that actually was a really, really amazing G maneuver, as we expect to see the combo of those 2 G maneuvers, the Methus and the turn A, but can they turn this into a meaningful push? It doesn't even seem like they're that far forward yet. There's plenty of time for a lot of these defenders to run back, and it's starting to give them some time to regroup. You can see 4 of them here on this little ramp moving up to the point. They're giving up a lot of this time, though, without pushing. This might work out.
The third tick actually comes on in. The Screaming Nimbus is a little bit late, but they're going to try and engage with that, and he ends up somehow surviving. What just happened there? It was like sheer force of will to keep it on there, and he does end up going down. But here's Gasman now to clean things up at the end of the fight, but someone is still on point. They do end up giving away 3 ticks, but the defense will hold.
Oh, yeah, just barely, but hold on. Okay, actually getting that pickup right there was pretty big, because that might have been a chance to kind of get that sneakily capped back in. But instead, Nitro Genocide is going to be moving all the way back, and they're back at the choke point. Luckily, they're going to move a little bit forward from the choke point. And Amano, of course, earlier did switch back off of that Gym Sniper, and is going to be pulling a lot of damage here. They're getting their first pick, and the turret's down. This could be the point. They only need 1 tick.
And they're going to try and focus down 1, but it looks like Nox, with that swap off onto the Ashmar, will be able to find 2. Now things are looking bad, as they need to actually get back onto the point. They need to regroup here more than anything else, and now they're just staggering. This is just time being wasted from the offense, and if you're TKD, you are so happy to be able to pick these up, because not only do you get the staggers, not only do you work out the clock, but now you're able to push up for this choke once more.
Yeah, those were huge staggers. All right, G maneuvers up. Nox has punch, and nobody else in the game has anything. There is a chance that we could build back up to Amano's Hades, a chance that we could build up to Nitro's punch as well, but there's not that much on board. Let's see if this punch ends up meaning anything potentially. This could be the perfect time to use it as soon as they push.
30 seconds remaining here, and they still have to go through this choke, make it onto the point now. Dai ends up finding one onto a robot, but there is the punch. Amano getting burned down as well. Gasman is in with the Barbados to finish him off, but they end up losing out too. Still, though, in the scramble to try and get onto the point, it looks like they are able to find a few more. Nitro Genocide is here for his squad, but he needs to deal with the robot on the high ground. Now, they've got 3 members, and Hawklight coming in from behind. He is so close to that Screaming Nimbus. He just needs to connect with one more. The punch coming up from Nitro Genocide does not quite connect, and there it is, the Screaming Nimbus for Hawklight to put an end to this offense. Blue Jay only finds one with that Trans Am. It's not going to be enough. Hawklight somehow survives, backs away. Never mind, he gets taken out, but it looks like TKD have done enough, and they'll be able to take this map.
Wow, just barely. I gotta say though, I want to know, why did that punch whiff? I'm gonna look back on the stream and see as it happens. That punch looked to me like it was close enough to connect, but just not quite, I guess. Maybe there was a jump done at the same time, that final punch coming out of Nitro. But wow, that was a very close one in my eyes. That was again though, very impressive. I mean, I think Tekka, okay, we talked about this earlier, right? Powerpuff Girls was the team that would go down, and the more matches they'd play in the tournament, they would get better and better. And I feel like Tekka Dynasty is kind of that for me this time around.
Yeah, I mean, there's always got to be one. Something about, of course, being in that lower bracket where you just end up getting more powerful and powerful. But at the end of the day, it can only be the one squad. This is, of course, double elimination. This is the lower bracket. And so when you have so much on the line, when you need to make top 3, you just leave everything out on the field. That's what we're seeing so far.
Yeah, let me go back really quickly, and I just want to see what or how many matches they've played today. Okay, actually they didn't get knocked in that early, so they got a bye as well. So they're actually only like 4 matches in, but regardless, that's still a lot for the number of teams that are actually here. So I'm still thinking that they're that type of team for me. And again, they're very new comp, right? Like a as far as their team, not their actual team comp, but their players are not as used to, I think, playing with each other as some of these other teams. So I think they're probably just taking their time to continue to get better, and they really, I think, showed it off so really well in that game. I mean, honestly though, that was about as close as you can get in the game.
Yeah, and again, seeing the sniper duels here on Harbor City, extremely fun to watch. Different ways to play it out as well. Mono really getting some extra resources there. We saw the Suzabi coming in on the defensive side to really allow him to play that headshot angle, and basically went out on the duels, but unfortunately he wasn't able to find the same kind of angles. For Nox on the other side, it was kind of absurd how aggressive he was actually playing when he was on that gym sniper.
Yeah, I was really surprised. It seemed like for moments maybe Nox was like, wait a minute, I'm sniper, I forgot, and then backed up, like pushed to the choke point as the first person through the choke point on the B choke point, and then was like, wait, hold on a second, and then just like immediately just dashed backwards, like, okay, never mind, I forgot I'm a sniper, I need to switch at some point. But then honestly, Nox switching over to the Ashmar as well was very successful. And we're talking about the depth of the ability of certain players to play different suits. Nox is one of the highest. Nox has played in these tournaments something like 5 different suits, maybe 4, I think, because I remember at a point I think Nox was playing Dom, at a point it was Ashmar, at a point it's been Exi, I believe, right? That was today, right? The point it's been Jim Sniper. I think maybe there was more, but it's hard to even keep track of at this point. So very impressive from Nox.
Yeah, and it can't be understated. Again, be able to have that kind of pool, but being able to have different skill sets. I mean, typically, when it comes to a lot of class-based shooters, you see people kind of specialize, right? And especially when it comes down to DPS, you're either hit scan or you're projectile. But being able to play both, well, it speaks so much to your abilities. So really, hats off to him, because he's doing an amazing job so far.
Yeah, now I'm trying to remember what the next map was. Are we going to Quarry next? Is that right?
I can't quite remember, but that sounds right, because they are right next to each other, I believe. No.
Okay,
Yeah, so it is going to be Quarry for map number 2.
Okay. Yeah, I looked back at it and I was like, wait, I don't remember the order. It's one of these two. But so going into Quarry is going to be, of course, a very different game as well. Quarry, you can technically bring the Gym Sniper, but I get a feeling that we're probably not going to. It's one of the maps that, unless you get to that point A on the first bomb site, you don't have that long of a sight range. Now, if you do manage to plant point A and you have a sniper, it is impossible to defuse. It is so difficult. You have to make like a full push all the way back to the relay to stop them from stopping you. But that's not always the easiest thing to do because you can't just respawn. You have to like take the relay, die, respawn instantly, and then instantly cap A. So that can be pretty tough. I get a feeling we're going to see a lot more close range fights this time around.
Yeah, and in particular, I'm looking forward to Gasman. He did a fantastic job when it came to his Barbados play. There were actually a few moments that stand out to me. It was the counter dive when it came to the waypoint fights, but also there's one point where they were trying to go for a plant on A. He ends up getting the back cap onto the waypoint, drawing back the offense as well. I mean, he was doing an amazing job on Barbados overall on that point. So that's who I'm looking forward to when it comes to our second map there on Quarry.
Yeah, I also need to point out that Gasman did a good job on the turn A, really great job, which is now, I think, the third suit that we've seen them play throughout the day. Again, with that particular team just has so many different players that can play different suits. But yeah, I agree. It's an interesting style of Barbados, too. I almost want to say it was like an Exia style of Barbados on this map, where you really use that mobility to not be just sitting at a corner and just like waiting with your hammer, like your life ends 30 minutes from now, but you wait out of range. The moment that somebody pushes in, you're just like zoop, and you're over there and you're counter pushing, and it worked really well. It worked really, really well. And the match that we saw earlier, there wasn't Exia playing a similar way, so it really felt like connected there. But Barbados, again, kind of the suit of the day in its own way.
Yeah, we'll see if we also have the swap offs onto unicorns. We're not seeing as much unicorn throughout the day today, but here on Quarry, I believe that's where we're going to be seeing the swaps once again, especially when teams want to play that death volley style a little bit more on when you're holding on the defense, that left-hand side of the waypoint, and really clumping together for that extra armor. Again, there aren't too many health packs to really be able to utilize, while the offense have a lot more to be able to keep their heals on up. So we're going to be seeing the unicorns again. I want to see Barbados play coming out from Gasman, and of course Ashmar play overall. Ashmar is so strong to be able to compound upon the dive from a far range with that napalm, with that fire AoE.
Yeah, it's I mentioned earlier, good on every single map in the game. There's not a single situation where an Ashmar is not useful, but we saw some especially strong punches in that last the last game, so wouldn't be surprised to see it again. Let's see what we see. Blue Jay, with that really effective Trans Am usage so far, is going to be back on that Exia, and Gasman is going to be back on the Barbados. The turn A's have disappeared.
Yeah, Wiki does end up making the swap off onto the unicorn for the defense, but for the offense, like I said, because they have so many more packs to really be able to utilize here on that waypoint fight, they're going to go for that single heal coming out from that Methus. Here's the first dive. Hawklight gets that first knock on to dive, but it's traded. Azor going down here for the offense. Again, they have the runbacks that are a little bit quicker. These are just trades out now. We'll see if TKD can try and capitalize, but Amano ends up finding a few more picks there, and now Nitro Genocide finishing things off. And despite being able to get that relay, they actually ran past. Nox actually gets the plant, it seems.
Yeah, it just goes for, it's a great strategy, right? It's a really consistent strategy, because if you start the plant, you have to go back. The team just has to go back. They kind of have to give up the relay. They can send like one person back to the relay or a few people, but realistically, if the rest of your team is just sitting there trying to take the relay, you're gonna win that fight because you have made them come to you. And that's all that Nox is doing. Nox isn't even going for the full plant, right? You can see just starting the plant and then backing up. So then starting the plant, then backing up, trying to play safe. And while that's happening, what's happening? The entire team is winning this fight, taking the relay, and now there's a stagger that they might be able to take advantage of, pushing to either A or B. It looks like B.
Nox does finally get dealt with, but again, he's done his job. He split apart the defense. Now they have to kind of split themselves up to defend both A and B. Now the bulk of the army, bulk of the offense is here on the B site, but looks like they're going to meet a lot of resistance. Be their shield, finding that knock onto Gasman. They kind of have to reapproach this one. Azor ends up running into the minefield of Die there. Now it's going to be a full regroup coming out from the offense.
Yeah, ooh. Nitro going down right there, and we have a very low Exia in this corner, still somehow managing to stay up, not for that much longer. Although this has been just so many trades. This particular game has been trade into trade into trade. There's been no fights that have just been like, okay, that's just a team wipe, or that's 3 people down, they had to run away. It's been like, oh, we're gonna just all trade until there's like 2 people left, and then whoever wins that is gonna win the fight.
Oh boy,
Ooh.
Gasman has to be careful, but it looks like Nox will be able to find that knock onto Nitro. Genocide is, once again, it's 1-for-1. The defense is still getting picked apart here. As for the offense, they have their pick of where they want to try and go for the plan, and it looks like they're going to try and commit onto B, but Amano has made that rotate on over, and he's got the backup of Blue Jay as well. Amano with another knock onto a robot now, and TKD, they're actually bleeding out a lot of time. Nox is going to go for that A plan once again, but he gets disrupted and taken out.
You can only fake it so many times, you know. It's like the boy who cried wolf, but it's the Exia who cried planting the, I don't know, that doesn't work at all. But you know what? We're gonna pretend it worked. Eventually, people just aren't gonna believe you, and they're just gonna walk in and they're gonna hit you with an axe, which I don't think is how the boy who cried wolf ended.
Not quite. Now things are looking bad for Tekka Dynasty. They don't have any G maneuvers to utilize here for the defense for Team BOZOS. They've got the Ashmar Punch, they've got the Trans Am, along with the Unicorn Ulti and the funnels here, as Dai ends up finding another knock. That's going to be Hawklight going down. Gasman in the flank finds one. We'll see if they can get a little bit more, creating an opening for his squad. And it looks like they're going to try and go and commit onto point A. Never mind, they're just going to retreat off of this one.
Yeah, and we saw Blue Jay use that Trans Am, which didn't actually get that many like KOs. It just managed to scare away a lot of the other team. However, we've been seeing Blue Jay get a lot more mileage from that. We are going to see the Barbados G maneuver come up. I learned how to actually pronounce that, and I forgot it immediately. But that can be huge, especially in these hallways here in B. You can cover so much of the room with one single slash from that Barbados G maneuver.
Nitro Genocide controlling that high ground now, but it looks like they will charge forward. Nox backing away with his squad. He's got that Ashmar Punch. If they try to go for that plant, just to disrupt it, huge damage out onto Nox, but once again, he is out with the mobility of that Exia as Gasman pops his G maneuver, finds one. We'll see if he can get a little bit more. Nox is backing up as well, but again, they have to start playing around the defense here, but they end up going down. Dark Infestor now charging forward. He doesn't have his heal. He will have it now in time to keep his team topped off, but a huge punch from Nitro Genocide as the time ticks away, and that's going to be a full hold coming out from the defense.
Oh, this is looking very possibly to be a game 3 in my eyes. I mean, with that level of a hold, that was, I mean, really, honestly, I was surprising after Team Tekka Dynasty did so well in that first map, but they just weren't able to find their moments here. And it can be tough, right? It can be tough. You can kind of get staggered or split up on this point, especially when you're on offense. But now it's time for them to actually show their defensive capabilities. And they were going to double melee, right? Which is a little bit higher risk, high reward, I would say. And it just ended up not paying off. Even though the melee both did very, very well, it just seemed like, again, they weren't able to make anything stick, which is kind of a common factor, especially against this current version of Team BOZOS. I don't know why. They're just really good at not letting people quite get off what they need to.
Yeah, it felt like Nox and Gasman were trying to play off the picks a little bit too long, and they ended up wasting a lot of time overall as a team trying to play for those picks. I can understand why you want to. That's kind of the general play style of these backliners, but ultimately at the end of the day, at some point, you need to regroup as a 6-man and go for a full push. You need to really try to focus onto one point. But I think trying to play for that, hey, let's try and split them up between A and B kind of ended up hurting them more than anything else.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, especially playing double melee, you could potentially just run through an entire room of B, you know, either the top floor or the bottom floor, or just have melee on both. And you could just destroy every single person that's in there, especially if you've got the G maneuver from the Barbados. Like, I'm telling you, that is just so strong in that room. It's really, really hard to turn around fully to deal with it too, but they just never were able to get that situation. So now they've got to work really hard on this defense.
Jim Sniper for Amano 76 here on the offense. We'll see if he can get that initial pick off. It can be huge for them. And I don't know if Tekka Dynasty know that there is a Jim Sniper. Now, Gasman does end up getting a knock, and Dai finds one more. There is the res. We'll see if Amano can finally get a pick off, but it looks like he's going to go ahead and swap off now. Go back on over to that Pale Rider to have a little bit more consistent damage.
Oh, I love to see that. I love to see that. I think it's a great showing of a strategy that is very, very effective in this game that not a lot of people use. I think less people use it than they should. But they have taken a decent angle here. They're not being like totally destroyed through the choke point. Be Their Shield is literally being their shield as usual. And oh, there's going to be 2 pushes on the top, and Gasman actually has to run away despite being the Barbados that's great at holding that spot, but can't hold against Nexia forever. Die goes down though.
Yeah, Nox is just getting these jump peaks across that corner. And that's 2 pickoffs now. Wiki falling here. And BOZOS have lost out on a lot of time, and they still haven't found a way in quite yet. And they haven't even really been able to build up too much of their G maneuvers. You can see Die, that's going to be the huge opener. You want to be able to get that Screaming Nimbus up at the very least to try and create an opening, but after about 2 minutes now, he's only at 31%.
Yeah, and alternatively, Hawklight's at almost 90%, so at that rate, could get it up twice before potentially BOZOS could get up almost any of their G maneuvers. Or we are going to have a really close fight here, and there's the Screaming Nimbus. Going to say, get off of this relay, and getting a lot of people caught in that corner. That was really effective, even then towards the final end of it, just barely getting that connection. We do see Mono holding that high ground, and that's going to be a very scary person to be up on that high ground with that Pale Rider. Dark Infestor sitting here, of course, has that self-healing, so not going to have to use that health pack behind. But they are in a position here, I think, on offense to potentially make this one good push. Still, though, you're right, they've wasted so much time. And now look at Hades is up. This might be the perfect Hades time.
They're looking so hesitant. Nice EMP there, but Gasman will go ahead and finish off Die. Hawklight has fallen as well. Both Doms down now, but you can see the defense just falling back. They don't need a hard commit onto this. They give away the waypoint, and now they're going to try and back away. Nox down to 150 HP, but he will be able to heal up with this health pack. And now Team BOZOS with 2 minutes to go. They need to get the Mega Charge down, but again, there wasn't any progress actually made by Tekka Dynasty. So this could still be the win for them. Gasman, though, again, playing that flanker and is able to get that waypoint once again for his squad. Now Nox getting on top of that Sazabi, still dealing with that shield, but they end up losing out on 2 while he's dealing with that. Hasn't taken out Be Their Shield quite yet, and he still has about 300 HP on it. Finally, they come in. Gasman, the double flank coming out. They're able to work with that flank and get that waypoint. Now it's back down to the neutrals, back to that initial spawn with 1:20 to go for Team BOZOS.
Oh, this is looking tough. We might see, again, overtime, right? I mean, that's, I think, realistically what happens here if they don't capture anything. But they've got to make a really offensive push. I'm assuming they're probably going to go for B again, just try to fight that out. But against double melee, maybe A is the better choice. And it does look like they are going to be pushing down towards A. They activate that G maneuver from the Unicorn, and that is going to get at least 1 pick, 2 picks. This is huge. This is the exact moment they need. And even though time is running out, they need almost no time on this Mega Charge to just take the win because they held so well on defense. But can they get it down is the question. They are still a little bit far from being able to do that. 2 G maneuvers up on the defensive side too.
Oh, Die ends up getting disrupted while he tries to go for that, and that's a huge bait coming out. They had so much time to try and regroup for themselves, but man, the play coming up from Gasman on that Barbados is putting in so much value now. Dark Infestor, he's got that Hades. They're going to try and charge forward with it. Robot does still have that energy cable at the very least, but that's going to be the only G maneuver until Asor ends up getting that funnel. But the funnel could be the winning factor for this squad, especially when you realize on the other side, BOZOS, they have no tools to work with. They're getting staggered here, and Blue Jay is going to try and help out his squad, controls the high ground. Be Their Shield gets focused down as he tries to go for the Mega Charge plants. They're arming it once more, but it is just a bait once again, and both teams end up drawing here on Quarry.
Wow, wait a minute. If they both don't take the first point, it goes to a draw. I actually didn't even know that. Why did I not know that? I thought it went to like an overtime with like nobody had time left. Interesting draw. Okay, so I don't know exactly what we do for this situation here. Could we get a confirmation from the production as to what we're doing, aka Craze, or if Lux knows? But yeah, wow. That was, I mean, okay, before we get the confirmation, that was wild that both of those teams held at the first point. That's really weird to see 2 teams hold that early on, right? It wasn't just like okay, so wait, okay, that's right. So we're going to go back to that rule. So we got confirmation that the tiebreaker for an absolute draw here per map is to go to Lunar Comm Station. And that's been a rule for the past few events. And it has only happened, I think, 1 time, but this should be now the second.
Yeah, I mean, I love Lunarcom Station. I wish it was in the regular pool. I understand why it's not, right? Because it is a different kind of domination map, while the others are, whatchamacallit, they're symmetrical horizontally. This one's symmetrical vertically, which is completely different. Both teams start on basically close to point A, and then point C gets further away. It is a huge different dynamic when it comes to that. So yeah, I understand why that is the tiebreaker. I wish we could see it a little bit more, though.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, honestly, I like most of the maps in this game. I wish we got to see all of them. I know there were a few Canyon-based fans in the chat earlier. I think I saw, I think it was Casino and Sunglasses or something that were in the chat that were talking about Canyon-based. I'm a big fan of that map too. But I mean, glad we are getting to see this at least like 2 different times within these past 3 tournaments that we get to see this map. But the reason why this is the tiebreaker is that I think it was the closest to so originally the map pool was decided by a vote based on the actual players, and I think it was like one of the closest to making it into the actual map pool while still being a domination mission, so there's no actual chance of tying, so there's going to be a winner. I'm pretty sure that's the overall reasoning why. Craze or anybody, feel free to correct me, but when there's a draw, you got to do something with it, and this is the actual tiebreaker. So I actually feel like this is going to be really nice for Team Tekka Dynasty, who are already comfortable playing that double melee comp.
Yeah, this is one of those maps where there are a lot of different ways to try and get the flank on the teams. You have basically 3 lanes up and down the map that you can really utilize to try and get the flanks, and you can even get over a lot of the buildings as well as that Exia or as that Barbados. And so they have multiple approaches. It's not just the lanes; it's every single angle basically to be able to come in. And seeing what they were able to do basically on the defense there, Gasman along with the Exia. This is a very, very scary proposition if you're Team BOZOS and you're trying to send this to map number 3.
Yeah. This is. I don't want to say. I mean, okay. I actually don't think this map is quite as melee or like close range favored as some of the other domination maps. There are some points like for example, like point C and point B, both of them can be pretty far ranged fights depending on where your team is positioned, but overall I just feel like their style might give them a slight edge here. It might just be a little bit harder for BOZOS to get that sort of adaptation, but we'll see. And we'll also see which of these teams is more comfortable playing on this map, because we got the little pause here, because I don't know, I just don't know how much they've practiced on it. It does look like we're gonna see the double melee as expected coming out of Team Tekka Dynasty, and out of BOZOS we are going to see pretty much just the usual of what we expected. The only I guess questionable one is we are going to see the unicorn coming out of Wiki.
Yeah, and this is such a tough ask, especially if you're on for the BOZOS side, for Blue Jay, who's playing that singular melee, right? When you have 2 threats, when you got both Nox and Gasman on Exia on Barbados, it's if you don't have someone else as an enabler, it's so hard to get things done as that Exia right now. A lot more resources are being put into a mono, which makes it so much more difficult for Blue Jay to get anything done. It's going to be point C actually unlocking for our first point here.
I actually like point C as the first point on this map. It becomes a lot less chaotic. Oh, wow, they're already there. I didn't even realize. I thought this map hadn't even started yet. But we are going to see a huge fight up on the high ground here. The high ground is extremely important here, very similar to what we see on Mountain R&D. Hawklight's going to go down, but Be There Shield's going to go down. Nitro's going to go down. It looks like this is mostly going the way of Tekka Dynasty, and they are going to kind of regroup in the center stage here and get this high ground and hold C. And C is arguably the best spot to win the fight at, because it is a very long run back, and by the time you regroup and get the run back, even if you do take the time to win this fight and then capture the point, you're not going to have that much time. So the first fight on C is the most important. A goes back and forth all the time.
Yeah, Tekka Dynasty really showed us why trampolines are such a dangerous thing to have, regardless of whether it's for robots or for children, and everyone just bouncing around. Now Gasman Wall's back. He does have that mega health back to play off of here, and I'm surprised that they're actually trying to come in for this. There's only 10 seconds remaining here before it swaps off on over to B, but I guess if you end up getting this pick and the team fight win, you just go ahead and control B. They don't get really any progress onto C site, but they end up getting the kills at the very least, and it looks like they didn't really lose anyone for it. Be Their Shield is up. It's a full 6-man now for BOZOS, but there's still plenty of time now for Tekka Dynasty to come in as a full 6-man.
Yeah, 20 seconds is more than enough time to make it back to B for sure. C, a little bit less so, but B, you know, it's right in the middle of everything. And it does look like we're going to have several people kind of pushing from this upwards angle here, these little kind of sniper boxes. Oh, but there we go. The Gasman on the Barbados is going to take out Nitro, and I think Gasman is just going to thrive on this map.
Ooh, 100 HP. He ends up getting the stun. There we go. Finishes off Mono here. And again, I just feel like the double brawlers coming out from Tekka Dynasty is just too much to deal with right now. BOZOS need a better answer for it, whether it's like maybe picking up a Marasai or going RX 78 to have a little bit more CC to deal with. Mono is just not able to open up as much on that Pale Rider.
Yeah, actually, I'm surprised we don't see more Marasais in general. I think Marasai is a really solid suit with a really solid G maneuver. And even if you don't land a million hooks, you are still just adding a lot of value. But we can see the Trans Am activated from Blue Jay. Again, I say one of the, I think, better Trans Am users, although I'm immediately kind of proven wrong there.
Again, he doesn't have the same kind of opener, right? He doesn't have the same tools. Now, they do force them back all the way over to C, and so BOZOS will start making progress here on some progress at the very least onto C, but now it's 75 to 14% as it swaps back on over to C. Dai ends up finding Gasman, finally dealing with that back line flanker. They've got the man advantage, but they don't have the HP quite yet as they go for the regroup. Now Nox with that Trans Am trying to find a little bit of value here before the point unlocks, but it looks like you will not be able to get much here. Now coming in for the backline flank onto Nitro Genocide, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange as Blue Jay finds a robot. But again, the double composition, the double melee composition is just proving way too strong for BOZOS to contend with.
Yeah, this has been a really hard-fought battle for BOZOS, especially on this C point, right? I think that they did a little bit better on B because they, you know, had a little bit more space. But when they're forced to fight in those tiny little corridors in C, or if they ever end up having to go to A, which apparently might not happen in this game, then they're just at such a disadvantage trying to deal with double melee, it feels like.
Someone needs to touch the point, 99%, and they will be able to get on time. Screaming Nimbus has been utilized here. Nitro Genocide now with the punch, with 34 HP, somehow staying alive, and he is still up now, but Gasman is here along with Nuts. The Bash brothers putting in work for Tekka Dynasty as Hawklight finishes off Dai, and now Asor is going to try his best to get back onto the points, but he is not going to be able to make it. It's a little bit short there. It's going to be Tekka Dynasty taking the first round here.
Yeah, pretty dominantly. And it was really interesting that we got C, B, C, B, C, I think was the order. Or maybe C, B, C, B, C. Yeah, no, that was right. And we didn't get A at all, which it might, I mean, it can be a plus or minus based on your team comp, of course. But I would have at least liked to see what BOZOS did on point A, because in point C, they've so far seemed a little bit, I don't want to say lost, but they just haven't had the right answer.
Yeah, for Tekka Dynasty, I think it's really being able to play off of having double engagers, right? On the other side for BOZOS, typically if you're just playing that solo Exia, you're not playing as that engage for the most part. If you're playing neutral, you know, Pale Rider versus Pale Rider, then sure, you can almost initiate as that solo, but it's not the same. They don't have one focal point on the TKD side for BOZOS to really try and pick apart. And so right now, Blue Jay, I feel like he's a little bit lost in what to do up against this comp.
Yeah, and also I mentioned earlier that I really think Blue Jay is great using those Trans Ams, but none of them have been hitting. You know, it's been Trans Am into just a few people just avoiding and then just ending up dying. So we are going to start on point A. Immediately, we're finally going to get point A, but that means we're going to get a huge chaotic fight up here where already Tekka Dynasty is going to get the pick on Nitro and Blue Jay.
Yeah, Gasman finding a little bit more as well, and that's going to be almost a full team wipe. They end up only losing out on a robot throughout all of this. The point A will be going the way of Tekka Dynasty. They've got that high ground control as well for Dark Infestor. Again, like we said, typically the Pale Rider is that one sticking point. That's that one point of weakness that you really want to try and dive for. But when you have so many threats on Tekka Dynasty's squad, it's really not worth it to try and focus down that one Pale Rider. At this point, though, it does look like Team BOZOS will actually get the point as it unlocks.
Yeah, that's weird. It didn't feel like they won that fight. It just felt like nobody was down there from Tekka Dynasty to actually capture the point. A lot of them were upstairs just shooting, but if you sit right here, exactly where we're going to see Amano get his revive off, you can't actually get shot from upstairs, really. So now it looks like they're kind of holding position, but it seems like now it's more because we're seeing Tekka Dynasty just already pushing for C, which is probably a smart choice.
Oh, this is really tough. You can see Dark Infestor is actually staggered behind the rest of his squad. He can get caught out on that right-hand side. Gasman ends up picking up 2. But again, we still have about, what, 25 seconds for the, or 30 seconds for the point to unlock. So even though they get these staggers, there's still plenty of time to try and regroup. And so that's going to be the full wipe. It looks like the call was made from BOZOS. Hey, just die. Let's go ahead and regroup and then fight as a full 6-man 4-point C.
Gasman really is popping off. I mean, that was like 4 kills against this push, you know, just alone. Like, that is 100% what we want to see from this Barbados, and it is just working so well on this map. I mean, this is going to be a dominant control of C, and once again, you know, they can fight for this point, but they need to win this first fight. Otherwise, they are just wasting their time. You know, they might even not come back. They might just should go to A, but there is a chance to win this. Let's see what they can do.
Yep, there's a full regroup. 6-man here trying to push in from that left-hand side, but you can see the spam coming out along with that constant threat. Gasman finds that first pick, a second one as well onto Amano. And now Tekka Dynasty charges forward. Wiki ends up getting the res along with the knockdown to Gasman. And so there might be an opportunity here, but you can see the point is going to unlock in 30 seconds, and they don't really want to try and push in for it. They really want to play for A instead.
Yeah, I feel like that does really make sense to try and just go for A. C, it's such a long run back, and you have to fight your way to through 2 high grounds. You have to move up 1 ramp and then move up a 2nd ramp, and then by that time you're like, wait a minute, we're already at the other point. But it does seem like Tekka Dynasty is just in control of A, so strong here. Here's the Hades though.
Hades popped, and I'm wondering if the energy cable is actually down and ends up running out here. He hasn't found a pick quite yet. There it is, onto Hawklight now from the low ground. Wiki is extremely low as a robot ends up getting the res onto Hawklight, so it's still a 6v6, but there are so many G maneuvers online. Tramzam coming in, Nox trying to get into the back line, but a robot is there with the follow-up damage. 3 picked off from the BOZOS squad. Die is the only one to answer back, but the res might come through. No, Nox gets finished off, but still, he put in the work and he was able to control the point. Blue Jay is here with his own Transam, but he doesn't get the same kind of value. Nitro Genocide with that Ashmar punch, and now the Screaming Nimbus answered back from Hawklight to deal with this. As that point unlocks, it will be Tekka Dynasty taking control.
Yeah, that was a perfectly timed Screaming Nimbus, but now the problem is they need to actually win this fight. I mean, they've done a great job of doing a ton of damage, especially after that Screaming Nimbus, but the fact that it managed to kind of separate the entire team of BOZOS was so good, and that is going to be most of the team down. Gasman even gets revived. We're about to be at 3 G maneuvers for Tekka Dynasty, and only 1 Screaming Nimbus is coming up pretty soon for BOZOS.
Funnels, it's Hades, and that's a knock onto Wiki along with that finish 6v5 as Blue Jay is on the Zaku 2 range to try and deal with this, but it's a 1-for-1 exchange. Now swapping on over to point B. You can see Tekka Dynasty now making that rotate on over to try and control the high ground, but it looks like the line of engagement has been drawn right down here in the middle. Die has to be careful. He is low, but he's got the Screaming Nimbus now to give him some extra tankiness if he wants to go for the engage. He has to be wary some of Gasman now, but it's a Soar with the funnels that finds the knock on the Die.
Oh yeah, now we're gonna see Hawklight picking off Blue Jay on that ranged. Zaku, Amano's going down as well. A robot goes down, but it's not enough to get them a chance at this point. And it looks like there's gonna be initial capture here for Tekka Dynasty. They only need to finish off on this point, and they will be moving up into the top 3. We see the Transam up for Nox. That is the, oh, then we also have the Hades. The Hades is gonna be so hard to fight through. The Screaming Nimbus might give them some more guaranteed time on the point there from Die, but there's no other G maneuvers up at the moment, and we are going to see it popped.
Oh boy, he might be able to get the knock at the very least onto the Dom, but again, he's getting focused down. The Hades hasn't popped. The Transam is there for Nox as well, and he is able to pick up those kills. Dark Infestor finding 2 with that Hades, and it looks like it's going to be Tekka Dynasty sending themselves to the semifinals finish.
Very nice. That was for sure a map that looked way more comfortable to them than the previous two maps. But again, they've been looking so good. Blue Jay saying hi Twitch chat in the very final moments. But wow, they have for sure fought tooth and nail, like I said, through both the winners and the losers bracket to make it to this point. And I think Team Tekka so far placed at best 4th place in any of these Breakout Series tournaments. So this is going to be their best placement so far for sure. And they've got a chance to either get the run back or take it to the other team in the winners finals later tomorrow. But congratulations on them for top 3. Congratulations once again to the new BOZOS for being in the top 4 as well. You're still getting a solid amount of points towards the Pilot Academy, and that is going to be paying off a lot later. Again, they're a much newer team, right? They've been playing together for a lot less time, the new version of BOZOS, so they are going to, I'm sure, get stronger in the future and continue to be strong. But it just looked like they just didn't have the right maybe comp to challenge the comp of Tekka Dynasty on that level.
Yeah, again, when you're dealing with a double brawler, you need a lot more CC than what they had to try and deal with them. The constant threats of both the Exia and that Barbados just made short work of them. They had no answer whatsoever, even a Hail Mary pickup from Blue Jay to try and go over to Zaku 2 range to try and deal with it. It just did not end up working out for them, unfortunately. We might be seeing a return to a brawler heavy meta if this remains to be the case.
You know, it might be, or it might just be that there was some sort of counter that we didn't end up seeing. But, you know, that set only got to that point because they were so close and they were tied so evenly on that map. So we're not going to get a chance to see them battle out until at least the next tournament, which is a little bit unfortunate because I would love to see that get a little bit further in that set, right? It seemed like there was some adaptation going on, and I feel like BOZOS really had the opportunity to find an answer, and they just didn't quite find it in time. But you know, that's the thing about this series. I just mentioned, you know, the Pilot Academy is 3 new tournaments. We've already got a ton of the Breakout Series tournaments that are still in the future. Again, I think it's ! Pilot Academy in chat. Again, I'm sure Craze will post that for me, but you can check out all the different tournaments. And you know, this is just one of many tournaments, and BOZOS for sure will come back strong. But that does mean that we're set for our top 3 guaranteed. We are going to be having Team Mafty versus IQ in the winners finals, and then Team Tekka Dynasty with their highest placement so far in the lower bracket finals, in the losers finals for tomorrow.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see it. Again, we saw some amazing play coming out from both IQ and Mafty, and honestly, Mafty, that composition, that team, I want to see a lot more out of. We only got to see the one match, and so I feel like they still have a lot in store for us.
I agree as well. Now, you know, normally we have some post-day stats. I'm not 100% sure if we've got these all good to go. If we do, Lux, I mean, I'd love to see it, of course, because this has been a really different day than a lot of the other tournaments. And honestly, we've seen that, you know, from Halloween Havoc to Gundam's Grace. We've seen a lot of changes in the meta, in the play styles, in the players, in the teams, like the actual teams the players are on. And we can actually see the bracket here as we've set up our final 3, where that's going to be Tekka Dynasty, of course, in that TBD spot in the lower finals. But shout outs again to every single team who entered today. You know, they going through 4th with BOZOS to Satori's Esports, which unfortunately we didn't get a chance to see on stream. I feel like that's a little bit of a crime. They played really well today. Skill Issue, Space Noids, the Akuma Kalimbar, another new team that I unfortunately didn't get a chance to see. Portland Burnsiders, everybody, every single team. I'm really glad that everybody entered. Also the Iron-Blooded, I feel like we're missing that team. Iron-Blooded
Baboon?
Orangutans?
Yeah.
I think it's with the IBO, I guess 3-letter thing. But yeah, huge thank you to everybody there. Do we have the map stats for today? If not, maybe that's going to come at the end of tomorrow. I guess maybe we don't, but yeah, regardless, a huge thank you again to every single person who signed up for this. We are super glad to see everybody just continuing to improve. You know, when I got a chance to rewatch, again, unfortunately I was working during the entire of the last, you know, big Gundam official tournament, but when I got a chance to rewatch, I was seeing all the names I was familiar with. You know, for example, like all of everybody that's on Team Mafty. You know, I'm like, oh, these are all the people that were in the Breakout series, and it's super cool to see. And I'm like, oh, it's so sick that like I got to see them, you know, play together. together and like do really well. Then everybody who was in, of course, the Team Toto 1010 fans. And I'm like, oh yeah, it's just all the, everybody that we see all the time. It's super great to see everybody do it really well.
Yeah, and again, just seeing the exploration, like the evolution of the competitive scene so far. It's great that today we didn't have just one standout unit, one standout composition. Everything felt like it was in flux, and there's a lot of chaos ultimately. But being able to see so many different players from different positions being able to have their own moments in the sun was just a nice, refreshing change of pace. When in the last few events, it's always been like, hey, or it was one unit kind of dominating the day.
Yeah. The meta is looking very healthy is the way that I'll say it. We were seeing a lot of people pop off with a lot of different suits, and I just want to see that continue in the future. Although we didn't see any new Gundam, hopefully we'll see that in the future. But that is still a possibility. Like I mentioned, we're just down to the top 3. The tournament's not over by a long shot. These day 2s so far for all of these events have been incredible. We have had some of the best moments that we've ever had. So tomorrow you're going to have to be sure to tune in. It's going to be, of course, here on the GNL_GG channel. It is going to be starting at 2 p.m. Eastern or 11 a.m. Pacific, so the same time that we started the broadcast today. And of course, we will be moving through the winners finals, the losers finals, and the grand finals to see who our champions will be, who will be taking home most of those points too for the Pilot Academy for the first time. So that's going to be very exciting to see. But Jamerson, any last comments that you have before we close out for day 1?
I just want to thank, of course, all of our competitors that showed up today. And, it's always a tough loss when you end up getting knocked out day number 1, but there are going to be plenty of opportunities in the future. And so we will always be glad to have you for our top 3 teams. Get some well-deserved rest because we want to see some amazing Gundam play tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Don't party too hard. I've definitely done that going into day 2 of an event. But everybody, be sure, like I said, tune back in tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific, right here on this channel. Be sure to follow so that you can see the alert when we're live. But that is going to be the meatiest, juiciest matches of the tournament. So we'll see you all then tomorrow for day 2 of Celestial Assault.